Hello and welcome everybody to the Trackalicious Saturday 6 hours here at Francorchamps. I'm Mike Noss in the booth, soon to be arriving will be John Wright, but for now, I'm all you got. Hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. We are here, like I said, at Francorchamps in Francorchamps, Belgium, an incredible 4.3 mile circuit with 19 corners, 9 to the right and 10 to the left. Didn't mess it up this time. And with the Kemmel Straight being about a little over a half mile long, we're going to see some thrilling action here today as we have some incredible names out on track. We have Simone Basolio currently in P1 in terms of the timing charts for the free practice session. He's going to be behind the wheel of the Italian, the Ferrari, of course, the SPQR Racing Ferrari there of Basolio. Rui Nunez in second position. But for now, like I say, welcome everybody. Hope everyone's having an amazing day, ready for some amazing racing. This is going to be quite the incredible one. So we have a lot of drivers out here. It's currently a wet session, and the race is almost assuredly going to be in the wet as well. Provolone redeeming a hydrate. Cheers, buddy. And AV6 Scott throwing out the red flags a little bit early. It hasn't rained that hard yet. We're not going to be pulling a 2022 Belgium in Formula 1, that's for sure. Currently, as I said, 29 cars out on track in terms of drivers. We have a lot more than that, of course. These teams all with multiple drivers on them. You see Simone Basolio joined by Emmanuel Nassen, as well as Alessandro Zampieri. As we get ready here, we'll move down into the session momentarily. Getting, like I say, ready for the incredible action that is going to be among us tonight. Very sus. Anyways, moving on into the game here. Hear the cars roaring around the track now. We see the SPQR driver doing exactly that. It's a limited tire set. I forgot to ask the admins before. Are wet tires limited? Does anyone in chat know? Are wet tires limited? Because I presume they may not be. But I could be wrong. Rui Nunez also has jumped up to pole position. We can get some timings up here. We can see a 2:27.2. In terms of wet timings, that's still quite quick, honestly. Normally, though, he'd be seen around the 20s, 18s. Unlimited wet tires. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So that is why you see all these drivers cruising around on track with absolutely no care in the world for their tires, because they don't need one. Of course, the dry tires are limited to 4 tire sets here, with a pit window of 75 minutes. This track has a lot of elevation change, and most of it here coming in the first turn complex. You can see coming through that as Basolio now onto the Kemmel Straight in 5th gear, even getting a little bit of wheel spin in 5th gear. Are we going to reach 6th? I think we are going to reach 6th. Ferrari pulling quite hard there in this rain with the slipstream as well in front. It's not helping the vision too much. Coming into Lacombe. Looks nice and tidy for Basolio. He's just getting the practice in now. Of course, these drivers have presumably plenty of practice. Bit deep there into Brussels. And through No Name, he's going to be gaining on that AMG quite a bit. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Whoa! As I say that. We're going to go side by side, actually, through Pua. What could go wrong? Absolutely nothing. Also, wet tires can last up to 3 hours. Yeah, but fuel can't, Niall. Oh, but that means they don't need to take tires, though, in the pit stop. Oh, interesting, though. That is interesting. Yeah. Both Jace also pointing out that as well. Jace Wright, Mazzano in chat. The question is, how much rain is it going to be tonight? I know the server settings for the weather have been public, I think, throughout the entire week, so everybody knew what they were getting into here tonight. Morning, Lizzie. Welcome, welcome. And check out Peter O'Brien here as he heads towards the Piff Path. He's currently on a flyer of a lap, sitting in 4th position as it stands, having to be very cautious on the steering wheel. I don't think the track is getting any drier as they come through. Ooh, bit wide there, a little bit of a catch, but a great one nonetheless. Coming through campus into the Stavilo. And now through Kerber Paul Fries, heading towards Blanchiment. A very high-speed flat-out corner in the dry. It's almost flat out in the wet. I think he may have just kept it flat. Having to brake quite early there into the bus stop. Still with a bit of a moment. Peter O'Brien, though, what's it going to be as he heads towards the line? It was a smasher of a lap as he comes across the line. It's not quite enough to contend with Andreas Borchers, who he is going to be happy with himself there to be up at the top. He's been struggling with that McLaren throughout these races, especially, I will say, in the Trackalicious in road to the grand finals here. Of course, brought to you by VCO. Top 5 guaranteed a slot in the VCO grand finals. And I think there's a few more slots after that. They can battle their way into the races. It's a qualifier for a qualifier in some respect. David Cesar and the RNL Roar had an amazing, amazing result last week. Ended up on the podium. I think. Let me double check. Let me make sure this is the right. I think it is. As the guys in the truck are checking. But it's incredible how much racing this team does. David Cesar and Tim Schaefer did end up taking P2 last week. So the rain, maybe that AMG not quite as comfortable in the rain, as it kind of lumbers through that final turn complex, comes to the line, no time improvement whatsoever for the RNL Roar Blue. What a livery. Holy smokes. We gotta take a look at this one. Look at that gold dust. Oh, okay. We're still gonna check the livery out. As now that is a livery. I'm not sure who has the credit of making this livery, but whoever made this for the Feinstaub Esports team, my goodness. Great work. Look at that. That just looks right. That just looks proper, if you ask me. Not the brick wall. The gold rims. Excellent, excellent job there. And MRKS, who are you? I'm sorry, I don't know in-game names to Twitch names, but let me see. Are you, I'm assuming you're on the team. Are you Julian? Or are you Nicholas? Niklas? Niklas, excuse me. Oh, you're Marcus from 101. Oh, you're Marcus. What are you doing typing and driving, Marcus? Oh, because you're not behind the wheel anymore. Nicholas is out, or Nicholas, excuse me. Nicholas is out there in the Feinstaub. My game is yet to update, that is why. Excellent work, my goodness. That is an incredible livery, dude. Genuinely, mad props. As the cars are out on track to begin the qualifying here for the lead up to the 6 hours. It's a very important qualifying for some of these drivers in the wet, but if the race starts in the dry, it's going to be pretty easy to make up some ground for some of them if they're out of position. We saw the RNL Roar Blue. It's tough to say. I got to slow it down sometimes. Managed to get it out, though. They will be starting, maybe, well, we don't know where they're going to be starting yet, but presumably from their qualifying results, it wasn't looking that great. We'll see, though. Free practice. Morning Muff, welcome, welcome. Also, big shout out to everyone in chat. Welcome, everybody, as we see the people pouring in. And you're Zimbabwean. Thank you, Sparrow. I appreciate that. As I do sometimes, I have a pretty good flag knowledge, especially for an American. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I do. But there are some flags that I do got to look up because I'm like, I don't want to get those wrong. Because you could, like, start a civil war potentially, but... Anyways, as I said, drivers starting their laps soon here as they come through the final sectors now. It's a long outlap here, 4.3 miles, 7 kilometers. Of course, this track founded in 1921. The layout has changed drastically since it has, since its formation or its founding. Currently, the layout we use now from 2022. So, very, very recent. Oh, interesting, Marcus. Interesting. And take a look at the back bumper. I will. Currently, though, we're going to be diving on board here with this lap of Eric DeBon, the first lap of the qualifying session, and it's a struggle through the first turn complex, as you can see. And actually, no, he is still valid. That's I don't know why he's red Delta. No time sets yet. No times set yet. And if anyone wants to see this action live on SimGrid as well, you can see ! SimGrid or check the pin in chat. Did I type it correctly this time? I did. You can see the SimGrid link there where you can basically watch the race unfold with data in front of your eyes. It's absolutely incredible, the service that PitLink offers, or Pitwall, excuse me. PitLink being the program. Welcome, Wet Socks. Got some Provolone support out there. Provolone, I think, is not out on track as it stands. We do see the odd numbers out there first. And the Porsche 992 does sound amazing. Also, Automatic Rabbit, welcome. Muff, I think I said welcome to you, but welcome. Eric DeBon here cruising through the piff paths, having to make a couple corrections on the steering wheel. It's like milking a cow in this third sector, my goodness. Absolute struggle to keep a grip of that wheel. How are we doing today? It's very early in the day for me, as it is currently 8:40 a.m. here in the Pacific time. Of course, though, I'm not in the Pacific time. I am here in Spa-Francorchamps, Belgium, where our last race was in Zandvoort. It was just a hop, skip, and a jump, but also I've done a few more races in the meantime, so I've been all over the world. Whoa, massive short shift there to gain traction for Eric DeBon. I'm not sure what that was about. I think he maybe went in a bit too hot, had to gain that control last second here. You were seeing, what was it, 27s in the free practice. What are we going to see here as Eric DeBon is going to roll to the line for the first time? He hits the line. It's going to be a 28.88. Not quite good enough. Andreas Borchers puts the pole position lap time in. He's looking great in these wet conditions. I love to see it. The Trackalicious Enduro A-Car, of course, partnered with Ollie Raza. Andy Borchers driving it and doing an excellent, excellent job. We also have Luis Toma. Maybe? Luis Toma? Lewis? I'm sorry, I'm not sure. It's German. It's a German driver. I'm not sure how to pronounce that name in German. My brain wants to put a Spanish twist on it. You feel that the 992 slightly sounds like a vacuum? You're not wrong, which is interesting. It's naturally aspirated. It has no vacuum on it in a turbocharger. Andy Borscher's definitely a lap to keep an eye on here. One thing I do want to take a look at, though, is the driver of, first off, Jace Wright, who's invalidating through the Eau Rouge Radion Complex, but in P3 as it stands, Jace Wright's performance has just gone through the roof lately. He took the race win on Thursday as a result of a driver running out of fuel. Andrei Porshikov ran out of fuel on the line, and Jace Wright took his first ever Trackalicious win. He's raced with us for a very long time, and that must have been the moment for him. He was absolutely livid. His fans, or not livid, that's the wrong word, but his fans, of course, back at home, as well as there at the race, were absolutely thrilled. The champagne was flowing before he even reached the podium. It was Jace Wright. And Wilson Fernandez supporting the vacuum racing. Not the vacuum racing, as I have mistakenly called it for a long time. Speedy High Flyer, welcome, welcome. Prime as well. And Prime supporting the 817 Mattis Racing car. The 817 should be out on track. Where are they? I don't see the 817. Am I blind? I am blind. Daniel Good in the Mattis Racing. I'm blind as all can be. Apparently on an invalid lap, but standing in 7th position. Have till the 10-minute mark to get a lap set, so this will be their final attempt, actually, as the lap times I think they're going to cross the line just after the checkered falls, barring any massive track cuts to gain some time, which is possible. We also have Nicholas here, who is in front of the Porsche. I do want to take a look at the back bumper, as I've been informed. Oh, it's a check engine light. There's a check engine light on the back bumper. I hope that that doesn't happen. Of course, the Lamborghini Evo 2. Manufactured by Germans, so it will work properly. Styled by the Italians. So that's how you know. Yeah, I just offended a lot of people in chat. Anyways. Madhouse. That's right. I've been corrected before as well, and I have forgotten. I'm sorry. Madhouse Racing of Daniel Good. Of course, the Madhouse Racing McLaren Evo managed to take the win the last time around, actually. Of course, though, that was the other Madhouse Racing of Ryan Yee and Jeff Spangler, not this one here. And that is okay, Prime is Jeff. Got it. And the Lamborghini is the first car which you ever broke your engine. I love it. Your BMW has a baby on board sticker. How fitting. Also, I am pleased to announce that joining me in the booth here today is going to be none other than the John Wright, as he has sprinted down from the end of the paddock. He actually was on a run around the track before this, enjoying the wet, but he is here now in the booth.
That may be overly ambitious as to my current athletic state. Maybe back in my younger days, 20 years ago, but certainly now, the thought of walking up Eau Rouge. Oh, actually, sorry, Mike, I'll need 5 minutes, actually. You should just continue.
No worries, yeah, you gotta...
broke a sweat.
All good. But John Wright joining us here as he's going to settle his settings. Like I say, just joining us. Extremely happy to have him here. We have a hydrate as well from Speedy High Flyer. Let's get a little hydration roll in here.
Of course, I didn't have that switched over. Is that better?
That is much better, yes. That is much better.
There we go. The magic setting I keep forgetting about. Thank you, Discord. Thank you, technology.
Gotta love live TV.
You do it. My apologies to everyone for being late. I was rushing over from another broadcast, unsurprisingly. I've only had 6 this week, so quite a week.
It's double what I've done.
Much like Mike. It's non-stop. But yeah, so again, my hugest of apologies. for being like, I put on an absolutely phenomenal tie as well this week. But there we go. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone in chat. I was listening on 3 hours out of one set of wet tyres.
Yeah.
So not many tyre changes. Not many tyre changes.
That's assuming the weather holds. You know, it needs the weather.
There is that, of course.
The rain needs to hold for that to be a reality. We also saw Eric DeBon in the free practice session setting some quite flying laps, but he's currently struggling to get one on the board heading through the PIF path. And it's just...
Yeah, I was actually watching another race today at this very track. I know you were talking about lap times. Now, me, myself, I can just about get a 2-minute 20 around here. Today I was watching top driver in Oceania, in fact. She is otherworldly quick, had her rear wing at 1 in qualifying and did a 2-minute 15.5.
Wow. So, okay, that's pretty quick. I know 17s are quick. I think that's what we would be expecting to see.
15s are, yeah, but obviously in the wet we're not going to see anything like that. But yeah, no, in the dry now, since the 1.9 update, drivers are capable of getting...
Big moment there.
We've got a big O.
Oh, I don't have my screen shared, do I?
Oh,
guys
yeah,
in the truck. Guys are a little bit slow in the truck.
It's because I was late. It's 100% my fault. So the guys in the truck get an absolute free pass. Lizzie Sinead, let me off the hook. Lizzie, you are far too kind. Thank you very much.
Also,
jumping in.
Speedy High Flyer, he does in fact talk funny. I will agree with you.
Who's Speedy High Flyer? So I talk funny or Speedy High Flyer talks
you
funny?
You talk funny.
Well, I talk funny.
Yes.
Does that mean my amusing anecdotes are well received and I am humorous, or are you saying
absolutely.
I'm weird?
No.
Yeah, both.
Weird in a great way.
Excellent stuff. Speedy High Flyer, thank you very much. I hope you can understand what I'm saying. It's a gradual process, but once a few of the words click into place, yeah, you should hopefully get there. A good friend of mine from Australia, it only took him 18 months. So stick with it, you'll be fine. Who else have we got in the chat? The Wet Socks in chat. I'm assuming you're out driving at the moment. Because
socks.
the standing water is right into the cockpit, so that'll be where the wet socks are coming from.
Wet Socks is actually standing right next to Jason Provolone's pit lane. He's actually right out there, just standing in the rain. His socks being thoroughly wetted from that. He's not, to my knowledge, I don't think he's a driver actually. But correct me if I'm wrong,
Wet Socks. Just found the
Wet
deepest
Socks.
puddle and thought, yeah, I'm having a go in there.
But yes, he's out there supporting the Stinky Cheese Man himself, who isn't out on track. I think someone else taking the wheel of the car.
Provolone, yeah, yes. Yeah, he's just taken off. He is, yep, he's just taken off. Sorry, he's not just taken off, he's on a flying lap. He's just finished his out lap. Andreas Borchers, not only taking pole position, he's just gifted a sub to Atomic Beauty.
Oh my goodness.
Andreas Borchers, the man, the myth, the legend.
And the pole position
yeah,
sitter.
massive thanks from Francorchamps. Exactly. And look at the delivery on that McLaren.
Which one?
Again, I was listening at the start. Borchers, the Francorchamps one. You were saying at the start there was a livery you pointed out which I missed because I was at the coffee machine squeezing every last dribble of caffeine out of that bad boy I could. But yeah, I would like to reiterate Mike's thoughts. Yeah, it's one thing to be able to drive a car on this game. To be able to design a car and do a livery, it's a different kind of alien. Different kind of alien.
I mean, look at this one right in front of our eyes here. The Rockstar, the Phoenix Racing Rockstar Energy. Here driven by Brogdon Dyer. Dyer. Absolutely amazing livery there. Very colorful.
I don't have that one.
John.
I will have to. Such an amateur. Turns up late, doesn't have the liveries. That's it. Sack him.
You want to share your screens as well?
Oh, you know what? I've been having some issues, so I'm not sure.
All right, no worries. No worries.
Yeah.
That's all good.
Well, yeah, we'll give it a test once. In fact, yeah, tell you what, I'll give it a test now and see how laggy it is because it was a bit funky earlier.
And Atomic Beauty being bought and her love being purchased, and now wishing Andy good luck in the race. I don't think I've ever seen her do. Ryan Yee in the Madhouse Racing. Look at that, 100th off the time of Andy Borchers. Andy has got some competition. As we see here, the Madhouse Racing McLaren will pop on board with him. Coming out into Pouin. Third gear, and a lot of hesitation on the throttle. Lots of minor corrections as the wheel, or at the wheel. As I said before, it looks like they're milking a cow through this third sector, heading into the pit paths. Bit deep, but getting on, I guess can't really use the curbs here, can you? But still, I feel like you could be a bit tighter with that line. Ryan Yee losing a couple tenths, actually. I think you could be a bit tighter there.
A little bit, yeah, but the curves here, I mean, at the best, you really do need to use the curves a lot, but the difference a bit of water makes, I mean, that graphical representation that we're seeing, that is genuine shine on the curve because of the amount of water that is on there. And with these cars, there's only two wheels that drive the car forward, one on the left side of the car and one on the right side of the car. And if only one of those wheels is on a wetter surface than the other, unless you've got that traction control absolutely ramped up and your fuel map ramped down, you will find yourself facing at least 45 degrees in the wrong direction, and that's being somewhat generous to some of the spins that I've seen in the wet. But I mean, you can see there, look at the standing water.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And a pole position there for Ryan Yee. Nice job. As well, just a little comment is, as you mentioned that, it kind of made me think, Ryan Yee sitting on engine map 1 and traction control 1 and ABS 1. The man is driving on pure skill alone. Look at that dash. That dash says map 1, TC1, ABS 1. He is literally driving like it's a dry race right now, and he is on the top of the leaderboard with a 226 as a result. My goodness, the confidence, the sheer and utter confidence from Ryan Yee. We check Rui Nunez. He is in engine map 3, ABS 3, and his traction control being blocked there. Where's the traction control? I don't actually see.
There is Draven in the chat. Sorry, I need to say hello to someone then you.
No worries. I don't actually see the traction control on the Lamborghini dash.
Bottom. Where is it? Top row. He's on traction control 1 at the minute. He's got engine map 3, ABS 3, traction 1.
That's... Oh, no, that's engine... Wait, where's traction? Where is it? I don't see it. Is it lat? Is he on TC3? I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah, so lat is a type of traction control. That's your lateral traction control. Oh, I wonder if grip is traction control, actually. It would be...
That could be.
Very German for them to change it. Yeah, from traction control to grip is the level of grip that you've got. Although if he's got that on 0, then I genuinely am selling the wheel during the broadcast. I know that lat is lateral TC, or TC2, as it's called in a lot of cars. I think the 488 Evo was the first one to introduce it. I could get shot down hugely for that, but I think it was.
You're right.
They were one of the first cars to introduce traction control 2 to stop lateral movement on the wheels, and he's just dropped it to 1. But certainly, yeah, just scary. And also, as you were saying as well, the flashing lights on the back of the car, that is indicative of cars that are running in the wet map, or the rain map. Is to indicate that they're running on reduced power. That's why as soon as it starts raining in Formula 1, the back of the cars all light up like Christmas trees for the entire race. I cannot imagine how off-putting that would be.
Wait,
if I'm being honest.
Hold on here. You may have just... Are you telling me that if I switch my engine map to the wet map and the dry, my rain lights will come on?
The light on the back of the car will flash, depending on the model. Yes, there's a light on the back of the car. Yeah.
I did not know that.
That's what it's there for. Rain light. Yeah.
I just thought that came on automatically in the rain.
Yeah.
I didn't know. That's incredible.
It should come on with your engine map. It might also come on if your car's damaged and underpowered in any way.
Interesting. That's fascinating.
Just as a warning to other drivers, obviously.
And Zay asking, is Ryan Yee a wizard? Well, we do actually have an emote specifically made for the like of his kind. The term that we like to use, I think, is an alien for that one. Man is from a different planet. Also, Forzy, welcome. And Tony Danzig as well, welcome.
And yeah, Draven, welcome in. Well. Is that the ever so satisfying tone of 100 Raven I hear? It is indeed, Draven. So yeah, you might have thought you were getting a Saturday afternoon off, bud, but no, I'm back. I'm every place. I just sneak in. Mike's been trying to get a restraining order to keep me out of the commentary box for months now. But Eric gave me the key, so I just keep sneaking in. It's, yeah, it is the way it is. But cheers for tuning in, bud. Hope you're doing well. Hello to Tori and the gang as well. Atomic Beauty busting out the alien emotes now that she's got that sub. And a submarine that might not actually be a bad idea, as we see Rocket Simsports Rui Nunez full sideways on the exit to Stavolo. We're in the closing stages now, and it does look like the times are done and dusted. The standing water getting ever so slightly deeper at the minute.
Oh,
and I don't think we're going to see too many improvements in the closing stages, but still, it's a very, very, very convincing pole position time, given the strength of field for Ryan Yee, Mike, to be 2.25 tenths ahead of the rest of the field. Borchers as well, 3 tenths ahead of Nunez there, so not as close a grid as we're used to seeing. The conditions maybe a bit, but certainly mad props, as you were saying earlier. I'm happy I'm down with the kids. To Ryan Yee, that's a good time and a good gap he's got himself up at the front.
Why did my game break? Why can't I hit drive?
Oh, it just sits here for a couple of seconds because the drivers are loading in. So you'll have to look at the timetable or pop up a track walk or something.
That's lame. I've literally never seen this before.
Yeah. Yeah, it sometimes happens at the end of a session.
Okay. Well,
as it's waiting on the new session to tick over.
There we go. We have forced it.
There we go.
Love it. Love to see it. I figure there's got to be a way to
bypass stupidity.
There's got to be a way to bypass that. Also, we do have a wet start. And did I just see thunder? No, I didn't. I'm crazy. But the rain's decreasing. So
there was on the previous, at the end of qualifying, the clouds did indicate thunder and lightning, yes. There was a lightning bolt there, yes. Temporarily. Fingers crossed. Which will melt first, the drivers' concentrations or the graphics cards and processors of the broadcasters?
That's a very good point. As you can see here, what Ryan Yee sees down to pole position, and that's about, well, not much, quite frankly. Quite a bit of water on the screen there, but also, obviously, the car off, no windshield wipers being activated. But that just gives you a brief idea. We've been sitting here for less than a minute, and that is the amount of water we already see bucketing and barreling down. It's going to be a lot of standing water. Drivers need to be very careful into the first few corners. Of course, we don't use the Formula 1 start here in GT racing. We do end up on a rolling start coming down this very hill here. And it is going to be our first few corners into the Eau Rouge Raidillon complex. We skip, like I say, turn 1, La Source for the GT series. Of course, rolling start. 31 cars on the grid. Currently, though, like I say, Ryan Yee, Andy Borchers, absolutely incredible job from them. I guess, why don't we get in now and meet our drivers? Now's a pretty good time to do it. As we have, starting here in P1, as I said, it's actually going to be a British front, well, not a British manufacturer front row. And it's going to be McLaren's on the front, and Ryan Yee in pole position after storming that timetables at the very end there. Excellent drive from Ryan Yee, the 818. Andy Borchers is going to be taking P2, the 97 German driver behind the wheel of the Trackalicious Enduro A car next to him. And the second row will be Rui Nunez in the Lamborghini Evo 2. Simone Basolio will be behind him in the Ferrari, the Italian-German driver. Oh, no, excuse me. That's going to be Alessandro is going to be behind the wheel of that. But anyways, we're just going to go with the names that I see on the thing. Wes Hepburn will be behind the wheel of the Lamborghini Box 3 Esports. We have Luis Toma in P6, the Garage 59 McLaren. Mita Miladinovic in P7, the Slovenian driver. Next in will be Peter O'Brien in P8, the American. We have Umar Kromix taking 9th position there in the Racing Quest. We also have Martin Klassen in P10. I'm sorry, in the Brabham Esports, definitely Tatui. Thank you. Apologies.
Yes, Tatui.
Massive apologies there, Jimmy.
That's a new name at Brabham as well, yeah.
In P11, Gabriel Felipe, the Brazilian driver in the Vacuum Racing. Unfortunately, don't have that livery there. In P12, Eric Debon in P13. David Hill, going to be 14th fastest, the British driver. Next to him will be Conrad Kula in 15th. Gilles Alleman in P16, the Swiss driver. Next to him will be David Cesar in the RNL Roar. Not the greatest qualifying there for the RNL Roar. Our previous ended up finishing in P2 2 weeks ago. Dimitri Athwal will be in P18. Next to him, Jace Wright, the Controller King, in P19. Lucas Lichten, 20th fastest to round out our top 20 in the McLaren. We have Ryan Walker in P21. Marcus Croplin in the number 101 Lamborghini next to Dries Verhulst. Apologies. Sorry, say that one more time.
Dries Verhulst.
Apologies.
Verhulst, yep.
Next to Brogan Dyer. Matt Arteem in P25, Ricardo Sapien in P26, Professor Cronotis 27th, Rocky Rocco in the Rockefeller Racing in P28, Marcus Shaber in 29th, John Smith in 30th to round out our top 20 in the Frickin' Frack Motorsport, and Andrei Porshikov in 31st. Also, John Smith, he's on his own again. The madman. This guy has done both enduros in all by himself. Literally, this man is riding solo for 6 hours in the BMW. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, there's another driver taking part in a 6-hour race today as well, solo at Imola, that I'm aware of. So these crazy, insane individuals do somehow exist. It just baffles me. Anything beyond 2 hours and 25 minutes for a single race, I'm done. No way I could last 6 hours behind the wheel. But it could be worth it in the end if he gets himself a place in the VCO Sim Grid final. As Mike was saying, 5 places automatically up for grabs. 3 in a GT3 car, 2 in a GT4, and of course the 3 playoff places for P6, 7 and 8 in the championship. They'll go into a playoff in October. The top 3 from the playoff get a GT4 slot in the final. I'm not sure exactly, but that would be quite the feat though, Mike, if he not only imagine he actually made it to the finals. Someone solo. I'm not even sure if they would be allowed to do the final solo actually, because it is an endurance driver swap series. But that would be quite a testament. That is some livery, by the way. Sorry, let's just concentrate on that livery for a minute. Fun sim racing with an update. That is incredible. That
is absolutely insane. Miladinovic repping it as it stands. Like I say, I'm not sure who the credit belongs to in the making of the livery, but absolutely amazing there. And wow, look at what you can see, or rather what you can't see, and that's basically any car in front of the car in front of you. Vision is poor, to say the least, here at Spa-Francorchamps here.
That really is. That is absolute bare minimal visibility. And yeah, absolutely bare minimal grip as well. The tyres might be on the last 3 hours in these conditions. It's all about how much grip they're going to give you. That is a lot of standing water that they're going to have to deal with around Spa-Francorchamps. An inviting course for overtakes at the best of times. Unfortunately, this isn't the best of times, but it is still inviting. So we're likely to see some side-by-side attempts. Of course, it only takes one car to slightly miss that acceleration point over the top of Radion. Causes a little bit of a concertina effect, and the track built back in 1921 could see a lot of 2020 style carnage. But of course, the drivers are all professionals, all 31 cars. They'll be absolutely fine as they come towards Stavolo. This one going to be all important. Those curves, Mike, when we're talking about the curves, how some you do need to hit, some you in the wet you just can't. That Stavolo exit to get along towards Blanchimont, and even the Blanchimont exit as well. That is absolutely dicing with death in these conditions at the minute.
Oh, 100% here. This is going to be an extremely safe start, I hope, for these drivers. We do have a couple pit starts. We have Brogan Dyer in the pits. Unfortunately, we do have, is that Paulig? Pop Paulig in chat. I think that's how you pronounce that. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing that. Supporting there for Brogan Dyer. Unfortunately, though, like I say, pit start, they will be at the back of the grid, but might allow them to avoid some carnage potentially. Hopefully we don't see that, as the mid-pack is going to be struggling for vision through the corners into the Concertina, but people just need to remember that. The drivers are all bunching up right now, getting ready to go, but like I say, it's going to be not here. We're going to round the first corner before we go green here in GT Racing. Ryan Yee here, going to be eager to get underway. He's in the best position possible for this. We are lined up.
Yeah, he's going to be grateful to be right on that front row. The mate at McLaren's getting the job done. The Ferraris is my big concern here, Mike. Is he going to get bogged down at the start, as we've seen the Ferraris do since 1.9?
Yeah, we'll see in the wet map.
That's the big one for me.
That's going to be the question. Ryan Yee on pole position, though. Andy Borchers in second. I'm Mike Noss in the booth. Joined by me is John Wright. As we get ready to go green, we're going to be heading down to the total energy board, and that will be the green flags waved here as we get ready at Spa-Francorchamps. Heading towards it now, we see the total energy boards. That's the market. We're green here and heading down towards the Eau Rouge Radian complex to begin the 6 hours. And everybody going nip and tuck in the top three. Wes Hepburn, though, going side by side, managing to get the overtake done on Alessandro Zampieri. Behind that side by side onto the straight. And we're going to continue on. Looks like no yellow flags. Yep. Everybody good so far. Fabiano De Gennaro side by side here. Nope, oh no, big carnage in the back. I shouldn't say anything.
Yeah, 9 cars, but only 2 of them have lost their way.
We're going to keep on
out the pits.
We're going to keep on this action here on De Gennaro, side by side into the chicane. He is going to manage to get ahead, but the McLaren having it lose traction under braking, rejoining the track, needs to do that safely. Does so. And everybody behind. Oh, cars round. That's Wes Hepburn. Oh no, was there contact? Wes Hepburn is round and facing the wrong way and plummeting positions. The box 3 had such a good start. And oh, bit of contact. That sends the BMW off into Brussels. Oh no, this is going to be absolute carnage if everybody manages to stay on track. Luckily, though, we're seeing some skating around. Oh, the McLaren gets tagged, and there's a massive pile up here. Oh, no, this is going to be bad. It's a roadblock here heading towards No Name, and people need to navigate that safely. Oh, people taking to the grass to do so. I hope they don't overcook it into the wall in No Name as the barrier comes quickly. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, another 3 cars that are wrong way round. It seems to be the Lamborghinis. Might have been the biggest loser in manufacturer there. There was quite a few of the Lambos seemingly facing the wrong way. We've got BMWs that are looking battered and bruised. We've got a lot of cars now much further down the order. There's Nicholas Klitsch for Foundstab Esports. That was one of the Lambos that was facing the wrong way. Shabar facing the wrong way. Provolone down at the back of the grid. So too Brogan Dyer. There's another Lamborghini down at the back there. Not Matt Artem, but there is it Toma?
Yeah.
That's a McLaren.
Luis. Oh, yeah, but Wes Hepburn as well joining down in the ranks. Wes Hepburn started in P5. Yep. We also had our P6 starter of Toma. Yeah, he's down 17 positions as well, getting caught up. Peter O'Brien down 12 positions. 15 positions lost for Eric DeBon. Although, In terms of some people that are going to be smiling from that, we have Rocky Rocco in the Rockefeller Racing Ferrari. He managed to get 11 positions, 16 gain for Andrei Porshikov. Excellent driving there, navigating that. Battle for 7th going on, though, as it stands. Gabriel Felipe on the charge currently. We have Gilles Alleman behind the BMW, that is not a BMW.
All over the back of Malo, like an absolute rash. Coming out with the source that was side by side. Malo got a good run. Oh, and he finds that puddle. Bit of standing water. Changed the direction of the Lambo, but he's held on to that. And Alaman, as you spotted, in the background, lurking. Malo got his teammate Tatui lurking in the background as well. So the two Brabham cars have got these two right in between them. And at the minute, for me, it's looking like Gabriel Felipe is the quicker of the four that are within 1.2 seconds of one another in absolutely torrential rain and zero visibility, or at least zero visibility for everyone but Malo leading the train. His teammate actually having to run a bit wide there, trying to find some space to actually see what he's doing. The amount of spray that is coming up from the cars ahead, absolutely incredible. Zahed down into Puon to take that double apex. Mike Malo got a lot of defending on his hands, and Felipe is looking very, very, very quick there behind him despite the conditions.
No, absolutely. That Porsche looking extremely comfortable, the 992, as we saw in the qualifying as well. He managed to put up a pretty good result. He's up 5 positions from where he started from P12. Gilles Alleman, though, trying to relinquish one of those. We need Raphael needs to get on the charge here. He is a bit slower, as it seems. Although we also have a comment from Huff. I want to make this point, as he's absolutely right here. We need to keep an eye on Wes Hepburn. After falling down the grid like that, Wes Hepburn is, well, fiery. He's got a fiery soul in him, and that is going to make him want to push harder than ever and finish basically as high up as he can. Wes Hepburn is extremely quick, and I think he's going to show it here. I think he's going to push the wheels off this Lamborghini. He's, the McLaren up in front. 7th.
Oh, he's taking him out.
Oh, no.
And that's a knock-on effect. That's another McLaren. That's De Janeiro. De Janeiro's been caught up in the backwash of that one then. He was happily going through the final chicane. I may have misspoke when I said he's taking him out. Sorry, that was my initial reaction. I apologise. Not throwing drivers under the bus there, but into that final chicane, Gabriel Felipe gave Malo one almighty tap on the rear going into that final chicane, and 8-ball corner pocket. He's gone shooting across the entrance to the final chicane. He's taken out De Janeiro, who's dropped 2, 3, 4 positions there. Big moves and shakes in the positions in the early stages then, Mike. The rain really playing a massive part in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And a little maybe broadcasting thing going on. Do we have any hiccups going on here in stream, or was that on Speedy's end? I just want to double check. Was there any hiccups from anyone? We also have battling Miladinovic side by side as the Porsche goes through here. And Miladinovic ended up rejoining the track with basically a brick wall right in the middle of it. And he had to take to the outskirts there in the bus stop chicane. He managed to make up some ground there, and now he's under threat from Dimitri Athwal behind in the box 3 Porsche. We have Regan Mitchells as well, not too far behind. Everything's good. Okay, so Speedy, that must be, it must be on your end, Speedy. Thank you, though, for the heads up. Appreciate it. We're all good here. The guys in the truck have everything at least nailed for now. Hopefully. Awesome, thank you. Also, Mr. Mowers Emporium, welcome. Haven't seen you around in a while. And also, another one that we haven't seen around in a while is going to be none other than Nate Lamlin. We have in chat. Nate, are you going to be driving today? Wes Hepburn here on the charge, as we can see again.
6th place, Alaman's just got the overtake done on Tatui. He's managed, and Miladinovic, I think, has just dropped a position as well. Athwal has just dropped down ever so slightly as well. I think there's been a couple of changes there. I've somehow managed to miss them. But Tatui all over the back of Alaman once again. They've been brought back together. Felipe still in 5th, 3 seconds down on Zampiero after that contact. Likely to get a penalty. That was a bit clumsy into the braking zone, but certainly Tatui, Malo's teammate, looking to regain some team honour as Malo back out and running after the contact. Hopefully not too much damage. It was Oh yeah, there is a bit of damage on the back of there. It was a fairly tasty contact that he took in the rear. And of course, as well, you've got to feel for...
What? De Gennaro into the pits?
Yeah, that was... Well, De Gennaro was the driver that got collected through the final chicane.
Okay.
So I was just about to say, if you think it's bad for those drivers, De Gennaro, the innocent bystander, got collected in the bus stop. Looks like he's been hit by an actual bus as well. So likely to be carrying a lot of damage. That was a full impact he took from the cars, which spun him around. So these conditions, Mike, we were saying, standing water, visibility are one thing. You get a bit of damage on your aerodynamics as well. That's a long stint.
Yeah, Patrick Toth here, not with a showroom-ready Ferrari, that's for sure. And the QB Motorsports by Aura Hack, unfortunately. Definitely looks like they collected a bit of damage. Or is that the livery? Hold on. It might be the livery. Oh, I think we're all good. It's... No. We're not all good. That bonnet is flapping. That's a flappy bonnet right there. The QV definitely with a lovely livery, but not quite ready to be photographed by Nate Lamlin. Nate Lamlin, unfortunately, having to take photographs today of, well, a wedding, which is a little bit less exciting than cars, Nate. Let's be completely honest. I mean, yeah, it's like the bonding
you say that,
of
but
two
it
people.
Depends how the
like,
best man's speech goes.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I've been to a few lively ones, but then, yeah, weddings in Scotland are an entirely different affair to the rest of the planet from what I've heard. So yeah, could well be an interesting one, but no, I would definitely rather be. Although he maybe does feel like he's dodged the bullet, because 6 hours in these conditions is going to be a full test. I really doubt anyone's running their force feedback very high during this race, because there's a lot of kickback from the steering. Alaman having to do a lot of defending at the minute. Malo looking to get himself back inside the top 5 after that tap on the rear. So more Lambo versus Lambo action. Sorry, it's Tatui that I'm on board, but Malo is closing back in. He's found another second on his teammate. Alaman still holding on to 6, and Felipe taking the fastest lap in these conditions, 2 minute 28.4, so equaling Ryan Yee's lap record, in fact beating him by 7 thousandths of a second, separating their fastest lap mix.
Wow.
That is insane. 4.3 miles of soaking wet tarmac, and there is 7 thousandths of a second separating the fastest laps of a Porsche and a McLaren.
Oh my goodness!
That's the puddle.
Bit of wheel spin picked up there from the Lamborghini. And he's going to be making the move on the inside, but is he going to get it stopped in time? That's the question. Oh, there's a bit of contact. The gap was... I'm not sure there was enough space given there to Jimmy. I think he was fully alongside, but I'm not sure. The replay, that's going to be for the stewards. Of course, we do have live stewarding here. The teams are required to report their incidents, and of course they will be reviewed handedly. Just a reminder to the drivers: make sure you report your incidents. And that puddle is absolutely brutal. Yes, that was terrifying.
Oh,
as John made the point earlier, with the traction, having one wheel spinning rapidly and the other wheel being firmly planted on, well, mildly firmly planted on tarmac. It's a recipe for that back end of the Lamborghini to basically turn into a pirouette, and it can happen very, very quickly as well. Yeah, make sure your wheel is straight. Any little turning whatsoever, and your car is going to get launched. But Jimmy, he is showing his talent so far in that Brabham Esports Lamborghini. Rafael Malo behind the Portuguese driver, holding up a bit of a train, in fact. Miladinovic is in that fun sim racing car. And he's neat. He wants to get on the charge. As you were saying, though, Gabriel Felipe with the fastest lap. A bit further up ahead, gaining as well on Zampieri. This is going to be a really close one, as we're almost 15 minutes into this race. These drivers are driving it like there's only 5 minutes left.
Oh, 10th place might be about to lose a position. Mitchell's got a great run through Blanchimont then. Athwal for box 3, recovering from that early incident. Really didn't get the run through Blanchimont that he wanted. Oh no, Mitchell not quite able to get the power planted. He really was in the hunt there. In the background as well, David Hill in the BMW. I know he's carrying a bit of damage. Another car caught up in that early incident, but he is part of SRE, Simply Race Esports. I've seen him drive at several places. And despite that damage, he will still be very quick and competitive, and he is in fact a few tenths quicker than the drivers directly ahead of him. So Dimitri Athwal is going to either have to catch up to Miladinovic or potentially even let one of these drivers through and follow them through in the slipstream. Miladinovic, has to be said, what a performance he's putting in with the damage on the front of that McLaren. Although I'd say, yeah, of course, Rafael Malo will be carrying damage as well because he took a Porsche in the rear and a McLaren in the front, so he is carrying a bit of damage as well. It's just incredibly close again. Just absolutely mind-blowing. It's one of the things, I think people tell me that one of the reasons they enjoy my commentary is because I get so enthusiastically excited. I've tried to do what these people on track are doing. It is so difficult.
Yeah.
You've got to have so much respect. It's the same as playing football. I tried to play football, and the doctors explained to me I've got 2 left feet, so I'm better sticking to golf.
For the Americans, he's talking about soccer.
Oh, it's football. Goodness me.
It is football, but I just gotta clarify. I agree with you, but and Huff. Wes up 6 positions. I think he's up 5 or 6 positions. I thought it was 5, but he might be 6. He's 4.7 seconds off of Andrei Porshikov. Andrei Porshikov is quite the driver to have in front of you as well, especially down that far. So we'll see how long it takes Wes to catch up. Currently, his
O'Brien
laps,
as well.
Yeah, O'Brien as well.
And 14th. Let's not count out O'Brien. He dropped down positions in the opening, and he has made it back as well. I was just about to point out that Tyre Sim Racing esports Lambo is putting in very, very good times. He's actually just got past Porshikov to say it very handily. I'm going to say that was, yeah, there wasn't much in the way of a fight from Porshikov. O'Brien left him absolutely standing through sector number 3, sector number 2. But up at the front, this battle for 8th place still raging on with Rafael Malo, the main protagonist in this one. As you can see, Miladinovic, Athwal, Mitchell, Hill, all right on that rear spoiler, Mike.
Wes Hepburn had a bit of a moment. I think he went off the track. It was just a yellow flag. He managed to regain control, didn't hit anything. He's pushing a little bit too hard, maybe. That gap was down to 4.1 seconds, back up to 5.7 for Wes to Andre. But currently, yes, as we were saying, this battle here, Dimitri Athwal chasing down Miladinovic. Miladinovic has been doing a great job of holding this pack up so far, but Dimitri, does he have a response down the Kemmel straight? He needs to get a good enough exit here. We see the Lamborghini behind using all of the track and some. Heading now towards...
that was Mitchell who went off track there. You can just hear Hill finding that puddle as well. I'm on board with Hill, and you can actually hear the 2 wheels go through that puddle. And as someone that's driven in Scotland, we had Calf's World. Scottish Benz are top tier, we just do it better. Something else we do maybe better is a torrential rain and terrible road infrastructure. So when you get standing water on a Scottish motorway, you really get standing water. And I can tell you, even hitting it at 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, it almost brings the car to a standstill, especially if you've only got one.
Sorry to interrupt, John, but Gilles Alleman is off into the barrier. That battle that was going on for such a long time, and he spun again on the rejoin. Oh no, what's happened here? We can go back and take a look, as this was a very, very important battle here. Gilles was pulling away, in fact, from the Brabham Esport. He was under threat at one point, coming through. No name. He gets... what happened? Did the McLaren check up? I think the McLaren did something that Gilles didn't expect. And Gilles made a mistake. That one was really tough. I have no idea what happened there. But the battle rages on.
I'm just watching that replay myself. Is getting to see. No. Oh. What? Oh no. Oh, that I don't know. I would have to watch that again and again. It looked for all the world on the way into Speaker's Corner. Alaman put his foot on the loud pedal just a millisecond too early, and the whole one wheel on the curb, one wheel on the tarmac. Car spun out. It could be that the McLaren drifted over ever so slightly. I would have to have a proper look at that, but certainly on first inspection, the Lamborghini started moving degrees off course while on that curb, and there was about 6 or 8 feet between himself and the McLaren. So yeah, tough one there. Yeah, I don't know how to call that one. Do not know how to call that one.
Honestly, it might just be chalked up down to a racing incident. But we do see here Patrick Toth on the outside there of Verhulst.
Oh, sorry, I'm Zampiero there, just at the top of Radion. Get hitting that puddle and the car pulling firmly to the right. As we were talking about, if you've got the right-hand back wheel on the curbs and the left-hand back wheel on the tarmac and it's wet, you might spin. If you put the front wheels in, if one wheel, the front right wheel goes into the puddle, that wheel gets pulled to the right, and you can see, I've just seen it there again, Zampiero, at the top of Radion. That puddle is going to cause problems throughout the whole of the race. I can absolutely guarantee it, unfortunately for the drivers. Not quite so unfortunately for us. It's going to make for some interesting fare on screen. But these conditions, Mike, we cannot over it. I mean, we had, was it Zandvoort? The tyres were absolutely cooking. We've had rain before, but these puddles in these conditions really is wreaking havoc with the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say that, we have Brogdon, first-time chatter. Welcome, Brogdon, making the comment, rain. Yes, indeed. It's wet as all can be here at Spa, and the rain is lowering over the next 30 minutes, but it's still going to be raining. These wet tires, we've been informed by our pit lane, what are they called? Reporters, I guess. A guy in chat. Thank you, whoever, I forgot who it was, but thank you, whoever said it. These wet tires can last about 3 hours if you do take care of them properly. So being able to triple stint your tires here when we do...
Felipe, 5th position, overtake.
Yep, we're watching that as it stands here, heading into the bus stop chicane around the outside. And it's actually going to be... He makes it look easy, in fact. Zampieri without a response. Gabriel is just really with a different pace currently. He is on pace, almost dead even on pace with Ryan Yee. He's been slowed down the past few laps as he's been stuck behind Zampieri, but he is, well, 4/10 off the fastest lap. Ryan Yee actually managed to put in a smasher of a lap at some point. Also, welcome, Vadik. It started wet.
It did start well, yeah. NML Racing in the chat. Do I sense a slight British accent? That's a polite way of saying you're really, really thickly Scottish. Yes, a very thick Scottish accent. I do my best to enunciate correctly for everyone. NML gets it straight away. But yeah, definitely a bit of Scottish in there. And confirming as well, NML knows that puddle is brutal. It is. I remember on the PlayStation 5 there used to be a space bump at the bottom of
Whoa!
Eau Rouge.
That Iris McLaren, sorry to interrupt, but that Iris McLaren just about took out 2 different cars. Holy smokes. Outbroke himself by a different postal code, luckily. Let's go back and watch that one again. Oh my goodness, let's get a nice helicam shot as we can actually see the cars coming up this concertina. We see a 2x2 formation, and that Iris McLaren threads the needle. Holy smokes, how did he not make contact with anybody there? Oh.
Incredible driving by him and the drivers around. I feel the car on the inside might have made himself just a bit of a move to avoid it as well, but they kept that between the mayo and the mustard. That is that's incredible to hold on to that there in these conditions.
I don't know how there was no contact.
No.
That is insane. And the Jace Wright on board. Oh, Burakovsky on board. Yeah, and it was a great rejoin too. No, that was very, like, he recognized his mistake and he did everything he could to avoid it, making an error or making another mistake, and he did. Which, massive props there to Oh, man, that's a tough one for me. Manier? Is it like Riley Manier? I don't think it is. Anyways.
Manure, Manure. Minoir. Might need to get Hepburn getting close. He is, yeah. So is Peter O'Brien up to 13th, back up to 13th position. I did say he was a fair chunk quicker than the drivers ahead, much like Wes Hepburn. That's getting mentions in the chat. He too. He's up to 16th, but position for position as charged through the field is being matched by Peter O'Brien. In fact, that's the first time we've seen Brian go back down a position as Manure for Team Iris. And that's, in fact, so that's not even losing the position, of course, because that is going to be track limit violations unless he's massively lifted, and we'll see if he has by the difference between the two cars is to make it into the braking zone for the Kennel Straight. And he did lift, so hopefully he didn't get a track limit penalty. Because in conditions like this, you absolutely do not want to be getting any in-game violations or picking up any extra penalties.
That's what
you really will.
Marker. E29. British driver racing team involved. Interesting.
We've had 7 cars in the pit so far.
They've been in the pits twice, actually, so not the most optimal strategy here, unfortunately, for the Phoenix Racing team. No penalties yet either.
But they are a Phoenix.
They can
so they will rise from the ashes.
Yes, indeed. We'll see them rise as we see Matt, our team, rising a position over Rocky Rocco and the Rockefeller Racing. Did I get that sound down? No.
Oh, Meunier. There we go. Oh, the R with an accent above it is check. Right,
it's really tricky. I actually watched a YouTube video on how to say it, and my conclusion is it's one of those letters that us Americans just really aren't meant to. Our mouths and vocal cords don't move like that.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. That's 100%. It's why, different parts of the world can sound strange when they try and use foreign words. That was
sorry, Jason Provolone skirting almost back onto the track. The stinky cheese man, he's gonna need a new change of pants. What happened? This is a self-inflicted error, actually. Threw poo on, it looks like.
Blanchimont.
Blanchimont, excuse me. Loses the back end.
What?
And
in a straight line.
And goes skirting along on ice. What the heck happened? Mechanical failure?
Yeah, I can't get my head around that. I'm gonna, quickly, let's look back to the race. Quick, there's other stuff. How
John Smith side by side here with Cesar as well. And Toma getting involved. Yeah, I don't think John could say that either. No, that letter, like I say, there's the shortest video that I really could find on how to pronounce that letter was 16 minutes long. So, I think that says a lot about that letter.
I do. I went on YouTube to try and learn how to pronounce a couple of Brazilian names.
Oh yeah?
Wow.
Yeah, they can be tricky, I will say, especially for, I would imagine, someone like you that doesn't have the most Spanish people around them, being on an island in the middle of Europe, or not middle, on the edge of Europe.
Spain's only 850 miles away.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so that's kind of close. I've been there I took a coach trip there once.
Coach?
Woo, that was fun. Coach.
What's a coach?
They do coach trips from Britain to a coach. That's Zampiero.
No, that was Grossart. Grossart down there in P28, losing the back end through No Name and almost collecting Wes Hepburn, who actually just dispatched of Andrei Porshikov. Wes Hepburn up, I think, 8 positions, 7 or 8 positions. Yao? I don't know what language that is. That's the issue.
Zhao.
Zhao?
Yeah, that's Zhao. That's Brazilian.
I'm sure.
Oh,
okay. They're Portuguese?
Or Portuguese, yes. Yes, of course. Portuguese, yeah. Portuguese, yeah. Zhao. I'm sure that is.
Okay. Yeah, see, that's the difference between Portuguese and Spanish is so tricky for me because I feel like, and I know Lizzie in chat is going to be mad at me if I say this wrong. Oh, but anyways, Peter O'Brien, let's save myself from that embarrassment and do what I'm good at here. Peter O'Brien on the inside of David Hill. He doesn't quite get the run on him just yet, but he's going to have to take the outside line into the first corner as that's a very early pit stop as well. 75-minute stint timer.
That's a very early pit stop.
Well, the driver's coming in extremely early. Could be damage related.
It could be strategy related, as they will have to take one short stint, of course, so that might actually work out. 75-minute stint timer. I did the maths on this and I put it in the notes and I was looking for it and I stopped looking for it and now I can't find it. But I'll quickly run some maths, but that maybe now means that they can do the remaining stints, max them out at 75 minutes.
Oh man, Peter O'Brien is all over David Hill. Look at that, weaving left, weaving right, looking for any opportunity, any window he can get, but no, the BMW is making himself as wide as he can be. Oh, big slide there from Peter O'Brien. He's trying to get the switch, or just, like I say, any alternate line he can get. He knows he has the pace there over the 555 Brabham Esports driver, but he just can't get it done. The TYR Sim Racing Esports, he's coming at him like a charging bull in that Lamborghini, but he isn't able to get by just yet. And Lizzie in chat.
No, it would still be a fool ever.
A little confused there. I was just curious. I had a prediction how you would pronounce that Zhao name, but I don't know. I don't want to make a fool of myself.
Oh, we're way past that, Mike. Hey!
Fair enough. Peter O'Brien.
Yeah, I remember you throwing me under the bus last time out. I might be old, but I don't forget.
Hey,
I don't forget.
All's fair in love and war. It's all good.
All's fair in love in the comedy box. It's certainly, hopefully all fair out on track as well.
So far, it's been mostly fair. We've seen a couple incidents here and there caused mostly by self-inflicted errors.
Many penalties.
Did we ever get a consensus on that Jason Provolone spin through this corner right here, by the way?
Oh, sorry. Breathed in there. O'Brien and Hill, they're still going at it. As we're watching there. And Hill's really struggling to get a grip of that back of that BMW every now and then. Munier and Munier. There we go. I'm going to get that one.
Munier.
Yes. I should get that, yeah. He's definitely still lurking in the background. And I've also noticed as well that Rafael Malo is still in the pits, Mike. That is, to say the least, a long pit stop. Marcus Schaber was in for 4 minutes 24 seconds getting damage repaired. So far, Malo's been in for 3 minutes.
We also had De Gennaro come in the pits.
Yes, we did again for the damage, and he was in 2 minutes 26. So that was a lot of damage that he had to get repaired there. The driver had to get repaired. Back out. They are ahead of Malo. Again, the car that made contact with Gennaro, but someone had made contact with Malo and sent them into Gennaro. These two. Oh, Vadik is looking for his onboard.
I completely forgot about it. That's my
apologies.
apologies.
We got distracted by the battles going on. You can throw me under the bus for that one as well.
It's all good because Drew Burakovsky here actually just starting his lap. Heading now on to the Kemmel Straight. His last lap was a 2:32.3. He's running about 5 seconds off the pace there last lap of our leader Ryan Yee. Currently now on to the defensive line, actually taking the wet line, and maybe the tires are getting a bit hot here. I see the rain is, well, not much rain on the dashboard anymore. On the windshield. Be pretty surprised if there's rain on the dashboard. Drew Burakovsky, the leak in his Lamborghini. It wouldn't surprise me, but we have coming now through Brussels, heading towards No Name. So far been nice and tidy. Fastest lap just being set, actually, a 1:27.1. It's going to be the time to beat. I don't think there's any points awarded for fastest lap. There actually might be in this series, but don't quote me on that. If anyone in chat does know, I'd like to know. Coming through Puan now. Little late onto the throttle, but obviously
yes,
it's
there
wet.
is 2 points. Your co-commentator should know that straight away.
Oh, lovely.
But yeah, no, it is. It's actually 2 points that you're awarded for the fastest lap.
So it does matter.
Which at the
here.
moment is what separates Rocket Simsport and RNL Roar at the top of the table.
Yeah, the RNL Roar of David Cesar, though, currently sitting in P23. And what'd you say the other team was? Sorry?
Rocket Simsport.
Yeah, Rocket Simsport's definitely doing a bit better, I think, as it stands. I think of, that's Regan Mitchell? No.
That's the McLaren of... Well, the Lamborghini and Nunes.
Nunes,
sorry.
okay.
That's Rui Nunes. I keep getting confused. I didn't realise. I can't remember what team he used to drive for, or whether it's always in Rocket Simsport. For some reason, I've got him down as driving with a different team. I think if Mike Yao is lurking in the chat, could you let me know what team it was that Rui Nunes used to drive for? It was one of your ones, wasn't it? I'm sure it was. But yeah, if Mike does have me watching. Rocket Simsport, of course, the team principal, Jensen Button. He's spent some time around this track, going ever so slightly quicker than the GT3s are at the moment. Peter O'Brien, 11th place, worth a watch, as he is still trying to find his way past David Hill, one-time teammate of Rui Nunes at SRE Simply Race Esports, which is Mike's one of Mike's other teams, the Simply Race team. So Hill and Nunes used to actually race together. But O'Brien back up to 11th position there, Mike. Wes Hepburn is having himself a great race back up in 14. But as I said, position for position, O'Brien is matching Hepburn's charge, and it looks like he's only a few corners away from putting David Hill in his rear view mirror here.
Also, got to give some massive props here to the French driver of Loïc Meunier. I said it in my head multiple times before saying it. Meunier. The French driver has caught up to this battle here as Peter O'Brien with the pace, but he just really can't dispatch David Hill. David Hill had been driving around here in front of him for the past 3 laps. And what a send from the Iris McLaren. There's a little bit of bumping and banging into the bus stop chicane. Nothing comes of it, though. The traction is held. And that actually is going to lose a bit of time as a result to David Hill. But I think Peter O'Brien has the pace to be able to close that back up rapidly. Heading now into the first corner. And the Iris, I think, has maybe second guessed his overtaking attempts there. After that was a bit of a misjudgment. It was a good attempt, but a little late onto the brakes. Don't think there's any penalty or anything, obviously, coming the way there of Meunier. Meunier. That's a tough one. Also, Jake Wells in chat. Welcome. All Truett as well. And Daniel Versosa wondering how the number 63, the QV Motorsports by Orahack, is doing. Hold on, is that the right one? 63 currently piloted by Patrick Toth, and I was correct with the team name. Look at that. Drew Burakovsky picks up a drive-through penalty, unfortunately, after exceeding track limits one too many times, and we're not even an hour into this race yet.
That is savage. In these conditions, that extra trip into the pits really isn't what you need at any stage in any race, but in these conditions with 5.5 hours still to go, you're going to come back out in traffic. It just creates all kinds of extra problems that you really don't need. There's still some battles right through the field. There's still great battles going on. Andreas Velhurst for the Phoenix Racing team, trying to ascend from the ashes. 17th position. He's got Daniel Good just ahead of him in 17th. He is closing in. 11th place though, Mike, I'm not really sure we can take our eyes off this battle. This is by far and away the closest battle on track. It is for serious points paying positions with teams that are in the hunt for those championship places. And there we go. on the exit to Stavolo. It looks like the Lambo's got it done, Mike.
Indeed, drive-through penalty as well picked up for De Janeiro, but while all of this battle is happening, somehow they are catching Regan Mitchell and Dimitri Ethwal, who are as well battling here. These two must be going at it quite hard to lose that much time that quickly. It's 1.3 seconds separating them as it stands, but as they close up into the braking zone, all of these cars, it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a five-way battle here coming up. Peter O'Brien, though, with a actually terrible exit through the bus stop chicane. He really kind of messed that one up there. Luckily, he holds on. But now on the charge, it's going to be two Jensen Button SRE teams involved here. And the leader of the pack is no longer going to be Peter O'Brien. It is going to be, well, Dimitri Ethwal, who is actually pulling a bit away from Regan Mitchell for now. These two managing to find some ground. These three are inseparable, though. I think any one of them, well, wants to be separated, but they can't. As John always likes to make the point, though, I got to give it, for being such a long track here, 4.3 miles, and these drivers all lapping so tightly within each other, and having the pace that they do here is just absolutely incredible. Just massive hats off and props to all of these drivers out on track. But yeah, go ahead, John. Sorry.
Yeah, Jake Wells in the chat redeeming an on-board lap. Did I see? Yes, it did. Jake Wells, I suck at this. Redeemed a full on-board lap. Didn't say who though. And we've also got drivers being given some
Borchers.
much-needed energy.
He wants Borchers on board.
Oh, Andreas Borchers.
And energy
Not too
being
bad a
thrown
choice.
the way of both me and you as well.
Hey, thank you very much.
Love to see it. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you, Ido.
And yes, all true. You're absolutely right. But we'll do the onboard here for Andy Borchers, who has fallen off the pace, actually, of Ryan Yee. Coming now through the bus stop chicane. He has Nunez not too far behind. Rui is looking quite strong. I think the fastest lap was just set again. Ryan Yee is just driving the wheels off these tires. Of course, track conditions are improving every single lap. These massive hoovers are taking water away every single pass they go by, and the water coming out of the sky looks like it has lessened by quite a bit, and it's going to continue to over the next 30 minutes as it has for the past 30 minutes. By the end of this, I think we will be into a dry session. Don't quote me on that, as it's not even close to flat out through Blanchemont, excuse me, Pouan. Oh my goodness. Eau Rouge Radion. Everything has an in it. What can I say? I'm small-minded sometimes.
It's the Belgian way.
It is.
It's probably got chocolate in it as well. They do love their chocolate in Belgium.
Through Lecombe into Malmedy. Bit of a wobble. Not going to help the pace. And just really struggling for traction. On pace with their delta from the previous lap is Andy Borchers, the 97 into Brussels. A little bit deep on the apex, but you have to be there, as if you get the throttle on those curbs, your car will go barreling around, as we have seen in this race already. Through No Name, once again a bit of a wobble. Rui Nunez, though, falling behind a bit from this lap. 5/10 have been lost from one lap alone. The number 22 car with a 27.9 last lap. Andy Borchers with a 28.3, but now Andy has managed to find that pace back as we head towards the pit path. Wow.
Oh, Jake Wells. Mike, I tell you what, if you turn around, mate, I'll pull that dagger out from between your shoulder blades there, mate. It looks like Jake is he's popped up one in absolutely deeply there. That was right in fact. We might need surgery to get that one out. That one, I'd imagine that cut pretty deep, Mike.
Well, there's no more onboard lap for Andy Borchers at this point. That has been expelled. We're going to tune into this battle now. Regan Mitchell, Peter O'Brien, and Dimitri Ethwal all involved. Jake Wells has also lost chatting. No, he hasn't lost chatting privileges. He's just lost any respect.
On the naughty step, Mike. That's it. Somebody put him in. I shouldn't laugh, but that was pretty good. That might fix your time.
Obviously. It's Lamborghini on Lamborghini action. The Italians going strong. Well, they're German. Once again, I always get the German engines, but they are styled by the Italians, as you can see, especially from the Peter O'Brien livery. A little bit of contact, and he's going to stick with it on the inside. That's going to be turned to the outside for turn 1, though. And I do want to take a look at this livery at some point, but it's kind of hard to when these guys don't decide to, well, stop battling. Heading down the hill once again. Lap 17 complete. Now we're going to take a look, of course, right at the highest elevation change, so the camera is going to get all sorts of messed up as we go through the Eau Rouge Radillon complex.
Felipe getting his penalty. Sorry, I must have missed that. Felipe getting 15 seconds for potentially that contact earlier. And not only that, O'Brien
is picking up penalties as we are watching him go side by side here.
Yeah, might pick up a position here as well. Can he get it done through the Melmody complex? No, he cannot. Mitchell battling for all he's worth to hold on to that position. And Meunier still patiently lurking in the background. I keep saying this, I've said it a couple of times today already. It's often the third driver in the equation that is the best position. The two ahead go side by side, and that then lets the car. And we've seen Meunier as well. He was much further up the field until he missed his brakes, as Mike said, by an entire postal code. So he ended up dropping down. So it does have a bit of pace on these two drivers. So difficult to get an overtake done here in these conditions, and that's what he's looking to do. Whoa! And the Lamborghini having a big look up the inside there, Mike. That could have went all kinds of wrong in the wet.
That's insane. I don't know how he... Yeah, that was a very bold move to go for. Could have picked up another 10-second penalty heading into the pit paths, but he decides better of that decision. We also have Wes Hepburn battling with Gilles Alleman. I feel like he had dispatched of Gilles Alleman at one point, but Gilles is now ahead, so I'm not sure if that position has changed again, but Wes Hepburn on the charge, 14th position for him. He started in P5, and after that lap 1 incident where he ended up around in... I think it was the 5th, it was in Lacombe in Malmedy. He ended up facing the incorrect direction, rejoining, and he has been on a head-down charge ever since. Currently P14, as I said, and he's looking to make up some more ground. And the field is spread. That was due to the lap 1 incident, to be honest. The field spread beneath these guys, I think because of all of the pit stops. Once their pace all comes into form, we will see these guys have a bit more battles come a little bit later in the race. Wes Hepburn, though, dispatching, I think, here of Gilles Alleman in the first corner. It should not quite be done just yet. Also missed a couple follows. Thank you guys for the follows. Matteo, thank you for the follow. We also have, is it Backelman? Backelman for the follow, and Snafu. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hope everyone's enjoying this incredible action out on track. Patrick Toth, he is sliding on, he's drifting. He's found the wrong way. What has happened to Patrick Toth, the QV Motorsport by Orahack? And the Hungarian driver? As it's too much throttle on the curve. That was a very... Once again, losing it in a straight line. Not... must be... I don't know what's going on there. Some oil down on track or something. And energy being thrown the way there of Wes Hepburn. He's going to need it. He's got plenty of positions to make up. And as I said before, he is probably pretty unhappy with lap 1. So, yeah, he's going to be... looking to get back to where he started and some, I would imagine. Of course, Wes Hepburn with extreme pace, and he's showing it. 2:29 last lap. I will say it's not quite representative of his pace. Might have had a little bit of an error. His fastest lap's 28.3.
Yeah, Yeah, still good solid pace being shown through. Jake, I think might hates me. Are you racing today? Is this? Yep, Jake is racing today, isn't he?
I think so. Eric,
Oh, right, okay, no, Jake isn't.
I don't think that's true. Is that true? I doubt that's true. Drive-through penalty for Gilles. He's going to serve it right away.
Oh, track limits.
No, not true. I didn't think so. Jake spreading false information, as always. Jake with his disinformation campaign. We also have some side-by-side battling here for back in P26, De Gennaro and Grossart. Grossart, I think, had a couple spins so far.
De Janeiro, of course, started in the top 5, got taken out in the final chicane. Back out the pits, but I don't think the damage repair has been full damage repair. I think they might have just ripped off the bits and pieces that were dented and damaged, and it's really compromised because the pace. Although in saying that, yeah, the Phoenix car as well is very quick. So these two cars both got pace for top 15, if not top 10, finding themselves battling it down in 26th position. Sorry, bear with me 2 seconds, Mike.
Yeah, no worries. Battle for the podium here for Gabriel Felipe and Rui Nunez going at it here coming up as we see it. We also, what was I had a thought in my mind that just, I've lost it. But anyways, full onboard lap being redeemed. Also a hydrate being thrown the way to Forzy, not a bad idea. Stay hydrated, chat. A Wes Hepburn on board? We'll pick up a Wes Hepburn on board when he gets a little bit closer to David Hill. How about that? Get a nice, exciting one going. As he's currently about 1.5 seconds. He will gain pretty quick. I do want to keep an eye on this Felipe battle, though, as Felipe is showing quite rapid pace, and he has throughout this entirety. Fastest laps are actually dead even. That's incredible. Holy smokes. Rui Nunez and Gabriel Felipe, both of their fastest laps are a 2:27.492. Dead similar fastest laps over 4.3 miles, 7 kilometers here at Spa-Francorchamps, and their times are identical down to the 10,000th of a second. That is otherworldly, genuinely. Gabriel Felipe trying to get the job done, but it's hard when somebody is equally, literally exactly as fast as you. We also have, what happened here? Regan Mitchell dropped down a couple positions, must have made an error into the bus stop chicane as it allows Meunier through, as well as Peter O'Brien. Apologies, Loic, which I also think I'm pronouncing your first name wrong too, but Loic Meunier, the French driver, I apologize for mispronouncing your name. But the full onboard lap, like I say, for Wes Hepburn, we can pick that up now here. As Burnsy, good old Burnsy in the Box 3 Esports, the Canadian, heading now up Eau Rouge Radion, massive lift into it. Now heading on to the Kemmel Straight, looking for that puddle. Puddle has gone away a bit, actually quite flat through there and not much wheel spin. ABS up to 3, engine map 5 for the Lamborghini. And lateral traction control 3, and then I think the other initial traction control is 0. So I think 0 TC1 and 3 TC2. Could be wrong, but let me know how that works. Yeah. Jake is the title sponsor of Trackalicious. Actually, that is Sargento Cheese. Jason Provolone holds that title. I suck at this, otherwise aka Jake Wells is a close third, though. Who is second? The world may never know.
Keeping your cards close to your chest. I like it, I like it. I was just waiting to chime back in there. Hepburn, still on the charge as we're seeing. He is up to 13th position. Mitchell is in 11th, and Peter O'Brien in the Tire Sim Racing Esports Lambo. 10-second penalty, but up to 9th position, and very handily chasing down Dimitri Athwal. As you saw one of the other drivers drop down Meunier, now with no one separating him from O'Brien, so the battle in the top 10 just moving further and further and further up the field, and coming into the final corner. Athwal looks like he's going to get it done through the final chicane. No, sorry, O'Brien. Oh no, he's not. Oh no, the Porsche does make it through and survive. So the Porsche going to hang on to 8th place. As we're still watching Hepburn and the Hill. A phenomenal battle going on here, Mike, and it looks like the overtake's done and dusted. Oh no.
Hepburn's behind.
Well, the source, it looked good for Hepburn, but Hill coming straight back at him.
Yeah, that's the first. Oh, but there's the switchback as Hill is too deep into the corner. Wes Hepburn, after all that work, he finally gets it done. Set him up for a lap. Got a good read on the situation and makes it look like clockwork there. Wes Hepburn, next target. Regan Mitchell, about 4 seconds up the road. But yes, Peter O'Brien still battling here with Dimitri Athwal. I want to take a look. Now's a good time to take a look at this Lamborghini livery because holy smokes. Now this is a livery. The Lamborghini liveries in this race tonight are absolutely just superb. Of course, we also have the other Lamborghini. Where are they currently, or who's behind the wheel? Is it Verhulst? I think Verhulst is behind the wheel of the other one. We'll take a look at that one as well. Oops. Nope, that is McLaren. Need to find out who's behind the wheel of the other Lamborghini that I'm talking about. But anyways, excellent, excellent livery there. Homa? No.
It's definitely a special kind of talent. They can make these liveries. 8th place.
Oh, it's actually Nicholas. Nicholas is the livery maker out there on track. An 8th place battle happening, though. We'll take a look at that.
Oh, close once again. They've avoided contact once again. Athwal, O'Brien and Meunier. Of course, there was another car involved there not so long ago. Now, not so much in the battle. All going off. I'm 30 weeks pregnant today, so I just spotted that in the chat. 3D ultrasound last night. Wow, 3D ultrasound.
Is that like when you get a look inside the stomach and you get to see the weird thing that doesn't look like a person, but they're always like, "Oh, look, it's a person! Look how cute!" I'm 23, everybody, for reference, just in case anyone's curious.
Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah. And I was also about to say, just to age myself even more, things have changed slightly since I had my daughter 26 years ago. Also, there was definitely no 3D ultrasounds back then.
Peter O'Brien into the pits. P10 now, or P8 now lost all the way down. He picked up a drive-through penalty. And Jake, did you miss your Burnsy onboard? Not only did you miss your Burnsy onboard, you missed him overtaking David Hill as well. So, yes, you did.
Can I whip some sense into this young'un? Edo, I can only try. I can only try. So there we go. The young ones getting a bit of stick. But that's okay.
I still just don't know what I'm looking at when I see those ultrasound things. They're just like, there's nothing there,
It does look like it's about to attack the Enterprise.
It really is straight out of Alien. Like, no offense, Atomic. No offense. I mean, you know, Wes Hepburn, I will say,
Why, has Atomic Beauty shaved her head? Have you gone to full Sigourney Weaver and shaved your head? Is that what you mean by...
I think what I mean by that is Wes Hepburn's a bit of an alien, and he's proved it himself, so I think those genes might pass on strong. That's all.
Ah! I see what you did there.
You see what I did? Thank you. As he is now chasing down Regan Mitchell. He was 4 seconds behind and is already behind Regan Mitchell on the next lap, which really just shows the true pace there.
John's laugh is infectious. You can get tablets from the doctor to help. So speak to your local physician, get yourself immunised now. Because, yeah, I'm a huge Batman fan, so you could end up with a big Joker smile. You know, yeah. That was really showing my age. There is no Batman. But let's watch more action up at the front. Gabriel Felipe up in 4th place, Mike.
Yeah, as it stands, hold on, I want to keep an eye on this West Hepburn battle for now.
Okay,
I'll
keep an eye on this battle in 3rd down.
You don't have picture-in-picture on, just so you know.
Yes, but I'll keep an eye on the battle anyway. Yeah,
awesome,
it was far too stuttery. I don't know what's going on with Discord, but it's not my friend.
Oh, whoa! What the? Regan Mitchell? What are you doing? What just happened? We need to go back and see that again. Regan Mitchell with an... What? We gotta watch the onboard here. What happened? Was there a stall? It looked like the car stalled or something. As the traction control, you can see, is on TC8. What? TC cutoff. I don't fully understand what just happened. Regan Mitchell, though, gets overtaken by Wes Hepburn. That's all I know.
Complete loss of power. The car stayed in gear, so it's not like he accidentally put it into neutral, but the car just massively bogged down on him.
Yeah.
I watched that from on board as well, and it just sounded like the power was drained from the car.
It sounded like he didn't hit the throttle, like, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the power just wasn't there. We did just catch a glimpse there of Meunier getting by Athwal finally. Also a bit further behind, we have Porshikov trying to dispatch of Regan Mitchell now. Regan Mitchell, after that weird moment, he's trying to look to join his teammate down there, his fellow Jensen Button SRE teammate of David Hill. Burnsy killed his car with mind tricks. He used his psionic powers to go in and take control of the gearbox there, or something along those lines. Nonetheless, Porshikov side by side into Pip Paff. Looks like it's going to be a fairly easy overtake, which is extremely... It looks easy, but let me tell you, it's not easy. And these wet conditions on the outside there of Pip Paff is absolutely insane to keep that traction. Respect massively from both drivers shown to each other, and now David Hill has to overtake his teammate of Regan Mitchell. Regan Mitchell definitely suffering with some sort of problem. He's ginger, so he sucked the soul out of the car. That is hilarious.
I'm ginger.
Holy penalties. I mean, I'm half ginger. I have a ginger beard.
Yeah, I've got a full Scottish beard. My daughter tells me this ginger, this Scottish isn't a colour, but if you look at my chin, I can assure you it is.
Look at these penalties. We're seeing loads of penalties picked up here. And did we just see one get cleared? I'm not sure. Anyways, Peter O'Brien, 10 seconds. We have Nicholas... Klitsch, thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't even know where to begin with that one, to be honest. Klitsch in P19. Apologies, Nicholas. Nicholas, the maker of this incredible gold dust livery as well for the Fine Stab Esports. The Intelligent Money.
Very nice.
And yeah, that was the livery that I was praising earlier. And this little symbol right here coming true, unfortunately, for a fellow Lamborghini driver. Only for a moment we saw, though, that check engine light coming on it. At least it seemed for that driver, the SRE driver of Regan Mitchell. Thank you. Escape me for a second. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud, Ginger. It's not like it was a choice.
He's a full ginger. Is that what we're saying?
I have a full ginger beard, but my hair isn't red. Bony.
I mean, you think that, Bony. Atomic Beauty laying the smack down and she's 30 weeks pregnant, so I'm not going to disagree. You're 100% correct, Atomic Beauty. Please don't throw things at me.
Like any burnt sausages or anything along that line. Gabriel Felipe, though, on the charge with Rui Nunez. 15 seconds, though, to serve at his pit stop. We are approaching the pit window. Well, it's 75 minutes, not 65 minutes. Excuse me. We got a little bit more time to the pit window.
I would do, yeah, O'Brien in. And Dries Hulst. Goodness me, you passed on to me, Mike. That's it, I'm blaming you. In the Phoenix team back in the pits as well. O'Brien in for tyre sim racing. Instantly dropped down to 19th. So someone was saying this field pretty spread out. We've just seen O'Brien coming into pits from 11th and instantly down into 22nd position. As we see Brabham Esports. They've only got one car in the race at the moment, and it is Jamie Tatui that is driving it, and he's bringing it into the pits from the top 6. Zampiero will break away. Rui Nunez is still trying to keep up. Or in fact, doing a much better job now. I've said that, sorry. Felipe was all over the back of second. Sorry, he was all over the back of third. Of course, third in the pits. He's now up to third. Rui Nunez has closed that gap again. Back down to 0.6 of a second, separating third and fourth. Coming to the end of the stint. And 19th and 20th as well is where Mike is looking. And I would know that if I looked up at the screen he's kindly providing. They are very, very, very close as well, Mike. So towards the end of the stint, Mitchell in the pits as well. So we're seeing a lot of teams coming into the pits, and you're right, that is slight. Oh no, sorry. Tatui was 1 hour and 2 minutes. Oh yes, so that is. He still has another 13 minutes to go.
I wonder. The stint timer hasn't changed. I don't think. I'm pretty sure
75 minutes still. Yes.
I'm just everybody maybe thinking it's 65. I don't know. But yeah, it's 75-minute stint timer, and I'm surprised the drivers aren't taking full advantage of that, especially in these wet conditions. The overcut seems like it would be the optimal strategy by quite a bit, in my opinion. But I'm not driving on the track. If I was, I would be extremely slow compared to these guys. So I'll let them make the strategic decisions. Also, do you watch GT racing, like real-life GT racing, John?
Not as often as I would like to know.
Okay, fair enough, because I've noticed you saying Zampiero. It's Zampieri for this one. Zampiero is an actual real-life... Yeah, that is a real-life GT driver, and I made that mistake a couple times reading it, because it's Giampiero Alessandro. No, it's Alessandro Piero. Anyway, Giampiero is a GT driver. I know that. But yeah, Zampieri in 5th position as it stands. The Italian driver. The Italian
Would you like
stallion.
to know a little trick, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay, so go and jump onto helmet cam with the driver you're currently on.
Nope, not helicam. Helmet cam. Oh
helmet
my.
Cam. So we can see the race. No, that's dash cam.
No, that's helmet cam.
Oh no. Okay, for the front. That was looking. Okay, yes, that's perfect. Okay, so if you push Alt, the Alt key, and then push D, and then push D again.
Whoa.
That changes the race logic screen. So there you go. That's how long he's been out on track for. 1 hour and 5 minutes. So
that's
there's
really
the driver's
cool.
stint timers.
I had no idea about this.
Sorry, I can't believe I've not told you that before. My apologies, but yeah, so Alt D, that changes the onboard race logic timer, so you can see how long drivers have been out on track for things like that, yeah.
And you can see how much remaining time is left in their stint right there. 9 minutes, 32 seconds remaining in the stint. Yep. That's awesome.
So confirmation, definitely 75-minute stint timers. That's how yeah. Got that bit of information. So yeah, handy bit of information as well if you're spying on other teams while you're racing. Anyone in the race can do it. You can jump on board with any car and you can sneak a little look at their stint time to see what the other teams are doing. So yeah.
Another way that you can do that as well is !pitwall in chat if anyone is interested, where you can watch the stream live on Pitwall. As well, watch the race unfold with data in front of your eyes. It's absolutely incredible, the service that Pitwalls offer, and they have now branched off to iRacing, so big shout out to them for that. That's absolutely awesome. They just came out with it this week, the iRacing Pitwall. So for anyone that is interested in that, there you go. It is available. As well, pinned in the chat up at the top. But yeah, this battle here, Gabriel Felipe, Andy Borchers. Looks like it's going to come to an end extremely quickly because Andy Borchers in the pits to serve his pit stop. Interesting. That is very surprising, John. It's like I say, I would have expected the overcut to be the way to go in these conditions, but these drivers clearly not agreeing with that.
Yeah, I think what it is as well, and when you're finally managing your strategy, everything gets taken into consideration by the higher echelons. And one thing that they take into consideration is the average running weight of the car, which means keeping the least amount of fuel possible for each stint over the stints, so that you don't have, say, the car with 130 litres for a few stints and then only 80 litres for one stint. So what they'll try and do sometimes is even out, so the car is carrying an even amount of fuel for each of the stints to thereby keep the average weight of the car down over the race to extract even more lap times. So it could well be that the 1 hour 5, 1 hour 6, 1 hour 7 mark is the optimal amount of fuel that we're seeing for the drivers, because certainly as long as they sneak over the hour mark, it will reduce the amount of time they spend on track in the last stint. But again, when you've got that extra 15 minutes over the hour, if you do even 2 stints at the full 1 hour and 15 minutes, you're then looking at a half-hour stint at the end of the race. In fact, if you do 4 full stints, Mike, that's almost your extra hour covered.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so that it's a balance to me between average weight of the car and then, yeah, max out those stints if you can, and maybe even save yourself that cheeky little pit stop at the end, because you're going to be in the pit 4 times. If you can do an hour and 15 minutes 4 times, that's 5 hours. That's one of your stops gone.
Yeah, and you need to minimize your stops here at Spa-Francorchamps. Spa-Francorchamps has the longest pit lane by quite a margin here in ACC. But because of the length of the lap, it's actually one of the most forgiving pit stops. Really?
So you only lose 68% of your lap here.
But you're still losing the overall time, though. So...
yes, but at Brands Hatch, you lose 77% of your lap.
That's tricky maths. You want to minimize your pit stops. That's the...
You do want to minimize your pit stops, you do.
That's the general rule of thumb.
It is, yeah, but definitely I do. When I found that one out, someone, a commentator, Jessica Bell, she's one of the best absolutely out there. But yeah, she was educating me in days about the difference in pit lanes, and it is so easy because it is disgustingly long. The pit lane at Spa, there is absolutely no denying that. But when you compare the length of the pit lane to the actual length of the track, it's not actually that detrimental. I mean, Laguna Seca, you lose 72% of your lap. Spa, you lose 69%. Zolder, one of the shortest tracks on the planet, you lose 77% of your lap. You lose more of your lap at Zolder by coming into pits than you do at Spa.
Wow.
That
is fascinating.
Yeah. Laguna Seca, again, you lose more time there. Barcelona's only just better. Sorry, Brands Hatch, 68%, so it is slightly better. Misano is worse, 70% of your lap is lost there at Spa. So Spa is detrimental, but it's actually not as bad as some drivers. But it is good to have that fear of it, though, Mike. As long as drivers tell themselves that and stay out of the pits, definitely a good thing. But again, it's not quite as... I was thinking, sorry, I got totally turned. Jake Wells types this up. Can we get a full onboard lap of Mike Noz and John, insert last name? Yeah, there's a variety of names you can pop in there, Jake. I've been called them all in my time, so yeah, just fill your boots, whatever you want.
Well, if Jake was actually somewhat observant, he would have noticed in the bottom left-hand corner, I was really hoping it would cue to it there. Eventually, in the bottom left-hand corner, you will see it's John Wright as... his little sponsor. Oh, I was hoping it was the next one again. It'll pop up in the bottom left, I promise. It'll be there
Welcome
eventually.
Welcome to live TV, folks.
Yes, it definitely... There! No, that's Jeremy Engelman. Anyways...
Where sometimes, most of the time, potentially, things might just work out all the time.
Yep, more or less. There, it says double or even commentary. I'm even wrong.
Double or even. There we go. But yes, John Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. There is a J Wright in the race. I can confirm I'm nowhere near his pace. That is why he is behind the steering wheel and he's behind the microphone.
Jace Wright, the J Wright in this game actually is behind a controller as well, not behind a steering wheel, interestingly. Jace Wright, the controller king.
Yeah, no, not having this anymore. Sorry, Kim. Honestly, you told me this the last race. I must have mentally blocked out. I'll need to speak to my therapist about doing a better job at blocking that out. On a joypad. I've got a direct drive steering wheel and I'm still absolutely disastrous. So, I thought right was for Jace right when Eric said energy nods. Right. Ah, okay, yeah, no. That is myself. John, right, and we've got Ryan Yee, race leader, fastest car on the track, and he's popped himself into the pits, Mike, and I think he agrees with us. 1 hour 11. One of the longest, in fact, the rest of the teams are following suit. Felipe's been out for 1 hour and 12, Nunes did 1 hour and 11, and Zampieri 1 hour and 12 and still going. So we are starting to see an extension of the stint timers, and you know what else we're seeing an extension of, Mike?
I'm seeing an extension of chat right now, and chat is getting off the rails in saying that I don't acknowledge them.
These young ones are so self-entitled to call me beauty, I know.
Actually offended because I think my chat interaction is pretty good, but thank you. Jake, of course,
phenomenal.
Maybe would have noticed that if you'd read. Yeah, but Jake, that's okay. We accept it because you're a little bit slow, so it's okay. Of course, I'm slow on track. Jake, a little bit slow otherwise. It's okay, though. We don't judge you for that.
Yeah, actually, Mike, were you not saying to me before the broadcast that you were going to be giving Jake more lessons in how to drive, just to speed him up a bit?
That was actually behind this. I was hoping you didn't mention that on stream, but...
Oh, was that... okay. Oh,
yes, sorry. But
that's confidential. Sorry,
Jake.
Jake.
Yes, Jake is actually one of my main proteges, and yeah, he's not been doing a great job lately. It's kind of why I haven't wanted to say it, but yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, you don't want to be too discouraging, do you? You want to keep the enthusiasm. I understand that from you, Mike. You're such wisdom for someone of your years. That is absolutely astounding.
I do what I can.
We've not seen cars in the wall. Indeed. Oh, it's good stuff. I'm surprised we've not seen many more cars in. Of cars into the pits. Gabriel Felipe is going to be there for an extra 15 seconds. Zampieri could well find himself ahead. Jeff Spangler for the Madhouse Racing team in the McLaren will retake the lead of the race. He's got Ryan Woodrow out behind the wheel of the Rocket Simsport car. He's out to take a stint. Quinn Smith out for Trackalicious, and Lucas Lichten out for Team Iris. David Cesar, Mike, more used to where we're seeing him at the minute. Does have the pit stops to take, but the RNL Roar car back up to 7th position.
Wow.
After a ropey start. They've got a pit stop to take pretty soon, but certainly, definitely not to be counted out from this race in any way, shape or form, despite this rocky start. When you've got pace and you've got talent in a team, it will come through, especially over the longer race, as we see an absolute avalanche. Daniel Good coming in for Madhouse Racing. MSR Esports have got Gilles Alleman in the pits. Foundstaub Esports have got Nicholas Klitsch in the pits as well. Patrick Toth is in for QV Motorsports, and Drew Burakovsky for the Fuchsia Competition Esports Lambo into the pits as well. Emmanuel Imputato. Yep, I practiced that one.
Yeah, I
for
was
the
going
Phoenix
to say,
Racing
that
team.
sounded really good, actually.
Contrary to popular belief, I can actually read. So yeah, I do have the...
Must be nice, I can. I just see the action that's unfolding in front of us. That's what I see here. David Cesar chasing down Lucas Lichten in the Team Iris. I think these drivers, both of them, a little bit of lock up there into the final corner. Needs to be careful as Toma behind coming in and going towards the pits on an alternate line there. We see Zampieri out of the pits in front of them as well. So everybody now getting back to their rightful positions. Everybody mostly has made, actually everybody at this point, has made one mandatory pit stop at the very least. Of course, many more to come. Side by side, down the hill we go though. Lucas Lichten, after making a bit of an error on the exit there of the first corner, David Cesar is going to be trying to make this dream become a reality. He has to back out though before the Eau Rouge Radion complex, otherwise disaster would unfold. 2 doesn't go into 1 in that corner. And luckily, David Cesar, he recognizes that, not wanting to do anything too ridiculous this early on. He's going to just have to wait. Back in the 40s, when John was in grade school, they didn't teach language to kids in Britain. Wow. I can see that. Wow. John, are you... As I see there's some burnt sausages in chat, I think we need to take John off the skillet. He's getting a little bit roasted right now.
I know, eh? Honestly, Blaine, if only you could drive as quick as your humour was, you would be competitive. I'm looking. Oh, Nosson from 5th. We're watching that one. I just caught that on the screen as well. I was trying to throw Blaine back under the bus there, but Nosson in 5th. He's thrown himself under the bus there, Mike. That is driver error 100%. Nobody any place near him on the way to campus into Stavolo.
Wow! And he kills the car, too, on top of it. Violent spin. Tank slapper. Sends him off. He doesn't lose a position, luckily. Or did he? No, he didn't. He did not lose a position. Gabriel Felipe is catching up now with Quinn Smith. Gabriel Felipe in 4th position now after having to serve that penalty. Gabriel Felipe, number 66 car, was given a penalty for a lap 2 incident causing a collision. Rear-ended the number 62 car, who crashed into the 501. 15-second time penalty was the result for that. Massive thanks to our live stewarding here and the ability to view the penalty viewer sheet. You see all of the penalties happening. As I switched off the side-by-side battle, Ryan Walker goes side-by-side with Juan Kairos and dispatches him quite swiftly. The Madhouse Racing is through the Canadian. Makes it look easy there in the 817. Currently down in P15. The other Madhouse Racing, Jeff Spangler, is leading our race currently. 2:27 is the fastest lap. 2:27.1 from Jeff Spangler here. He comes now back through Sector 3. Battles on track are a little bit slowing down in terms of what's going on. We actually saw David Cesar in the pits and then a disconnect. Did David Cesar just disconnect?
No, he's in the pit still.
Oh, I just didn't see his name. My bad. There he is.
Yeah, he's in the pits. Brian Knappen. I remembered. Is that right? Brian Knappen?
Knappen, yes.
Yes, there we go. He is out. And they're back out. And I was talking earlier about the tyre sim racing Lamborghini that was making great progress through the field. They were matching Hepburn blow for blow at the minute, though. After that, wow, sideways. That's control in the Lamborghini. Brian Knappen back out, 7th position. They're now in, Mike. Freshly out the pits as well. So this isn't a pit stop winding the pit stops winding themselves round. He has got the car back up to 7th position. So the Box 3 eSports car absolutely flying in these conditions, but it's going to be put to the test soon because there is going to be an increase in the amount of precipitation falling from the skies. So we can expect increased puddle density and decreased amounts of grip, as it is 5:30 p.m. as well. So it's going to be getting ever so slightly darker as well, just to make it that bit more interesting for ourselves, if not the drivers. Quinn Smith, it's certainly an interesting battle for him at the minute. I'm just keeping an eye on himself and Gabriel Felipe. Despite the penalty, Felipe still got the Vacuum Racing team up into 4th place, and he has got a firm grasp on the back of Quinn Smith as well. And that is Jason Pooley that we're on board with at the moment, of course, taking over for David Hill. And it looks like he is giving Sherrard a good old chase there. And these two cars, Mike, were battling before the pit stops as well. Yeah, a little bit of infighting here for the team. No love lost, of course, and no team orders, that's for sure. Christian Sherrard going to be on the defense here from Jason Pooley.
Coming out into the bus stop. We're going to be heading into T1. Is he going to have a good enough run? It's not a great exit there for the 555. And Pooley, not sure if he's actually trying to fight this too hard or not, if he's just content staying behind Christian Sherrard. Of course, Christian Sherrard was handed that car over to as well. Christian, his teammate is it P12? My bad. I was looking at the wrong team. I've lost it. Where'd he go? Oh no. Very professional. Kula and Regan Mitchell. Mitchell was driving, of course, handing the car over there. Regan Mitchell suffering a little bit of a weird technical error in their stint, but back at it. We also have Marcus in chat. Unfortunately, not able to get the driver swap working correctly, so Nicholas has to go for another stint there in the Feinstaub esports team. Gotta get that, make sure they change drivers properly. I know, it always happens. It gotta happen to somebody. Incorrectly selecting or whatever error happened. Could just be a game issue as well. ACC. A game that theoretically is designed for driver swaps, sometimes not the greatest at execution. But we love the game nonetheless.
The internet is a strange, crazy place that works when it wants to. I mean, it's all based on 1970s technology in the basement of American universities. So, yeah, considering some of the wiring this stuff still runs on, then it's not bad that we'll actually get anything out of it at all. Drive-through for track. Another drive-through, Mike. We're an hour and a half in. And that is 3 so far. Usually you start seeing drive-throughs towards the last half of an endurance race. Unless it is Mazzano, because yeah, even I know how to push the track limits around there. Yeah, but certainly, yeah, it's early doors to be picking them up around this track in this challenge. Sorry, I'm just having a look through the field to see as well some of the timing differences, and it's still for me Gabriel Felipe on a charge. And just to answer Mike, a bit of a shameless plug as well. If you want to see just how bad I am behind the microphone, Jake and the gang, you can go onto my channel, Double O Raven, and I do some racing on there occasionally. You can see me being thrown about by a Ferrari 296 around Watkins Glen most recently. Obviously it is purely for fun because I stick to the company for a very good reason. But yeah, no, if you do want to see me doing onboards at Mazzano, then yeah, jump onto my Twitch channel and you can see some yeah, some reasons why I commentate. You
get a little bit less, a less professional John as well. You get to see John.
Slightly less professional. It's an over 18s, yes. Yeah. There is language befitting a Scotsman. Not the professional John Wright before you, but very much a Scottish Double O Raven. So be warned.
And the game was designed without swaps and it was added later? Why? Oh, okay. I know that's not a question that you guys can answer, but ACC, come on. Oh, there are some questionable choices made by the development team sometimes, but once again, this is probably the best game out there in terms of sim driving, I would say. At least in my opinion.
Of course, everyone, update, it's definitely up there.
Yeah, everybody has their own humble opinion, and that is okay. In my opinion, though, ACC, the game I love mostly, just the best feel.
Yeah, everyone has their opinion, and it's okay to be wrong. ACC is the best. Racing. Yeah, no, definitely, since the 1.9 update, I would have to say, as a mediocre level driver, at best, Racing for me was definitely one of the easiest ones to just pick up and play, but certainly since the 1.9 update, the improvement in ACC has been, yeah, just absolutely incredible. The way you can now take a Ferrari over curbs, like it's an actual race car going over curbs, has been a massive help to that. And the McLaren, oh, listen to that puddle from Felipe again.
As there's a back marker, back marker approaching. Whoa!
Yeah,
that's very aggressive.
Well, that's
defense,
actually De Janeiro.
Yeah, De Janeiro's teammate of Chromix, yes.
Oh, his teammate, yes. So they should be fighting up with these drivers for this battle for third position. This third and fourth has just gone past. So realistically speaking, they should be battling right in about that area. And that is massively unfortunate that they find themselves so far down the order at the minute. Ricardo Sabian, Jeremy Mercer for Tyre Sim Racing as well. One of the cars we saw making a charge through the field after that penalty, back down in 20th position for Mercer and the Tyre Sim Racing. They've got 4.5 hours to make back places. We've seen them in the first stint make back places. They've got a long way to do so. They've obviously got one Grossart coming in to serve that penalty. But still, the podium battle rages on. Not at the front, Jeff Spangler, Madhouse Racing have got themselves a 27-second gap. No such gap for Quinn Smith and Gabriel Felipe. These two right on top of one another. With only 1.6 seconds up to Ryan Woodrow, the Rocket Sim Sport driver. Putting in some very quick laps, but Smith and Felipe just a little bit quicker in the background. So he really is going to need to nail these next few laps and hope that Smith and Felipe continue their battle, as the three of them are all in the final chicane at exactly the same time there. So they're just coming towards Les Sources. We've got the race leader already on the Kemmel Straight. Mark's FS in the chat, very good job from every driver far. Keep up this work, guys. Indeed. Cannot agree more. Again, as someone that knows how difficult it is to drive this game, these conditions. And Felipe, that's a couple of times now we've seen him off the drier line, so he'll be praying that that rain comes back heavier. He's clearly looking for the wet line to cool his tyres down in phases, although just as I say that, he doesn't do it along the Kemmel Straight, but he definitely did it down towards Eau Rouge there.
He needs to be
and
careful.
That's opened up a bit of a gap.
As he's been pushing quite hard. He actually pushed the track limit penalty, or track limits there through the Eau Rouge Radillon complex, and I don't think that's the first time he's done that. He needs to keep an eye on the drive-through, or the amount of off-tracks. Of course, the off-tracks are not per driver. They are per car. So when you hand the car over to your teammate, if you picked up 3 drive-through penalties and your teammate makes 1 mistake, that is if you picked up 3 track limits penalties, and you make 1 more track limits penalty, you will be rewarded with a drive-through. So, need to be very careful. Gabriel Felipe, when he goes to hand the car over to his teammate Renato Dornales, the fellow Brazilian, definitely want to keep an eye on. Quinn Smith, though, has found the back of Ryan Woodrow, and one thing Jeff Spangler, as John was saying earlier, 27-second gap, but that is not anything to count out, as in race 1. Or in race 2, John made the comment. Eric, I think, came in at one point saying the gaps are a bit spread out. But no. In endurance racing, anything can happen, and it normally does. Of course, the last race was decided within 10 seconds between the top 3 after 6 hours. So currently, yes, there is a 27-second gap, but let's not count anybody out for this race win.
Yeah, especially Brian Knappen.
Yes, yes. Brian Knappen, the 3-timer.
Very quick, out of the minute. Yeah. He's got Dr. Disrespect beat. Dr. Disrespect might be the 2-time. Knappen is the 3-time. And he beat him in an arm wrestling match as well, I'm sure. Go Quinn, says Jake Wells. Quinn is going. It's some defensive performance that he's putting in. And again, there in the background, Felipe definitely looking to cool those tyres. There was no reason for him to move over there other than to get on the wetter part of the track to get those tyres cooled down. So the reduction in the rain has seen his tyres cooking. Maybe a bit of a mistake. Maybe they were gamma. He's put dry tyres on. He was, oh no. Yeah, he would be looking to cool them down.
I don't think anybody's putting dry tires on.
Who knows?
I am just going to go out on a limb and say nobody is putting dry tires on just yet. There's still standing water on the track. If you were to put dry tires on, I think you would end up in the barrier within a straight line. I don't think you would even make it to a corner, quite frankly, if you weren't too careful. It would be very, very ridiculous. That would be a bold decision. Bold strategy call.
Yeah, no, there are definitely, sorry, yeah, my apologies, there are definitely wet tyres. So it's not dry, so they are just overheating then. because he does keep aiming for the wet line of the track, and it's costing him time to Quinn Smith ahead. So Jake Wells screaming on go Quinn, not just the defensive display, but he's caught up to the back of Ryan Woodrow, as we're seeing. And through the very quick double apex are on the way into campus. It's McLaren v Lambo here as the drivers drive through the puddle. The way it just grabs onto those front wheels, pulls it to the side, massive splash, a lot of loss of momentum, and it definitely opens. Oh, he's having a big old look there.
So one thing I do
right
know
on the inside line.
I know from the previous update, back when I drove the McLaren, not the Evo 2, but the McLaren was a beast in the wet. That car was pretty decent on every track in the dry, but in the wet, the McLaren was particularly strong. Does anyone in chat know? Is the McLaren Evo 2, is it the same thing? That didn't look particularly strong of a line there from Quinn Smith. But is the McLaren Evo good in the wet? That's my question. Like I say, I know the original one was maybe one of the best cars in the wet, if I'm not mistaken. But Jake Wells, I know you drive it. Are you still in chat? You can maybe inform us on that one.
Yeah, I'd imagine it is pretty good in the wet these days. The certainly it doesn't get the tag the meta car if it's not an otherworldly. It does obviously still take, whether the car's good or not, it does take exponential levels of talent to manage to keep these things on the track. Definitely not as good as it was in the wet. Okay. Blaine saying it is still good in the rain because it has a lower end power, so it just thrives. Okay.
There's no low end power.
Same as the Aston. Has no low end power, right? Okay.
So it isn't. It doesn't spin its wheels on exit, which then yeets it into the barrier. It's got great power deliverance in the rain, but that also makes it poor on corner exit in the dry as well. But definitely not as good in the rain. That's interesting. So Quinn, not going to have the easiest task in front of him. Of course, it wouldn't be the easiest task even in the old McLaren. There's a reason they're driving the new McLaren, because it is better. Needs to be careful, though, as Gabriel Felipe has found the diffuser as well. And the rain, you can see on your screen, is increasing. John made that comment earlier. The rain was scheduled to increase by the radar, but the radar, you never know. But it definitely is coming down in buckets at this point. You can see standing water off on the side of the track, and the wet line, or the dry line, excuse me, is turned into a wet line. There is no more dry line.
Yeah, that's going to play in the hands of Felipe, I think, because as I was saying, he was clearly diving the car into the wetter part of the track, trying to cool those tyres down. Can he now remuster his advance for third position? Quinn Smith, he's definitely looking to advance up into second. He's got Woodrow exactly where he wants him as he's coming through on Rothman. Another drive-through penalty for track limits then, Mike, as Rothman down in 17th. Oh, through Blanchimont. How close are they going to get Quinn Smith? I did say he was absolutely perfectly positioned on the exit to Stavolo, and he really is. Gets it done on the brakes, potentially into the final chicane. No potential about it. Stunning move on the brakes there from Smith. Woodrow, not much he could do, and in fact might not be much he could do against the Porsche either, as Gabriel Felipe finds his way into the battle. They're going to be too wide in the background as Quinn Smith. Oh no, Woodrow background out. Oh, he's run deep there.
Yes, he has, and that gives Andy the inside line, and Felipe is through again. I think you're right. I think he maybe but is he though? I think that was a mistake.
Is it a tire issue?
I think it was a mistake. I don't think he's letting him by. Ryan Woodrow has shown the pace. Maybe he is content just to give up the position. I find that unlikely though. But we'll see. Ryan, the strategy call potentially. And yeah, Jake, or Altria, who's racing with Quinn today? It is Andy. So Andy and Ollie, I think we're down to 2 Trackalicious teams actually on the track for this race. And we have combined forces in a couple of our Trackalicious teams. So Ollie Raza is not partners with Quinn Smith this time around. Or excuse me, Ollie Raza is not with Andy Borchers. And Quinn Smith is not with Nate Lamlin or as well Jake Wells, who has been standing in for Nate Lamlin but has been every race. So And yep, Ollie and Nate could not race. Ollie Raza, I forget what he said he was doing, but Nate Lamlin is out taking photographs of a wedding. Very thrilling stuff here while we're sitting here watching amazing motorsport action. He's doing that sort of thing, which, you know, is pretty thrilling for, I guess, a couple people involved. That's, you know, fair enough.
Oh yeah,
when
you're at a wedding, there's definitely at least one. There's definitely at least one person that's excited.
We also have Ismail Kobus in chat. Welcome, Ismail. How's it going, brother? And Pop Zombie, welcome, welcome. Hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. It's currently 5:57 p.m. where we are here in Francorchamps, Belgium. We watch this race. Incredible 19 quarters, 9 to the right, 10 to the left here at Spa. It's got about a little over a half-mile long straight for the Kemmel Straight and 103 meters of elevation change. Spa, of course, one of the most historically rampant tracks throughout. Been around since 1921, so it's pretty hard to not. Got Jackie Stewart basically from anything from Jackie Stewart getting trapped underneath his car with gasoline pouring on him and having a crowd member with a spanner come and save him, to our previous watching, you know, in the rain, our red flags that we saw in Formula One the previous years, and much more from all forms of motorsports that race here.
Yeah, the first race at Spa was actually in 1920. And there was it was a huge grid considering the size of the track back then. It was, of course, 9 miles long, 14 kilometers, not 40 miles, 14 kilometers. There was a whole one car took part in.
Wow.
In that first race, and it was a British manufacturer that is no longer in existence. Can't for the life of me remember who it is. I'm going to quickly Google that and see if I can find out. But yeah, so the first ever race actually took place a year before the circuit officially opened, and it was only one car that took part. So the next time you're in a long race and you've been lapping a bit on your own, just think for that poor driver. Hey,
if you are first, you're also last, you know?
Yeah, that's one of those strange positions. Let me see, where is that piece of information?
Well, he tries to find that actually very interesting information that I'm very curious on. We're going to take a look here. Nicholas, Klitsch in P19, chasing down Jeremy Mercer in P20. Both of these, Jeremy Mercer in the TYR sim racing with some damage picked up on the front end of that Lamborghini. Drive-through penalty picked up as well for the 839 of Impuato. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, Emmanuel. I'm not sure how to pronounce Emmanuel's name, but I do apologize. And Provolone, rough first stint. Yeah, definitely not quite what you were looking for, I would imagine. He ended up facing the wrong way at one point. We unfortunately caught that. But nonetheless, out there, got plenty of time to make up the ground here. We have 4 hours, 19 minutes, and 42 seconds left to go in this race, so plenty of time. That attempt was an adventure. Yes. Yeah. It's not, we do what we can here at Trackalicious. I try my best. Gabriel Felipe as well, still on the charge now with Quinn Smith. Great recovery after that penalty, I will say, as he had a 15-second penalty and is now, well, in third position still.
Felipe has still got a problem. Sorry, not necessarily you're watching there, but we're watching him again. He keeps, as you're saying, Mike, keeps going on to the wet line of the track. And Ryan Woodrow, I think, might be having similar problems because he's really dropping pace, which now for me is a bit strange because Felipe going for the wet part of the track means the dry line was too dry, but we're now seeing an exponential increase in the amount of rain that's falling. So if this amount of rain is falling and he is still having tyre issues, then this could be a really stint for Felipe, and I think it's the saving grace that Woodrow looks to be having a similar problem, and of course Emmanuel Nozin for the SPQR racing team we saw with a big spin on the way into campus as well. So he finds himself 24 seconds down the road at the moment, but certainly all signs at the moment anyway are looking good. There might not be many Trackalicious cars left in at the minute, Mike, but Quinn Smith in second place, certainly looking very good as we are very nearly through a third of the race. Felipe again, just watching him, he's just run wide on the exit to Stavolo as well.
Wow.
Wow.
Jonas Rothman with a massive, he got on the throttle. Now that is what can happen in racing. You get on the throttle just slightly too hard when you're on those curbs, and you have went into the barrier at almost full speed there on exit. Not top speed, but on full speed for the corner, which is quite quick. Hits the wall extremely hard. That's going to be quite a bit of damage for the Garage 59. They've already made 3 pit stops, so going to potentially add another one to that just from damage alone. That is really too bad, and you hate to see it. Battles are thoroughly subsiding for right now, though. That's very interesting. As the gaps are increasing, as the rain falls harder and harder. The drivers not battling with each other, they're battling with themselves here on track. Drew Burakovsky, though, catching up to Ricardo Sapien, the Mexican driver, battling with the Fuchsia Competition Esports here of Drew Burakovsky. And Bro Dirt. It's good, Bro Dirt. Hope you're having a lovely afternoon. We are currently 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 55 seconds into this race. Plenty of time to go. 6 hours total in this tonight. And as I said, the battle's on track a little bit spread out. While we are...
Yeah, into that long, drawn-out middle phase. Obviously, some of the quick drivers at the start, this always happens in New Jersey, you'll find some of the quick drivers at the start inevitably caught up in a few incidents. We've seen some of the teams already in the pits as many as 4 times. When the team's up at the front, they've pretty much been in once. So yeah, a big difference in the field at the minute. A couple of the cars a bit out of position. Gilles Alleman with a couple of extra trips into the pit. Expect him to come back through the field. The RNL Roar car as well. Currently Schaefer at the wheel of that in 16th position in the Mercedes. He'll be making his way through the field as well. Sapien, Burakovsky will know to be quick as well, and De Janeiro and Chromix, another car out of position, but once we see another pit stop, expect them to be right back in the hunt, given they were up inside the top 10 when they took their last pit stop. So that is, it is a bit of a surprise to me at this stage, Mike, given you saw it yourself. I saw one of the cars come into the pits from 9th and instantly dropped to 19th, so straight away 10 positions. So the field is still close enough that you're going to lose a lot of positions through the pit stop phase, but at the minute no one quite within striking distance. The drivers looks like they're just surviving and getting the laps done at the minute, because these conditions, they're getting worse, like considerably worse. The standing water at the top of Radion now, that puddle that we were talking about earlier that was getting called out in chat as being a nightmare, it is. Oh yeah, it's I mean, I've just been on board with Quinn Smith. If you actually jump on board and listen to a car going over Eau Rouge, up Eau Rouge and over Radion, at the top, just on the right hand side, when they hit that puddle, you can fully hear and physically see the car getting slowed down.
We'll follow along here with Brian Knappen for exactly that, as he's going to be heading now around turn 1 to start his 43rd lap here. And he's going to be heading towards that Eau Rouge Radion complex, catching up, not quickly, but catching up steadily to Lucas Lichten in the Team Iris. We head now towards the Eau Rouge Radion. This is where we're going to have a little bit of a listen here as we approach massive liftoff. Wow, the conditions really aren't unimproving, but here we go. This is where it's at, right in here. Oh, and you can just hear that. Luckily, it doesn't sound too bad in that Lamborghini, I will say. I think Knappen has a setup tuned very well for it. But you can hear the puddle, and you can see the steering wheel input as well. It is, well, in a straight line. There is no steering wheel input through that puddle, as if you will, or if you do, you'll end up in the barrier quite quickly, in fact. It's one of the highest speed parts of the track, and, well, definitely a few incidents over the course of the years have happened with similar results. Actually, just this year, very unfortunately, a similar, I mean, hitting, I think it was maybe that puddle, but unfortunately with the driver losing their life at Spa-Francorchamps this year, very, very unfortunate. That was in a lower Formula Series. I think it was Formula Ford, Formula Renault. I don't remember. But
Renault, I think.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
The bump at the top of Radion, yeah, and just over into that barrier. It's a treacherous piece of track.
In conditions very similar to this as well. Antoine Hubert, a couple of years back, that passed away in the Eau Rouge Radion. Well, on the Kemmel Straight. But on a brighter note, Brian Knappen, like I say, chasing down Lucas Lichten. Move away from that grim subject.
Glitch. Another drive-through there for the Feinstaub Esports team. 19th position at the minute. And that drive-through is going to see Rothman, Sapien, Burakovsky, Berkov, and potentially Kromix. Oh no, Kromix is a few laps down, so we'll be Sapien, Rothman in the gang. Here comes Klitsch into the pits now to serve that drive-through. Fourth or fifth one we've seen so far, and that is a big total to hit this early in the race. A couple of drivers just look like they're having slight connection issues with the server. Hopefully that settles down. Emmanuel Nosen is slightly glitchy on my screen, but he is still running very smoothly. Of course, since that early incident, he dropped down a fair bit pace-wise, but so too is the driver ahead, Ryan Woodrow dropped 2 positions in the space of 3 corners after exiting Blanchimont. And it is Nosen. 25 seconds done, but as Mike was saying earlier, the last race 2 weeks ago, Eric popped in and said, oh, they're all a bit spread out at the moment, and within 30 seconds, that was not the case. As drivers were coming back out of the pits, but certainly Nosen and Woodrow. Big separation at the minute, not out with the realms of possibility. Nosen catching up, and that is another drive-through penalty for track limits. And that is, it's not Klitsch.
Oh, it is Klitsch.
Oh, it's Umar Kromix, sorry. Umar Kromix, the 501. Klitsch has got one as well. But Umar Kromix has just picked one up as well. So we've got a car, and that is absolutely heartbreaking. That is the Racing Quest team that were up in the top 5 until they took a contacted Lamborghini in the side panel. It's caused them a lot of damage, which clearly hasn't been massively repaired. And they've been lapped again by the Team Iris team. Again, a team they out-qualified and were racing quicker than. They were definitely in the hunt to be battling these drivers for position. They're about to be lapped by Knappen as well. And that drive-through, as far as the first 2 hours of an endurance race goes, it really, yeah, it's a heartbreaking start for Umar Kromix and the team, Mike. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think I've seen anything quite as...
A little bit of bumping and banging there, as we actually had a bit of a 3-way battle unfolding. Drew Burakovsky, Jonas Rothman, and Ricardo Sapien getting involved with each other there. Ricardo pulling away here. But Drew making a bit of contact with Jonas. Jonas,
yep.
And Drew, these two, definitely no love lost between them as it stands. Oh, bit of a wiggle on exit for the McLaren. He closes the gap, though, coming now through campus. No, wait. Through Stavolo, excuse me. Heading on to the back straight. Side by side as they approach Blanchimont. And oh my goodness, they almost make contact, and they might have made a little bit of brushing there just for a moment. We see Rothman off onto the side there. Actually, it's Burakovsky The racing line is held by the McLaren, but the inside line is held by Drew as he gets laid onto the brakes. Is it going to be enough to get stopped in time? It is, and he is firmly through. Rothman, oh my goodness, a big moment for Rothman, and that's going to cost him massively as we see Burakovsky, or excuse me, that's a back marker, I think. I need to pull the relatives up. That's a front marker, that's Krasnov.
Kieser.
Oh,
but yeah,
yes.
Rothman's car, the damage that Rothman's car is carrying right now is absolutely incredible. There's a lot of separation between that bonnet and front bumper, so to say aerodynamically compromised would be humongous. Good word I heard today on the broadcast. Understatement, because that is, yeah. Again, in these conditions at this track, you do not need anything going wrong on the car at all. What was it? See Quinn Smith just making his way past some blue flags. Very nicely done indeed. Felipe just catching up. And in fact, we see back markers. It's the RNL Roar car, another car, 16th position. They've made their way back up to 15th position. Sorry, just getting the overtake done on Kerez. In the Audi, so that is another position back for them as well. So I did say Schaefer and that would make their way back up the field, and that is another position made. I reckon they should get someplace back up the 7th before we see them come into the pits, given when they took their pit stop compared to the rest of the drivers ahead. So highly likely we'll see them make their way back up through the field a bit as well, even though that is the race leaders that have just gone flashing past them. And it's Felipe, we can see just going past that Ferrari. But up at the front as well, I can confirm, Mike, that Jeff Spangler's lead over Quinn Smith, despite Quinn making his way through a whole lot of traffic, that gap is down 4 seconds since we last looked in. Spangler on that last lap there, 7/10 quicker than Smith, but certainly the laps prior to that, Smith definitely getting a job done, and he is closing in on Spangler, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can close in before the next round of pit stops. They've got plenty. Oh no, sorry. Wow, we're already 40 minutes into this stint. So they've got about 35 minutes, so just over halfway through the stint. So yeah, if you can keep this up, get it to well within 20 seconds, it certainly bodes well for the future of the race, Mike.
And
but we're
yes,
on board.
sorry.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Didn't read your message. It's all good. As the guys in the truck are having a little bit of a refuel themselves. Ryan Walker here also battling with the Mattis Racing, but yeah, just 2 secs, Ted.
Yeah, no bother, yeah. Sorry, I'm that busy focused on the race, I didn't look at Discord, but yeah. Obviously the commentators need themselves a little cheeky pit stop as well, a hydrate. I can hear the call. Double Raven. It's my coffee machine. I'll be off there for a quick top up soon. Of course, there are better ways to get energy and coffee generally in moderation. Don't go wild with it. It's not exactly the best for you. We're still looking on board at the minute with Ryan Car, the Madhouse Racing car, 1 point up at the front of the field. They are running a solid stint at the moment. 40 minutes in as well. Sherrard will make a place up on when he comes in to the pits. He's now down on Pooley, but certainly Walker will be looking to get comfortably back inside the top 5 if he can, and join get into the top 10 to join his race leading teammate Jeff Spangler. Quinn Smith, another 2 seconds that he has found over Jeff Spangler, so that is at 19.5 seconds is the gap. So that is dropping, and also Gilles Alleman down 14th position has just got up to 13th at the expense of Sherrard that we're just talking about there. We can see that one live as well. So that overtake did just happen. So Gilles Alleman up to 13th for the MSR Esports car. So great recovery drive so far. They've got 4 hours left to try and make an advance on the top 10. They've got the pace through the team to make that happen. Spangler, let me just keep it. I'm keeping a close eye on this Quinn Smith, Jeff Spangler. The 2 McLarens easily away up at the front. The gap is dropping, though, down from, it sits at 19, so Spangler finds a 10th over that last sector to keep the gap at 19.5. But he's got 35 minutes. Spangler is charging. And in fact, Smith is charging. In fact, on his last lap, Spangler, 2 minutes 30, so I think he did get held up ever so slightly by some blue flag traffic, or maybe a little touch on the curbs. Certainly didn't catch sight of it, but yeah, massively down. That's a bit better by him there, 2 minute 29.3, but still. That is a whole lot down.
Definitely an interesting note
that is
here.
A whole lot down on Spangler.
We also have Gilles Alleman, the Swiss driver, catching up with Ryan Walker. He's gaining quite handedly. In fact, last lap, massive pace difference. Ryan Walker with a 2:31.0. Actually, a quite slow lap comparatively to the rest of his laps. Yes. And Gilles Alleman with a 2:29.7. So Gilles with quite the pace with that Lamborghini, actually lapping at very similar pace to the leader, in fact, Jeff Spangler last lap at 2:29.3, so 4/10 separating Gilles, who's in P13, and the race leader, Brian Knappen, as well. Can't count him out, as he has been gaining steadily on Lucas Lichten. As well, while we have a little bit of a lull in the action, might as well do a quick little plug.
I'll make a coffee.
Yep, go right ahead. We have, of course, not only our road to the grand finals, as you can see on the left-hand side of that calendar, which we are watching right now, 6 hours here at Spa-Francorchamps. We have next week at Misano? Wait a second, what? Hold on. That calendar is incorrect, actually. Next week is Kyalami. The week after that is Misano. So Eric the Boss Kakasian, who provided this calendar, shout out to him. It's incorrect. So next week will be Kyalami, not Misano. So flip those 2 dates. But other than that, everything's all good. In terms of our GT3 Championship, that's going to be on Sundays, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Of course, 5:30 Pacific. Joining me in the booth for that is Dominic Smedra. I think he'll be out this Sunday, as he has had issues with his visa. He might get it renewed by then, but it's not looking likely by tomorrow. I think his visa is, he's going to need a new one. But anyways, yes, whoops. Good Erickson chat to catch that. The GT3, that's going to be at Paul Ricard. Of course, 90-minute sprint. We have a 45 doubleheader before that, and after that at Imola, that will be the next one for the doubleheader. And our Thursday GT3 commentated with Lizzie Alicea, and it's in 2 weeks, not next week. Yes, it is in 2 weeks. Thank you, Eric. As you try to throw me back under the bus after I try to drag me down with you. Fair enough. I don't blame you. But the multi-class GT3 commentated with Mike Noss and Lizzie Alicea. Of course, I'm Mike Noss. That's going to be over at Brands Hatch for the No It's Not. That's going to be over at Snetterton for the next one. We were just at Brands Hatch. Now back. Oh, also, if those leagues are a little bit too spicy for you potentially, or you have Mondays free in the afternoon, one thing that is not on this calendar, as well as our GT4 Rookie League. That's going to be, of course, one of the most exciting leagues. We actually had a full grid that on Monday, last Monday, all 50 cars out on the grid. So if you guys want to be a part of that action, even if it is full, you can sign up as a reserve driver in case someone doesn't show, which we're, hoping for full grids in the future, but not necessarily expecting them. But that is going to be this Monday, and it is going to be at, when I pull that up, give me a second, Laguna Seca will be Zolder. August 28th, Zolder is going to be the next race at 5:30 Pacific, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, and Lizzie and Chad, a driver as well. Not only just a commentator for our Thursday series, but driving in the Monday Rookies. But yes, Monday Rookies, everybody's favorite league. So even if you're not a rookie, you are more experienced. We have non-rookies and rookies in that league. The non-rookies, of course, being benchmarkers. Andy Borchers, thank you so much, Andy, gifting another subscription to Roofless. Andy, absolute legend. Driving extremely well tonight as well. Definitely got to hand it to you. Partnered with Quinn Smith in this race. But still, in second position and making that McLaren look really, really rapid in these wet conditions, I will say. I noticed, Andy, you've been struggling with the McLaren. I was talking with Ollie as well, actually. Of course, Ollie is Andy's normal teammate, but the McLaren hasn't been gelling too well for those two. Both Ollie Raza and Andy Borchers have been struggling a little bit in these previous races, and their results have been showing it. Taking a look at their last week, we have the McLaren Evo finishing in P11 last time around. So, definitely not the greatest, but, and, well, right there, Andy Borchers saying he's not the most fond of the McLaren. Definitely not the most fond of it. But making it look very rapid in the wet, so can't fault you for that one. The battle between Gilles Alleman and Ryan Walker, or rather the gap between them, has closed down just slightly. It's closing every single lap, getting a little bit tighter, as well as Brian Knappen and Lucas Lichten. Need an M6 or an M4? Yeah, definitely need the M6. Now, if you were out there in the M6, oh my goodness. But, yeah, of course, Andy, whoa! Lucas Lichten with a drive-through penalty. That's huge. That is going to spice this result up massively. Lucas Lichten going to have to serve that. He has explored the track limits one too many times, and the stewards have punished him for that. And this is a brutal pit lane, too, in terms of time in the pits, as this is a drive-through not meant to be served normally. You drive straight through the pits. That's a lot of time lost. I don't have the exact time. Lack of prep due to being stuck in another Providence because of wildfires. Glad you weren't the only one that lost positions. Yeah, you know, Bernsey, it's funny, when that happened, we had, what is it, who was in chat? Was it Nate that was saying it? I can't remember. I think it was Nate that was saying it. No, it wasn't Nate. I don't remember who it was that was saying it earlier, but as soon as you got into that crash, they were like, you got to keep an eye there on Hepburn because he's going to be head down and on the charge, and you have shown that so far. Currently up to P6. Knappen doing a great job of continuing your efforts as well. You tried to back out watching the replay. It looks like full send. Yeah, you know, mistakes happen. You know, and like I say, it's made it very entertaining for us in terms of the recovery drive. Of course, we'd love to see you up there battling for the P1, P2 where you rightfully belong, but you'll be there at some point. I don't doubt that, as you've closed in a lot. We also have Sergei Krasnov, who's up into P10. Definitely nothing to shake a stick at there. In terms of our stint times, we are getting closer to running out of a stint time here. We are at 56 minutes, of course, 75-minute stint. Am I alone today? No, I have John Wright in the booth. We're just on a little bit of a 5-minute break session. So basically, I went MIA for about 5 minutes, had a little bit of a refuel. The snack cart actually provided a nice charcuterie. It's very great. Trackalicious here at Spa providing the, you know, very nice provolone cheese with the charcuterie as well. But yes, John just going for a little bit of a refuel himself. These drivers going to have to be coming into the pits for a refuel soon enough. We got to do the same thing. And Burns, you're just glad to be in the top 10. Yeah. I think you'll be up there soon enough. I'm not too worried about that. And yeah, you're not supposed to do donuts till the end of the race. It was a half donut. It wasn't, you know, it was a full donut. Hey, don't insult Hepburn like that. He's a snowflake. You might hurt his feelings. Oh, no, great job so far, Hepburn. Need Lizzie in the stream? Wow. Oh no, Krosnov, what's happened? No, 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 no! Oh my goodness, Krosnov, why'd you hit the gas? Hold your brakes! Nicholas is gonna be... I think Nicholas is gonna be at a lot. I wouldn't want to hear his Discord chat right now. It would not be stream appropriate, let's just put it that way. Krosnov with a massive mistake. I don't even know what led up to that. That was... I think it was an unforced error. Gilles Alleman threw on Ryan Walker as well. Wow, that's all happening, but my goodness, Krosnov immediately into the pits. That's why you hold your brakes, everybody. Hold your brakes. That was huge. That was a huge impact there. And really, really unfortunate to see from the Lamborghini side as well. Klitsch, really not much they could have done as they picked their line. Ryan Walker going for an on-the-grass pass. What was that? Flash of the headlights afterwards, maybe thinking that, was there an unfair defense put up there by Gilles Alleman? I'm not sure. Maybe just trying to get in the head there of him as well. Doesn't make anything happen of it just yet. We also have Lucas Lichten gaining on Rob Kieser in front. Gonna be a battle for P8 winding up soon enough. And by soon enough, I mean actually pretty much right away. Lucas Lichten hot on the charge here. Rob Kieser needs to get the foot down in that Porsche, as the rain here is getting only wet, only more wet. I was gonna say wetter. The rain is getting wetter, yes. Is water wet? That's the question we ask here. No, not really. We don't. That's irrelevant. Lucas Lichten is driving in a circle. That's all we know. And he's driving right behind Rob Kieser. There's Lucas Lichten here. We can pop on board. You can see the lack there of visibility as he tries to line up an overtake. Got him in the sights. He sees that inside line, but nope, he gives it up. He's just going to be content to stay behind on this lap. As they approach the train of cars in front of them, that's actually going to be back markers that we're coming up on here. Ricardo Sapien, Brandon Dyer, excuse me, that's not... why did I think that was Brandon? Brogan Dyer, excuse me. I will get that name eventually. So we're actually down to Brogan and P last as it stands. We're actually down to 23 drivers. We've lost a couple here since the start, but we are we're almost halfway into this race. Stint timers are getting longer and longer, up to 55 minutes. Got 20 more minutes till we need to come into the pits for some of these drivers. It's going to have to be a long way around, at least for the initial part of the turn. It's going to turn back to the inside for the second part, and then for the outside again, but it doesn't matter. Lucas Lichten is fully ahead before we even reach, and Gilles Alleman has picked up a drive-through penalty right before, well, not right before our eyes, but he has picked up a drive-through penalty through Rouge Radion. You hate to, that's his second drive-through penalty. Gilles needs to get a grip on these track limits and really just kind of hone in the, well, maybe dial it down as they're pushing at about 100% right now. They need to drop that down to 95 because they can't afford to get one more drive-through penalty. That's really going to put them even further out of position. Gilles has gained 5 positions from the start, which even says something, but he could be up even more. Oh my goodness, a huge slide from the Italian driver there, Emmanuel. What has happened here? Oh my. We can pop on board with them. Go off onto the curbing, turn in, touch that inside curb, touch the outside, fully all fours on the outside. Just tries to keep her foot in the throttle a little bit too much there. a little bit too eager back on it and kills the car as a result, has to get it started back up and comes into the pits on lap 50. Lap 50 for them. Rob Kieser is chasing down Lucas Lichten, but not quite. I think Lucas, after securing that overtake, is going to manage to have the pace to stay firmly ahead. But Kieser is going to keep him honest at the very least. Keep within that 1.5 seconds, 2 second gap to, well, like I say, keep him honest. Any mistakes that he makes, put him right back in the grasp. Back marker, though, to negotiate. That's going to be Ricardo Sapien in the Aura Hack. Why don't we take a look at that livery from Ricardo Sapien, as he has put in quite a lot of effort. Ricardo, a great livery maker. You can see the Spring 2023 livery, Summer 2020, or Spring 2023 livery, yes. And not really showroom ready, I will say. I think, might be able to find some better screenshots of this car in the Trackalicious Discord, but in terms of condition, not the worst. Welcome back, John Wright. I hope you enjoyed the Trackalicious charcuterie board that was out there on the cart.
I did indeed. I can't say the coffee, world class. Although I do think some of the cinnamon rolls might be a day or two old.
You know, I actually didn't go for those myself. Like I say, I was too involved with the cheese. The provolone was on my mind, and I couldn't get it off.
Cheese and crackers all day long.
Absolutely.
Oh yes, absolutely love it. It looks like there's been some fun on the track as well. Gilles Alleman, not fun though, on a charge back through the field and gets a drive-through penalty.
Yep, he picked that up coming through the Eau Rouge Radillon complex. That's the second drive-through penalty they picked up for this team. As I was saying, basically need to dial that down just a little bit in terms of how much they're pushing, because it really costs. I mean, you might lose a couple, maybe a tenth every lap by pushing slightly less hard, but that's going to save you time because you wouldn't have to serve 2 drive-through penalties. 3 pit stops being made for Gilles, and one of them being official.
Yeah, that is a lot of extra time in those pits. That really, really is going to throw a massive spanner in the works. Another team that's been in the pits a couple of times as well, Feinstaub Esports, Nicholas Klitsch. He's back in again in 22nd. Jonas Rothman, I see, out of the race as well. So too Umar Kromix. Not really a surprise for Kromix in the team, given the way the race panned out for them, to go from 5th to dead last with 4 pit stops in the opening 2 hours. That damage clearly massively detrimental. Yes, can't confirm this is Lizzie. Hello, Andreas. Is that it is indeed. Tuning in.
Lizzie recently picking up a new accent, a little bit of a slightly Scottish twist to her Puerto Rican accent.
I've had a bit of a throat infection, so
yeah.
My throat might sound a bit. That's what it is. I've had a bit of a cold. But yeah, that's what, because Andres was saying need Lizzie in stream voice from heaven. Obviously, that's what this is that you're listening to. No, I can't even say it with a straight face. Never mind.
And Marcus Croplin behind the wheel of the Feinstaub after that really unfortunate incident after he got collected. You missed that. Porshikov had a little bit of a spin heading towards Blanchimont and decided that the throttle was the good way of getting off the center of the track rather than waiting, and drove into Marcus Croplin. So Marcus picking up a lot of damage as a result, returns, actually, well, it wasn't Marcus behind the wheel at the time. Marcus now behind the wheel, as they have Nicholas getting their pit stop strategy sorted, as unfortunately they couldn't quite get that right around the first time. Of course, we also have Julien Pascal Trapman, Trapman, to come out on track at some point in that team. Jeremy Mercer has caught up with Gilles Alleman after that pit stop, but okay, that is not the most aerodynamically sound. I don't think they've tested that model in the wind tunnel just yet for Jeremy Mercer. might be picking up a little bit of drag. Definitely affect the straight line speed there.
Yeah, another heartbreaking story there. The Tire Sim Racing team, of course, starting up in the top 10, dropped down outside the top 20, made their way back inside the top 10. Clearly, the Spa proving to be as cruel a mistress to everyone, and the Lamborghini suffering there. And the drivers are definitely going to be suffering because we have still got a plus sign on the rain clouds, Mike. So the rain is getting heavier and heavier. It's not even plateauing out. The rain is getting heavier. And if you jump onto the Dash Pro cam, you can see it is absolutely crazy the amount of water that is gathering over the entire track.
Also, a couple scrapes and, well, a cracked windshield there for Jeremy Mercer, as that contact must have been very serious that he was involved in. Also, Vidik, welcome
Next
back.
up, snow.
Odstitsev? Is that right? I don't think that's right.
Odstitsev.
So I thought that's what it was, but that's not what it is. So I misinformed you. Blame me for that one. As we're gonna go 3 wide down the Kemmel Straight momentarily. We see there, oh my goodness, Marcus backing out as quickly as he can. He's gonna need a new pair of pants after that. He's currently just sitting down in P22, not wanting to kill either of these drivers. Jason Pooley does firmly get by Rob Kieser. And that was a long time in the making. No, we're not saying Oda Zaitsev, because we know that's wrong. Yes, that is the blue pronunciation. Odstitsev? Is that at least not good enough, but is it our... I know you're terrible because you're just going to say it's right because you just don't want me to... You just don't care, and I know that. But I care. That is not how you pronounce it, by the way, how he said it in chat. That's how Dominic Smedra pronounces it.
Ooh, Quinn Smith in the pits.
As he has hit on his stint timer, hour and 10 minutes. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Could have went for another 2 laps, potentially, if he wanted to, but he's content with his stint as it stands at an hour and 10 minutes, so maybe wanting to get in at this point and get a new set of tires, honestly. As I know we were talking before, the tires can last up to 3 stints, but are they going to use them for all 3 stints? That's the question. Is it worth it at some point to strap on a new set of boots here, as the dry weather doesn't seem like it's going to be coming anytime soon? So, and even if the dry weather does come, how long is the track going to stay wet?
Yeah, it's very cloudy. It's getting late at night. The track temperature, 24 degrees, so isn't exactly going to be scorching the rain off the surface. Oh, I'm just... The amount of puddles that are on this track and the amount of standing water, absolutely every place. I'm just on board with Jason Pooley myself at the moment, going through La Source, and La Source is becoming unbelievably treacherous. And Rouge and Radion, that puddle up at the top there, and the drivers keep aiming for it because, in fact, no, they're not. Jason Pooley way over to the left-hand side there, only just put 2 wheels on the edge of that puddle there, so that really is starting to cause the drivers more and more problems up at the front. It's going to be an interesting one to see how this works, and the gap at the front as well. Gabriel Felipe, the gap at the front was up to 25 seconds before the last pit stops, now down to 15 seconds, with Felipe really on a serious charge. So despite the penalty stops, the Vacuum Racing team really have got this Porsche absolutely dialed in these conditions.
Yeah.
And Spangler's just lost another 0.3 of a second there, Tom, Mike. This is, the race win is nowhere near decided yet.
No, absolutely not. And anyone that thinks so is, I hate to break it to you, but sorely mistaken. Gabriel Felipe had a 15-second time penalty, and he's now 15 seconds behind the leader, which means he would be battling with the leader if it wasn't for that, minor misjudgment. Both drivers are on similar pit strategies. I think Jeff has been out for a couple more minutes. Oh my goodness. And I've forgotten about that as well. Yes, and it's Adstityev. But I feel like that's further away from what you were saying, but is that right? But yes, the Porsche in the 66 to make Vidic happy. Of the Vacuum race, and Quinn Smith has
Porsche
caught
is
up.
a women's name.
It is. You're absolutely right.
Porsche is a German manufacturer.
I'm not going to get into it. Quinn Smith battling with Martin Koderman. We see Gilles Alleman and Juan Kairos penalties respectively there. The number 25 and 212 car. Let's take a look. The number 25 car has picked up a penalty on lap 24 for causing a collision. And the number 212 picked up on lap 1, actually, causing a collision.
Early on, you did think you saw a penalty that had been rescinded, so maybe that's just been re-added back again. Porshikov, that's the biggest single penalty we've seen so far, with that 30 seconds there for RGT Racing. Alleman and Walker on 15 here is on the 10, as we were saying. We've got Dyer into the pits for the Phoenix Racing team.
Yeah, and
he's bringing up the rear at the minute. Quite a few disconnects so far. The drivers not handling the pace or the conditions at Spa particularly well. So it is going to be very much a case of drive to survive. And great things will happen because, with some of the teams that have dropped out, this really is going to bring some other teams right into the mix. Up at the top end of the tables, of course, the top 5 got automatic places in the final. 6th, 7th and 8th get themselves a place in the GT4 playoffs in October, and the top 3 teams from the playoff get a place in the final as well in the GT4 car. The final itself, of course, 3 rounds in November and December, and it will be an endurance multi-class event, much like the ones that we've got going on. You're my boy, Blue. Types in 40. Oh, he wants a full on-board lap, sorry.
Yep, full on board with Brian Knappen, his Yitkow Racing driver. Of course, Dominic Smedra, the team principal over at Yitkow's Racing, has a contract signed with Brian Knappen. Of course, Knappen drives for other teams as well. But is there a Yitkow Racing sponsor on this? I wonder. Now I'm curious. I doubt it. On this Box 3 Esports? Nah. You can see Anderson, Bryan, and Hepburn, though, on that car. All the teammates. But yes, let's hop on board here with him. Brian Knappen, the number 40 car, heading towards pit path. Under the total energy barrier, you can hear the water being kicked up underneath those tires, and that's not even in the spot that you would expect to puddle. Heading on towards campus and Stavilo. Very, very conservative entries, but that's what you need here. That's how you gain the time. The tires at this point are more than likely the entire race length old. I doubt Brian Knappen has changed them just yet, so needs to be a little bit careful. Grip is going to be minimal. It's already minimal with the rain, but the fact that over the course of a stint, your wet tires turn into dries due to the fact that rubber gets lost. Of course, the process is significantly slowed with the rain, but it still happens. And your wets turning into slicks. It's a bit more complicated than that, not quite that simple, but Knappen is in. At the end of, how long was he out on track? He was out on track for 1 hour and 12 minutes, so bringing that stint timer to its more or less maximum. He could have pushed one more lap, but in the pits to serve his stop. We'll see if he hands that car over then again to Wes Hepburn, who's put on an absolute stonker of a charge so far. We also have Manuel Nosson getting by Jeff Spangler as our race leader comes into the pits.
Yep, it's heating up in the pits. Jason Pooley, who was having an absolute phenomenal stint. He's got the SRE Simply Race Esports car back up to 12th position ahead of Walker, who joins them in the pits. We've got a pending penalty being cleared at the moment. The steers are going to have another look at that. But yeah, full pit action at the minute as Jeff Spangler hands over back to Ryan Yee, and that is Gabriel Felipe at the moment, of course, in the lead of the race. He'll be coming into the pits pretty soon, but yeah, if I was a betting man, I think I might find a way to put in some spare change on Felipe. Actually, I'm not putting money on anyone winning this race because I've just been reminded in the bottom right of the screen that track limits are very much a thing, and Andrei Porshikov on the way 2 corners before the pits picks up a drive-through for track limit violations and a whole lot of damage. Oh, that might violate the engineer's code as well. That is a lot of damage that Andrei Porshikov is carrying on that Ferrari. So a drive-through,
Wow.
I mean, how do you even fix that? I think, does he have to serve the drive-through and then come back in to get the damage repaired, or can he get the damage repaired, exit the pits?
Yes, you can do that.
And then come back and do the drive-through,
Yes.
yeah.
Your drive-through penalty will not be served, but yes, you can come into the pits and drive into your box at any point in time in the race, but that will not count as a drive-through. Also, Daddy Dad, welcome. Good morning from Australia, mate. Welcome.
Daddy Dad.
Of course, Daddy Dad with the VB long neck at 8:30 in the morning. You love to see it.
Awesome stuff.
Welcome, mate. Crikey.
G'day, mate. How are ya? Throw another Sheila on the barbie.
And you got to do the DT first. I think you can drive into your pit stall at any point in time, Blue. I could be wrong.
Oh no, you've got to do the drive-through first, I'm pretty sure, and he's just done the drive-through first. And I'm 99% sure he's right. I'm sure I've been in that position where, yeah, I've been in that position many a time. A damaged car and a drive-through penalty for track limits.
Interesting.
It comes with being mediocre.
I figured you would be allowed to enter your pit box at any point in time in the race. But I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not sure. Ryan Woodrow's in, and Emmanuel Nosson is in as well. David Hill stays out. So he's actually already made his pit stop. My bad. A lot of these drivers now coming in. Gabriel Felipe, our last driver up at the front to make their pit stop. Actually, oh no, never mind. Ryan Woodrow was at 1 hour and 16. He pushed his stint timer to the very limit, but he made it in at the time of needing to. It's just that now the stint timer is reset.
Yeah, Nosson is in the pits as well from 5th. Anthony Anderson out for box 3. So he's taken over from the charging Knappen. Got himself up to 6. But yes, Daddy Dad, absolute pleasure to see you, and thanks for tuning in. Great to see you, an ACC PS5 streamer. And in fact, shameless plug here, but recently Daddy Dad, his PlayStation account was hacked and he lost everything because Sony are just idiots, quite frankly. But his account was locked everything. So if you ever do want to watch a streamer that races ACC, please give Daddy Dad a follow. He is absolute salt of the earth, as genuine as you get, a brilliant guy, and really doesn't deserve what happened to him. Sorry to bring it up again, Daddy Dad. I know it was very recent, but yeah, just absolutely as cruel as it gets for such a wonderful guy. So if you ever do want to follow another streamer that races on ACC, then definitely Daddy Dad, the Aussie wonder from down under, worth giving him an actual follow. So yeah, sorry Mike, shameless plugs on the channel.
No, don't apologize.
There, but yeah, as I say, what happened to him, just, yeah, the hairs on my arms are standing up just thinking about it. It makes me very sad inside.
Yeah, massive loves goes out to you there, Daddy Dad. Give you a little shout out as well.
Oh, thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Bam. There you go. Drop him a follow. I'm already following, so
Excellent. Gabriel Felipe, he's following everyone into the pits. And he is now in from the lead. Will he return in the lead? No, of course he won't, because here comes Madhouse Racing, who may well be Happy House Racing after this one. Sorry, we've got a big whoa from Mike as I look over at the other screen.
Well, I don't think I'm going to be able to see it again. Maybe? No. Andrei Porshikov bins it in Eau Rouge Radillon and says, that's enough. Leaves the race, no longer in the session. Could not quite catch that replay in time, unfortunately, as we watch David Hill come across the line. That's the exciting replay that we have for us here as we are about to go back live. We're live again. There we go. Yeah, unfortunate. Porshikov out of this race.
There is my namesake out, Burakovsky handing over to Jay Wright. The Jay Wright that got the driving talent, of course.
The controller king.
The controller king. He's doing it on a controller. Daddy, dad, you'll appreciate this. There's a driver out. He's currently 19th position. He's doing 220s in the wet, 226s in the wet. There he is there on screen. Thank you, Mike. Jace Wright. He's on a controller on PC.
We can give a little bit of a look on his steering inputs to see the how comfortable they would be if you were to make these in a real-life racing car. You would essentially be, you'd turn into Daniel Ricciardo pretty quickly, more or less.
You would turn into the Incredible Hulk pretty quickly. Could you imagine
or
the
yeah,
the fire, the muscle fibers you would develop from being able to wrench a steering wheel like that? That's incredible.
And the laugh being contagious as always.
Absolute madness. Absolute laugh. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, so what do you do? Oh, I'm a commentator. Are you any good at it? Well, people like my laugh. Oh, that's fine.
Everybody's got their own talent.
You've got to have a gimmick. And there's the reason, another reason why I should be a commentator. I'm good at predictions. What did I say the RNL Roar car would be in when they came in the pits? 7th place.
I don't remember.
They're
but
up to 7th place.
Are they?
Yes, they are. In fact, it says 8th now because they've been overtaken, but they came into the pits from 7th. They are flying.
Yeah, 1 hour 13 minutes to the end of their stint timer there. And they're going to come out probably somewhere around Konrad Kula. No, maybe not. Maybe they're going to come down around P15, Gilles Alleman probably. Somewhere in that ballpark. But yeah, absolutely great drive so far from these drivers. Peter O'Brien actually might be the window to fall into there. We have Charlie Booth, the crazy Kiwi, behind the wheel of the Box 3 Esports.
Absolute legend. I'm a massive Charlie Booth fanboy. I'm going to be honest. There's a few drivers out there in the sim racing space that get my utmost admiration and respect. Of course, Leon Seeley. Yeah, just absolutely no finer example of a sim racer, made it to the FIA World Motorsports and stuff. There's another couple of drivers with Wild Things Racing. They're just so good. Like, it's so difficult. Michael Tessa, everyone knows. It doesn't matter how close you get to the driver ahead. It's one thing catching up to them. It's another thing entirely to get the overtake done. But drivers like Booth, once he gets you within a couple of tenths, it's done. It's clean, it's quick, he's consistent, he makes up places in races, and there's no quitting them either. So he has absolute, huge amounts of respect from me, and I'm excited to see what he's going to do out here in the Porsche, in the wet. The team at 9th position at the minute. They will not be crossing the line there, that is for sure.
Yeah, Charlie Booth here doing a great, excuse me, I should pronounce that right. Charlie Booth out there on track. Crikey, mate, having a real wonder of it. All right, that's the end of that.
Incredible, mate. Thought it was down Ramsey Street. Yeah, I can't even bounce to the dog. For all those old enough to remember neighbours. I used to rush home from school and watch that every night. Incredible. Shout out to my parents for driving 20 hours to get us home. I hope they get more than a shout out. Goodness me,
Yeah,
20 hours.
Give him a nice little fiver as well, at the very least. You know.
If I left my house and drove for 20 hours, I would pass through 4 countries.
That's the beauty of America. It's just pretty big over here.
Well, yeah, I spent 3.5 months driving across America once. I drove from Toronto to my apologies. I was only 15, 16 at the time. My dad drove a recreational vehicle. Oh, nothing recreational there from Velhurst, Mike.
He loses it through the Orange Radian complex as we switch to him. Let's take a look what happened here, as I presume a little bit of bottoming out on the curb as we come up the hill. Also, Dom hates me and my accent. We love it. Oh, he loses it at the bottom of the hill, but he continues to slide. Wow, did he hold his brakes? I mean, he's off the track, but if he did hold his brakes, the grip, that just goes to show you how minimal the grip is out there.
You want to know how I know this field is massively mixed up at the minute with pace all over it? Jump on board with 11th place, Konrad Kula.
Yeah, the Polish driver here in the Simply E-Racing, or the Simply Racing esports car. This
looking
is
to unlap himself against Dornelles, who came into the pits from the lead. That is the level that we've got right through the field here with these early incidents, incredible pace, and for all the world, it does look like Kula could well unlap himself then. Dornelles, we've got.
Don't commentators curse him.
Nope, let's not do that.
Got a little out of shape there.
That was, yeah. Tommy B, a flight got cancelled because of forest fires in Canada. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hopefully everyone involved is okay. Obviously, hopefully you guys were far enough away to be completely. I want to see if we're going to make it home.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So 20 out. Canada is a big country as well. I started in Toronto. Wow. Yeah, it's
Canada's
really incredible.
The third largest country in the world? Second largest? I think second largest country in the world, no?
Something
Third?
along those lines, yeah. I think it's second or third, yeah. I think, yeah, after Russia, second, then the States, then
we got China,
Australia.
too. Can't forget about China. China's in there, I know, but I don't remember where. But anyways...
I think they're on population, not landmass.
Anyways, we're not geologists.
Geography.
Geographists, whatever. You like that word? I like it.
Geographists.
Hey,
that was
you know.
a good one. There we go.
We're commentators here. We don't do that geography thing.
No, we don't. We know what country the tracks are in, and that's as much as we get. Second largest landmass country in the world. Yeah,
it
that's
is
what I
second.
thought.
Okay.
I'm sure you can.
And Russia is first.
You can
You're
fit
right.
Britain. Yeah, there we go. You're my boy, blue geographist. Yeah, that's a cracker. Yeah, I'm sure you can fit Britain into Canada 56 times.
Wow. And then behind Canada, you have USA, and anyways, and China behind that. Commentatists. Why did Quinn Smith just have a yellow flag and an invalid lap? Everybody, hold your horses. What has happened to Quinn? We're coming now into No Name. The back end's not attached to the ground, and what a drift! Oh, he does a 360, and he taps the back of the barrier, too. That's good. Oh! Whoa! Oh! Quinn! With a mildly unsafe rejoin. But luckily...
Wow, I don't think I needed that coffee to up my heart rate there. That was close.
Wow, Quinn Smith is so lucky he didn't just get nailed and end his race pretty much right there.
Yeah, I was on board with Quinn, watching Quinn, and then watching your screen at Zoom. Flying right past. M4 would have kept us safe.
But Quinn Smith with some preemptive donuts. Still 3 hours, 18 minutes, and 33 seconds to go before we have the proper time for those. But
We'll save them, yeah. Rui Nunez, in fact, I was just looking at his lap times. He's out in 4th place at the minute, and he is looking decent, to say the least, compared to the drivers ahead. So could be looking to make a bit of space back, a bit of time back.
and Nate Lamlin in chat, of course. Alpha Dog Nate out there. Yeah, it's a shame not to have you in this series. Haven't had you in any races yet, unfortunately, in this series, and we're missing you massively. The true champion. I say the man who actually lives inside of a gym. His sim racing setup is right. Actually, he does bench presses while on hot laps. It's quite incredible. Of course, you can catch him live over at ML Racing.
Who's this? You're speaking. What's this person?
He doesn't actually do it. I'm making that up.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't actually.
I was going to say, yeah, there's
The man's just in very good shape, and it looks like he works out basically while he's not working out, you know? A very well in shape man, Nate Lamlin.
NML LFM's Mount Panorama not this week. I'm sure it was. I took the Ferrari 296 round there for a couple of laps. Sorry. I took the Ferrari 296 round there and got to Forest Elbow a couple of times. And then loaded Watkins Glen up. But yeah, I'm sure at Mount Panorama Nürburgring at the moment, unless they're changing it to the endurance. Yeah, could be changing it from the 45 to the 25 or something. But yeah, I'm keen to get in some LFM racing as well over the next week. It's been too long since I've been behind the wheel. Not that I'm very quick, obviously. Yi and Smith, they are still quick. Smith having a great race then, as you were saying earlier, not cars from. I love it every track. Vadik, how can you not love Zandvoort?
I don't know. Of course, we're here in...
If you don't like...
Oh, God.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, if you don't like Zandvoort, the best thing to do is have a quick go of it on Racedroom in the F4s, and it will change your mind.
Of course, we're racing at
if Zandvoort was
Zandvoort.
Monza, it would be perfect.
F1 racing at Zandvoort this weekend as well. So if you guys haven't caught...
Yeah,
no spoilers. I didn't watch quali yet.
No spoilers, yes.
I didn't watch quali because I had to watch this. Well, the quali is going to be shortly after this. I'm going to watch F1 qualifying. And then, of course, we have the race tomorrow. Unfortunately, Daniel Ricciardo breaking his hand yesterday in free practice 2. You hate to see that. But that's a completely different motorsport series. We're currently watching David Cesar taking a little bit of an off track. What has happened here? Max is washed. Yeah. Uh-huh. Not gonna say what I want to say, but yes. I mean, he's definitely not washed. David Cesar just taking a bit of an adventure. Seeing what his lap time would look like if he added a couple seconds onto it, that's all. Mike Noss is washed? I could have told you that. That's why I commentate. It's because I'm extremely washed. I'm not a great driver anymore. I was never really a great driver in the first place, but I'm especially not anymore. Data gathering. I gotta steal that one, Nate. That's really good. Oh, I love that. And fix my tie. Yes, yes. Luckily, I don't need to be on camera right now, so in fact, I could just have my tie off and you wouldn't even know, Atomic. I don't. I still have my tie on, but I could. Anyways, we're back to a little bit of a lull in the action here. 2 pit stops have been made for our front runners. They've been out for about 15 minutes. But now the gaps are fairly consistent, I will say. Quinn Smith has brought the gap from what was at one point a 27-second gap down to a 16-second gap against Ryan Yi. Renato Dornales in third position as it stands after getting handed the car over to. Of course, teammate been driving an excellent drive so far. Gabriel Felipe, the Brazilian. This Brazilian team has been on the mark this time around. You got to give him massive props. Renato Dornales as well as his teammate Gabriel. Just incredible driving so far. Rui Nunez in fourth. Simone Basolio fifth. Anthony Anderson. And I did not expect to see Ant out there, that's for sure. But he's out there, and he's doing a great job of it. It's a 1:31 last lap. Rock Cop, 7th position, the Slovenian driver in the Fun Sim Racing. Of course, teams with Mita Milodinovic. If Lucas Lichten out there in the Team Iris. Charlie Booth in 9th. And David Hill to round out our top 10.
Yeah, and a quick update actually on the RNF team. Came into pits and, oh my goodness me. Gilles Aleman with a third drive-through penalty for track limits.
Aye. Gilles going to be kicking himself. And Johnny Manuram is not going to be too happy either.
No, I don't imagine so. I don't imagine so. But ahead of him, I was just going to comment on Peter O'Brien, one of the drivers we've seen up and down the field fluctuating. They're carrying a lot of damage at the minute, but still holding that 13th place. But David Cesar, the RNL Roar car is where I was going, came into the pits in 7th, came back out there in 13th place.
Yeah,
So
right.
certainly themselves and Conrad Kula doing some good running inside that top 15, and I think they are going to be ones to watch come the end of the race. Both of them showing very good pace and on great recovery drives. I think they've managed to find themselves, certainly the RNL Roar car for periods has found a nice bit of clear track and managed to get some clean, consistent laps in despite the conditions, and that's certainly helping their charge. But the one of the teams at the top of the championship heading their way back into the top 10, so likely to motivate Yee Smith and Dornelles even more to try and bring home a race win. Going to bring some teams right into the championship hunt. Well, RNL Roar just reminding us that they are staying in the championship hunt. And another drive-through penalty is picked up. You can barely finish a sentence, never mind a lap. Dries Verhulst for the Phoenix Racing team picks up a drive-through before Gilles Aleman had even managed to finish serving his. It's mind-blowing this early in the race, mate. Unless they've moved the track limits between qualifying and practice. But certainly the drivers really seem to be struggling during the race. It's early doors to be picking up these penalties in a 3-hour race.
Yeah, this Phoenix is really struggling to rise from the ashes as the water is really keeping it at bay, it seems. But we also, like we were saying before...
Quenching the flames.
That would have been better. Dang it. Missed opportunity. Good one. Definitely one to keep an eye on, though. David Hill and Charlie Booth. Is this about 4 seconds separating the two of them? But in terms of our race, yeah, we are, as Atomic pointing out, about halfway through the race. Got about 10 minutes till we hit that. And Vadik saying a couple more track suggestions that he'd love to see in the game. Assen and Saipang. Assen, I would love to see Assen. Saipang would be a nightmare to race on.
Correct. It is a nightmare to race on. I've tried it on bikes and in F4s.
Yeah.
Brutal track. Brutal track.
In GTs, I don't think it would be the best track for ACC. If people complain about Zandvoort, I don't think people are gonna like Saipang. And the Red Bull Ring, I don't think can be added due to copyright issues.
Which is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
One of the greatest tracks on the planet.
I think it would be in the game otherwise, because it is one of the greatest tracks ever for both for all GT racing, Formula racing, motorbike racing, any of that. It is an incredible, incredible track. The Red Bull Ring in Spielberg, in Austria. And Istanbul would be another good addition as well. Yes, Istanbul would. That would be a really good addition. It's a very flat track, though. I don't know. I feel like I want to see more tracks with some elevation in there. I know most of them are really in there already, but... And Assen as well, another flat track. A lot of these tracks are very flat.
Sorry, I was looking at some data there and checking up on messages in the chat and stuff. There's another track that I would love to see GT racing take. I realise people are going, oh, but turn 4, it's fun. That zero gravity moment as you come through turn 5 at Portimao. Oh, is that? Sorry, was
No.
that David
good.
Hill?
Yeah, he was
Almost
letting.
losing it. We're good,
No. He was letting someone by. I think that was all. He's letting Dornalis by. We're all good. Continue.
Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, I was going to say Portimao. Now that is a racetrack. The undulations on that, I'm not quite sure you could actually get away with GT3 car around there. So it would be. It's a whole lot of fun around the track. That really does separate the drivers from the Skyvers. The Fabinator, Fuji or Motegi. Can't argue with either of those suggestions.
I don't know. Motegi, once again, another track that I think would be great in concept, but once you get on the track racing side by side with people, you're like, I can't overtake. Like, I literally, there's nowhere to, it's like, yeah, that's Motegi. There's nowhere to overtake.
Ring 2.0.
Motegi, of course, is a motorbike track as well. They race MotoGP there, and overtaking is even tricky in those. WEC is driving up Portimao. Really?
Nice. Yeah, Portimao is an absolutely phenomenal track.
Oh, it's probably one of my favorite tracks.
Incredible.
It's one of my favorite tracks in general. I love Portimao.
Road Atlanta, yep, 100%. Road Atlanta, I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely okay with that one. Estoril and Dubai, yeah.
I don't know Dubai.
Yeah.
I like Estoril. Estoril's great, but I don't know. I actually don't know Dubai's track. That one I'm not sure. I'm not great with the Middle Eastern tracks that aren't on the Formula One circuit. I will say I'm pretty ashamed to admit that. But there's a Slovak ring. See, now these are tracks I've just never even heard of. I didn't know there was a Slovak
Brno as well, yeah. Yeah, Brno, that's a decent track actually. Slovak ring's a tough one.
Uh-oh.
The Slovakia ring.
Marcus Kroplin is driving the wrong way on the start-finish straight. Was this assisted? As that position looks like it was assisted, but it doesn't. I think, how does he end up here? Well, let's watch and find out as we've overshot the bus stop by about a mile. Rejoining, what a weird and anticlimactic spin from Marcus Kroplin. And then he backs into the barrier to boot.
Yeah, really didn't make that easy on himself at all. And that was the exit. He did everything right. He missed these brakes, so he didn't carry too much speed in through the chicane. He kept it nice and calm through the AstroTurf. As soon as he got on the track, put the foot on the loud pedal, and away the back of the car goes. A tale as old as time in the race. So far, we've seen several cars suffer that fate, and oh no, I was about to say with the rain the way it is, but we've actually, Mike, we have a minus. The rain is starting to reduce, he says, with air quotes in the air, because
we've seen it before.
It's relative.
we have already seen it this race. The weather had a minus for a little bit, and immediately a plus came back. There was at one point a dry line starting to form. It quickly went away though, and we'll see. It's going to be a while before we start to see a dry line forming, I predict. And Vadik, I got to give you some props. You have probably more obscure motorsport knowledge than I do, which is saying something. I am not sure. I've not seen... Well, I maybe have, but I don't know who Thomas Eng is with his
Formula One driver. Ex-Formula One driver, I'm sure. Yeah, and he's got...
I thought that was Philip Eng. No, Philip Eng is a GT driver,
team,
isn't he? Anyways, yeah.
Motorland Aragon is a very, very, very tough track to get round. That's now I'm sure Aragon. That is a lot of right angles.
Aragon, like I say, another track. These are, I've seen racing on Aragon.
It's
I've never
kind of like
driven it.
Indianapolis a bit. It's almost
What
like a
is
Spanish
this?
version of Indianapolis.
What is this track? I'm looking at the track layout right now. What?
For Aragon, yeah.
It looks like a child drew this thing. It looks like Snetterton almost. Like a kind of a messy Snetterton. Tomas Eng drove a Gallardo in Blackpin. What in Blanc? Oh, in
Blancpain.
Blancpain. What's Blancpain? Is that
Blancpain, yeah. Oh, so he's a GT3 driver, yeah.
Okay.
But he's got a sim racing team. Jeffrey Ritchie is one of their drivers. And I should know the other ones because they're all racing in VCO SimGrid final events. But yeah, Thomas Eng, very, 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 very strong sim racing team they've got. Very strong sim racing team. Don't get out of Blackpin. Older driver. So he was Formula 1 as well.
Okay.
I thought it was maybe your brother. But yeah, no, he definitely, like you say, on SimGrid actually, you can jump on SimGrid. His team's on there.
Well, there we go.
They're in loads of the events that are
You know what else is on
upcoming,
SimGrid?
so yeah.
John, do you know what else is on SimGrid?
The quickest way to follow Trackalicious and get involved in the upcoming calendar of events you're about to share, Mike.
That is exactly what I was about to say, yes sir, as we are currently watching the Road to the Grand Finals, which you can see off on the left-hand side with an incorrect calendar, as next week is, or not, in 2 weeks, we do not have Misano, we have Kyalami in 2 weeks. Misano will be after that, so just flip-flop Kyalami and Misano on the left-hand side there. That's going to be on September 9th. Of course, we also have our GT3 calendar. That's going to be at 8:30 on Sundays. If you guys are wanting to get out there in GT3s and drive by yourself, we got 90-minute races as well as 30, 45-minute sprints every single week. And as well, our Thursday GT3, GT4 Multi-Class Championship. That's going to be at Snetterton next time around. Of course, we picked the twistiest, windiest, tightest tracks available on the race, or on the game, to, well, have some multi-class action at, because what could possibly go wrong there? And it's proved basically to be incredible racing throughout. Brands Hatch was amazing if you guys didn't catch that. We also have, of course, not listed on this calendar, our Monday Rookie League. That's going to be over at 8:30 on Mondays, where if you are maybe not quite up to the pace that these guys are just yet, but wanting to dip your toe into the sim racing area, the sim racing community, we have a rookie league there. Once again, not listed on this calendar, all available over at SimGrid, and signups and all league information available there. Any other questions, you can ask the boss man in chat, Eric Gakasi, as he is here right now, and yes. But that is, of course, what we offer here at Trackalicious at the moment. We also have an amazing community with an amazing Discord if you guys are interested. If I can type correctly, you can find the Discord as well. But yes, popping back onto track, we do see some changes in position.
Conrad Kula in the pits.
Yes, Conrad in.
Yeah, Kula's in the pits for Simply Race. Cesar's going to take a position there. Continue his charge. Charlie Booth, Team Fanboy Assemble. He's comfortably inside that top 10 now and putting in, again, some very competitive laps with the drivers ahead of him in these ever-changing conditions. It's either wet, wetter, wetter though. That is the change in the conditions totally. In fourth place, Rui Nunez for the Rocket Simsport team. They're leading the championship. Still got 3 hours to go, 15 seconds behind Dornelles. How much of an improvement on the gap can they make before the pits, before the end of the race? I mean, at this stage, certainly for me, Mike, although, again, this is why I commentate. Because I'm about to start talking again about, yeah, if I was in Nunez' position in Rocket Simsport, leading the championship, tricky conditions at Spa, is it really worth pushing to try and catch up, or is it worth just bringing home the points? But of course, these professional sim racers, they're in it to win it 100%. So we're unlikely, I think, to see Nunez take his foot off the pedal, despite the team at the minute. They're in a pretty strong position, all things considered, because, yeah, we've seen some teams so far really not had a good opening. And for the championship leaders, 4th at this stage, not too bad.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rui, as you were saying, yeah, I don't think, I don't think not pushing is in their vocabulary. I think that they are full throttle, full for the entirety of this. Not obviously for corners, but anyways, America was more important than. So, in my opinion, why we didn't have Asia is because Europe and America were more important. Yes. I think that is due to marketing, personally, and I think it's probably a smart choice, as, you know, Fiji, Motegi, those tracks aren't the most well-known in terms of people watching motorsports. You know, everybody knows Spa-Francorchamps, everybody knows Kyalami, everybody knows Circuit of the Americas, but, you know, do people
Thing is, as well, in Europe,
know Sepang? I don't know.
Yeah, I think even in Europe, every single country that has GT3 racing, so the British GT3 calendar, all the tracks are in Britain apart from Spa. They go to Spa once a year as part of the British GT calendar. The German GT calendar go to Spa. Every single series in Europe goes to Spa, and they all go at the same time. 109 cars, they put the temporary pit boxes in, and just phenomenal amount of cars that take part. Where are Wes and Brian? They've been replaced by Anthony Anderson at the minute. Anderson out for the Box 3 Esports team, 6th position they're running in at the minute. But yeah, so as far as coverage goes, certainly the European series definitely garners a lot more attention, so that is why a lot more of the tracks are used, and of course the American tracks being added as well. IMSA doing a phenomenal job across in America, getting GT3 racing. All those Road Atlanta, please bring Road Atlanta.
Yes, please.
Please
bring Road Atlanta. Like, that one I will admit. Yeah, I don't know why. Why did we get Indy when we could have had Road Atlanta? I don't know. I can't answer that question, but we got Indy. Marcus Cropland is really struggling after coming to crop with that barrier. As we saw the replay of that happen on the Kemmel Straight, got a bit out of shape, and through Oruge Radion, lost it. Peter O'Brien, though, he's catching David Cesar. So we're going to have a battle unfolding on track here. The wounded Lamborghini. And it must have been a licensing issue why the 4 American tracks are in the game. Maybe. I hope so. I hope it's not due to laziness, personally. I mean, I don't know. Because, yeah, I agree. I don't know why otherwise they wouldn't have done it, but who am I to judge? I just talk about the racing. I don't make the game.
Oh, the official cars. Right, okay, that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so those two aren't used on the calendar, so...
Sure. That makes sense.
Yeah. Indeed it does.
Oh, no, and... Oh, Cropland. Brother. Oh, I feel for you, Marcus. Marcus picking up a drive-through penalty after the worst lap of his life. To add insult to injury, he bins it in Eau Rouge Radion, almost loses it in the back sector of the track, and then ends up picking up a drive-through penalty as a result. We'll see this little scrap, out of position scrap between Jason Provolone there, and that was Basolio getting the lap done on him.
Yeah, they're still lapping very comfortably up at the front. Provolone back out. Not the best first stint he was saying out in when he was in the chart between stints behind the wheel. Back behind the wheel now. Again, the rain is less than slightly, but it's the chances of there being a dry track before the end of the race, I would say slim to none.
Yeah.
And Slim is currently saddling up his horse and ready to ride on out of town because he's done with this.
Yes.
He's got more than just wet socks like we've got in the chat, that is for sure. Yeah, the rain, again, does say it's lessening slightly, but it's an absolute minimal amount that it's stopped dropping by. The track temperature now equaling the ambient air temperature as well, so there isn't going to be any warm track to help drive. Oh, Nunes again. So I'm just on board with Nunes. Really still pushing it on those curves and on the AstroTurf as well. Exit the Stavolo. Oh, that's just so close to the edge of the track. It's incredible to me how much these drivers still pushing the outer edges of the track.
I mean,
not just because of the conditions, the amount of drive-throughs that we've seen as well, Mike. That's,
exactly.
I mean, for me, that's got to be. That would be scared terrifying.
And as you say that,
David Hill.
as you say it, David Hill picks up a drive-through penalty just to send your point home even harder right there. And Daniel Good, he's on an invalid lap this time around. We also caught Gilles Alleman on an invalid lap. Gilles has had a real issue with track limits penalties. 3 drive-through penalties for Gilles picked up in 3 hours. And there's 3 hours to go. So Gilles...
Yeah, running on that average, Mike, it doesn't look good for the rest of the race for the MSR Esports team.
No, most certainly does not. And I really hope it looks up for Gilles here, but he just needs to... I mean, like I say, take a couple percentages off of the amount he's pushing. And that's easier said than done because obviously it's a long race. The percentage changes constantly. It's an ever-flowing variable here in these races. But right there, Gilles Alleman, off track. That potentially could have been a warning right through no name. As we saw, invalidate his lap. Probably didn't pick up a warning for that one, but needs to just be careful. And no picture-in-picture this time around, Vadik. The guys in the truck are a little bit of technical issues as, yeah.
Yeah, Discord's been a bit janky. I'll tell you what, I'll give it a crack. We'll give it a try.
Okay. Sounds good.
What's the worst that can happen?
Yep.
It can be terrible and we can switch it off again.
Exactly. Not a big deal.
No. Now how do I do it from here? There we go.
There's the guys in the track. Guys in the truck work on that one. See Peter O'Brien here. He is still on that charge. David Cesar has been keeping a pretty constant gap throughout this entire time. Got to give him credit where credit is due.
Right, yeah, yeah, so the mic's for a minute a bit wonky for me there, but I can hear you again, so that's fine.
Yep, no worries. Do you want to go
so yeah, so Mike's
blank HUD as well? And
oh yeah, we'll be able to see. Yeah, go.
Lovely. We now have picture-in-picture up and running. It looks good.
There we go.
And then I also... We're going to do it live on the spot here. Bam. I wanted something to frame this in. So the guys in the truck have provided me
There we go.
with something to frame it in. Look at that. That looks like it's meant to be there now.
It really does.
Oh, that didn't work. We'll work on it in the future. The guys in the truck they're figuring it out, but that definitely looks better.
Picture in picture. Not yet, Fabinator. Not yet, but fingers crossed, touch wood, 5 days from now. We'll see what we can do.
That's going to be good enough right there. It doesn't look... Oh, come on. Just center properly, please. There we go. That's close enough. But that looks much better with that little background. I love it. It's not even, though. Anyway, continue while I even this up. This is going to bother me.
I know, there we go. So we're on board at the minute with Peter O'Brien, the Tyre Sys racing team, of course. I've had a tumultuous race so far, up and down the order. And drive-throughs, and a whole lot of damage for O'Brien at the minute, as we can see on the front of that car. And you can see the amount of extra steering input that he's having to put in. Coming down towards, well, no name at the minute, of course, is now Speaker's Corner. The corner in-game hasn't been changed to mirror that in real life. Of course, the reason it was changed wasn't Formula 1 drivers, it's FIA homologation regarding drivers' helmets. To make sure the corner is fully visible under the with the new design of helmets, that corner has changed. And I believe it's also the reason the partially the reason the corners at Barcelona were changed, although La Caixa was definitely all about the Formula 1 drivers complaining. They just need to be better, is what they need to do. We're on board now with Daniel Good, 10th position.
But a drive-through penalty.
Right, see, I can't see any of that now with a blank HUD.
Oh, yeah. Why don't you bring your HUD up real quick? We can make something work. I have an idea. We can do a little bit of guys in the truck doing it live,
There
folks.
we go.
That didn't work.
Technical. So the drivers, yeah, they put a fair bit of time into the practicing. The setups on the broadcast take just as much time and care. As though there's Good coming. Oh, drive-through, yes. Of course it's a drive-through penalty.
There we go. Oh, but then you have
So-
the map up. Dang it.
Oh, I can take that off.
Okay. We'll figure it out. The guys in the truck working on the picture, as Vadik said. You love to see it. Daniel Good, though, serving his penalty you don't love to see. Awesome. Yeah, that looks good there. Lovely. A little bit off-centered, but like I said, we can...
Well, that's okay.
Yeah. There we go. That's good enough.
Superb, yes. There are ways to change. Yeah. There we go. Yeah,
It'll
we'll
do.
get that perfected
Yes.
for the next broadcast.
AV6 Scott, welcome. Scott, unfortunately not seeing you in this race this time around. Actually, you weren't in this series, were you? And drive-through penalty now removed for Daniel Good as he has served it. And behind him, I think you see the box 3 car there of Anthony Anderson. Ant coming by. He's been lapping very consistently. Last lap at 2:31.1. Not quite the pace that he has been showing, though. His fastest lap is a 2:29.9.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the lap times improving, actually. Certainly on the previous stint with the rain going the way it is. Basolio, Dornelles and Smith all almost half a second up on their personal fastest laps in a minute. Charlie Booth going green at the minute as well. Jace Wright as well finding some incredible pace despite the damage that he's got. His delta is very, very... Oh, yeah. And, oh, that was just a bit of lag on my screen. So that's fine. As long as the drivers aren't experienced that. Basolio... Oh, Provolone.
Oh, he gets out of the way.
Really not a great race for Provolone today.
Let's see what happened here. As we are heading towards Blanchimont? Where are we? No, we're heading towards Pouan. Coming through it. Everything looks tidy onto the curbs, and the car just goes where it wants. Maybe a setup issue there from Jason Provolone and the 42 team. Just not quite... The car just looks loose, to be completely honest. It doesn't look like it's planted. The grip is all over the place, and Provolone, unfortunately, facing the wrong way. Yeah, he touched the curb, but you should be able to touch that curb, even in these conditions. That shouldn't be causing that spin. As we're going to probably see, I'll pick up a driver. We got the 58, potentially, before he makes it through the corner. Rock Cops. Oh, he's in Blanchimont, my bad. 66 of Renato heading towards it now. We'll watch the line here that Renato takes, and I would imagine Renato is going to use that curb a little bit. But let's see. As that curb, you definitely use it in the dry. Renato avoiding it like it's a cancer in the wet, though. And on the exit, oh, he takes that curb on the exit fully. Yeah, so it's just a matter of, I think, setup. The Porsche able to do it. Quinn Smith as well, I would imagine, able to do it. Rui Nunez too. I think it's see. Comes down to just having the car in the right position that you want it to be in sometimes. Peter O'Brien still chasing Cesar, and that gap hasn't really changed. David needs to, he needs to get his foot down a bit more. The middle one only? Okay, so you can touch the exit one, you can't touch the middle one? Okay, fair enough, fair enough. As well, up in the lead, Ryan Yee has held the gap consistent to Quinn Smith. It was about 16 seconds, I think about 4 or 5 laps ago. It's now increased to 17 and a half. Approaching now onto the 78th lap. Renato Dornales, 20 seconds behind them, just coming across the line as well. Rui Nunez in 4th, but Peter O'Brien, I think, is going to be the one to keep an eye on here on the charge to David Cesar. Closest battle on track as it stands. In terms of our pit strategy, we're approaching the 56-minute mark for the longer, the drivers that have been out for the longer period of time. 57 for Quinn Smith. He's been out the longest. Yeah, you're probably right, Vadik, because you're opening your steering wheel on exit there, which allows the grip to be more evenly distributed or something along those lines. I don't think that's the right way of describing that, but yes. Down to 22 drivers as it stands. We can now see every single driver on this leaderboard on the left-hand side. We started with 31. Lost a few drivers, though. Some drivers retiring due to technical failure, some due to mechanical, but nonetheless. We're left here, like I say, 22 drivers out, or 22 cars out on track. Way more drivers. Peter O'Brien, though, like I say, chasing him down. I don't think this is going to change too much. We also, like I say, the fun sim racing here. Last lap, a 2:28.8 compared to Anthony Anderson with a 2:30.4. Anthony needs to get the pace on a bit more if he wants to catch the likes of Basolio, and if he wants to stay ahead of Rock Cops.
Indeed, yeah, Cops having a good run there. Phenomenal livery again. I don't know if Fortunately, but Halo Shaolin.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it
awesome.
is an absolutely stunning livery.
Who is that on the top? He's a dude, a man with ramen noodles. I know someone in chat.
It's a Shaolin monk.
Oh, it's just
I believe it's a representation of a Shaolin monk.
And it's Kopshe, not Cops. My bad. Thank you for correcting me on that. Kopshe. Kopshe? Wait, yeah, She. Kopshe? Oh, Kopshe.
Okay, Coach. I've always called them just Rock Cops. Sheer laziness.
Yeah, he's Slovenian.
Dunlop.
So I don't.
Yeah, any big moments for 63? Yes, several.
Yes.
They've made their way back through the field well, though. There's a lot of cars haven't made it to the end. We started with just over 36. Oh no, sorry, 31 we started with. So we've had 9 cars indeed drop out. So they have made their way back inside the top 20 and could well make up a few more positions as well, given the amount of drive-throughs that we've seen that the drivers picking up. It is incredible to have seen this many this early. We started seeing them coming in an hour and 20 minutes into the race, which is crazy. Accent marks don't seem to show up on ACC TV HUD. Ah, okay. Yeah, they don't show up on the in-game one either.
I thought they did.
Well, no, there's no on Rock's name on the telemetry tower there.
I think that's just how he typed it. I think accent marks show up. I'm 99% sure I've seen accent marks before. I could be wrong. Don't get me wrong, but I swear I've seen accent marks before.
Oh, I mean, I think you actually, yeah, I think you have to, if you physically type them in the game, because that's obviously, that's the in-game.
It's whatever they typed in their SimGrid profile. That's what it will show. And I'm pretty sure it shows up in ACC TV. Unfortunately, we don't have any accent marks in the game to check, but I have apostrophes and stuff like that. I know an apostrophe isn't the same. Peter O'Brien, though, has
but yeah,
caught
Dan,
up
up
with
8
Cesar.
positions, you're right, yeah. So yeah, they have made it back a few places. Provolone behind them as well now. There's a couple of incidents he's had. Not the type race that he is mostly known for. Peter O'Brien, though, for me, is one of the talks of the race so far. The up and down of that team so far. Not only that, another team who I was personally praising, certainly RNL Roar, for making their way back through the field. Well, O'Brien, despite having a damaged Lamborghini, is closing in on Cesar. 2.5 hours to go, and it is starting to close in between these two. If he gets that Lamborghini past Cesar, that bodes well for them for the rest of the race. And that is another team on an incredible drive back, much like Anderson, their team outside 25th in the opening exchange is a lap, now up to 6th position. Dornell is coming in from the lead. Yeah, so many equations still to be taken into consideration. Of course, Charlie Booth planted there firmly in 9th as well. A great drive from the box 3 Porsche again. Found themselves much further down the field, but they have been on an absolute charge back through. And with the teams dropping out that have dropped out, like Brabham, some good points up for grabs, Mike, for the gals that are still in it.
Yeah, for sure, as we have quite a few drivers here that are, they're going to make some good points up here. In terms of our championship standings, which I literally just had up and closed for whatever reason, we have, let's see here, standings overall in the series. The Rocket Sim Sport Lamborghini Evo 2 is leading this by 2 points over the RNL Roar, and it's actually a dead tie for the Box 3 and the RNL Roar. Did you cover on that? I feel like you would have. Did you mention that already, John? John's not here.
What? Sorry, I was
go.
just looking at the amount of time that teams are spending in the pit there. I was just about to do a quick sorry.
Did you mention the fact that RNL Roar and Box 3 Esports are tied on 100 points at any point? I feel like you did. I missed that. But
I did, yes.
Okay, wow, yeah, that's insane. I just caught that. And so the team battles are extremely tight as it stands. The Box 3 Esports tied for second position. 90 points respectively to the Madhouse Racing, who is currently in the lead of this race. Going to be looking to make up a good amount of points there. Vacuum Racing in P5 in the standings. Again, looking to make up a good result with Dornales putting in the pace this time around in that Porsche 992 GT3. But Peter, Regan Mitchell as well. One to keep an eye on is caught up with Juan Kairos. We have a couple battles evolving here on track as the time goes.
Yeah, Dan, the conditions have been tricky, to say the least. And as anyone that drives in this game will know, it's difficult enough keeping the virtual tyres connected to the virtual tarmac. We saw a couple of cars just absolutely the wrong place at the wrong time. Innocent bystanders. One car slightly misses its brakes, makes contact with another car and sends that car skidding into a third. And suddenly, as we can see from the bottom right-hand screen there, Peter O'Brien in that Lamborghini is soldiering on because, they realise that points up for grabs. This could put them right back in the hunt, a good top 10 finish. But damage, not many cars have survived without incidents, and that includes the race leaders. We've seen in the opening exchanges, the race leader at one point was 15 seconds ahead and lost 4 seconds on one lap after touching a curb in the opening stint. So no one has escaped the cruel mistress that is Spa in the wet, the 1921 Art Deco classic. Certainly bringing tears to the eyes of the drivers as well as water to the windshields as Mitchell just making his way past the Audi then. That's put Simply Race Esports back up to 14th position. Verhulst back in the pits. He was just in for a drive-through. This one back in, and Julien Pascal Trapman out for the Feinstaub Esports team. Another car that's had more than its fair share of trips into the pits. Those track limit drive-throughs, almost as much of a talking point as the weather's been so far, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. And Peter O'Brien here as well on that charge, as you were saying before. But in terms of, I want to give a little shout out in chat. So Zuka the Bazooka, welcome Zuka Vinod. He also doesn't have an accent mark, so it must be something in like, yeah, the game just not recognizing the character and simplifying it. But it's unfortunate, because I like to pronounce things properly. But yeah, the game not quite recognizing that. That's all good. But in terms, Peter O'Brien, he has caught the gearbox here, or rather the diffuser of the number 20 car. As they head down the hill, you can see the damage, which is quite a lot of damage, to be honest, for Peter O'Brien here. It's surprised he hasn't come into the pits to repair that. Maybe he has, and it's just visual on our end. That also could be. 1 hour and 7 minutes towards Peter O'Brien's stint timer. He's going to be one of the next ones to come in the pits. He's actually second longest out on track. That Quinn Smith being the first longest out on track.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, the only drivers over the hour mark on track at the moment, actually. The rest of the drivers about 8 minutes behind them as far as stints go, apart from, of course, David Hill just been in for a drive-through. But that will, of course, impact his next stint, because he wasn't able to take on more fuel. So the tyres will be absolutely fine, no doubt, but the fuel restriction do mean he'll be back in soon. Mitchell just out and getting the overtake done, up, as you can see, back up to 14th position, only 26 minutes into his stint, so plenty of time to get caught up and get the job done. So we'll see how that closes in. Again, in these conditions, absolutely anything is possible. There may be a minus next to the clouds for the amount of rain that is due to be falling. There has been little to no reduction in the amount of rain. So as you see the puddle there. Is there a space at La Source down towards Radio where there isn't puddles for the drivers to drive through? If anyone does spot a gap, let me know, and we'll give that a proper highlight as head over Eau Rouge, which is of course the river that runs under the track. We might need to rename the river running down Radio 2.0 as we get on board. As we're on board. Certainly I'm on board with Quinn Smith. You guys are watching Peter O'Brien as well, but Smith just blue flagging very quickly past, so getting another clean overtake done. But that is a fascinating battle that you're watching there. Two teams, Mike, that we've talked about being really quick and really out of position, now find themselves up against one another, battling for top 10, when this could easily be a battle for 5th, 4th, 3rd even. Yeah,
it's very surprising to see them down this far. Of course, the RNL Roar did take P2 in the previous 2 weeks. Or about 2 weeks ago, excuse me. The 101 car, we're about to arrive on the scene of a crime here. As there is a car off on the side. That is going to be Julien.
Again.
Yeah, Julien Pascal Trapma. Yes. Julien Pascal Trapma in P21 with a very unfortunate way in their race as well. The teammate Marcus Cropland definitely as well, also not with... It's just a race to forget for the Feinstaub Esports team here. They have definitely not had the drive that they've been looking for. Peter O'Brien firmly ahead of David Cesar after getting that overtake done, but David Cesar is not going to let him go that easily. The RNL Roar is, well, like we say, previous race winner even, I think. Did they win the first race? Let me double check that before I go and spout it. But I remember they have had incredible results so far in this AMG. Which pulling up.
Who RNL Rowe, sorry, they were fourth
Yes.
in race 1, second in race 2.
Fourth in race 1. Okay, so not quite
Fourth
on the
in race
podium.
1, yeah.
But still, with an amazing result. Qualified P5, finished P4. Behind the likes of the Vacuum. Well, Rocket Simsport winning that one. Rocket Simsport they've been driving extremely well. Unfortunately, I don't think we have that Rocket Simsport car anymore, do we? Or no, we do. Do we?
Yeah, car 22, Rui Nunez in 4th position.
Okay, it is Rui Nunez. Okay, got it.
It is Rui Nunez. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, championship leaders currently sitting in 4th position, a bird in the hand worth 2 in the bush. As we were talking earlier, but as you were saying, yeah, Rui Nunez and the gang not really likely to have words like "don't push" in their vocabulary. Flat out to the end, let's get the wins as Quinn Smith comes in to take his pit stop, an hour and 11 minutes in, so another longer stint. So yeah, he's in. Dornales will go through. Nunez will go through. Basolio. He's got a bit of time to stay out as well, so he's likely to do so. Ryan Yee will be in the pits fairly soon. Kopsha and Lichten will be in pretty much on the same time as Charlie Booth. Peter O'Brien's going to be in on his next lap, and he has actually got past David Cesar.
And you saying that actually reminds me. Also, Javier in chat earlier, I actually missed this. Javier, why does your TSE car look like it has damage? So that's just a visual bug in ACC, unfortunately. So the TSE car actually is in showroom ready condition. But yeah, sometimes ACC doesn't quite visually fix the damage, but it's all good in terms of your guys' performance, but visually is a little bit different. Also, Zuka Vinod, I'm sorry, I'm gonna mispronounce that name. I'm trying my best. Don't get me wrong, but it's
horribly mispronounced.
You'll have
Make sure
to.
You get it right.
You'll have to tell me that one again. I know you've told me in the past, but I need to hear that one and get it right to get that. The Eastern European names I really struggle with. That's what I've come to learn from this. So yeah, I think Adstitsiev will also agree with that as I just butcher his name as I say it. But yeah, Trapman down in P22 with another drive-through penalty as well. That's going to be their 6th pit stop that they make. Doesn't bring the top, though, as Jack Grossart in P21 has 7 pit stops to their name. The Phoenix that has tried to rise from the ashes has been quelled repeatedly by this water. My goodness.
Yeah, that's a lot of trips to see the engineers, even if it is just to drive past and wave at them because you've been penalised for track limits once again. But yeah, a lot of pits, a lot of pit stops. To put that in perspective, the team leading the race have been in the pits twice. They're about to come in for a 3rd time. So yeah, double the amount of pit stops some of the teams have had to take so far. But they have stayed in it. They're going to cross the line. They're going to collect points.
And unfortunately,
points make prizes.
Yes, they do. Absolutely. Every point matters. You can't win a championship if you don't earn a point. But unfortunately,
101 out the race.
Yeah, after Julian Pascal Trapma had that incident, well, they're going to call it a close to that one. Like I say, a race to forget there for the Feinstab Esport team. They're going to be kicking themselves, but there's always 2 weeks from now to come back and make a good recovery drive and show what they're truly made of. I know they got more pace behind that Lamborghini, just not quite delivering this time around, and, you know, it happens. You know, not everyone can perform 100% of the time, and just very unfortunate the way this race went, but I will say the rain is called to be lightning. Not thunder, and it's called to be like getting lighter, and it was for a while. I noticed the rain was a bit lighter on the dash, and it is, but it seems to be coming down a bit harder again. Anthony Anderson into the pits. Rock Cops is allowed through for free then for now. Anthony Anderson, after an hour and 7 minutes, calling a close to their stint timer. No, I cannot
yeah.
say that, Vadik. I can probably say... Is it...
Oh, Kanik Dvorak. I can say
yeah.
Dvorak
I was going to
because
say,
of
I
watch
can
tennis.
say the last name, I think, if I tried, but I can't say the first name. But yeah, Dvorak. The D is probably silent, if I had to guess. Maybe.
Almost.
Almost? Oh, jeez.
Almost silent.
This
Dvorak.
is why...
Dvorak. Not really silent, actually,
so
no.
it's kind of like Zuka, then, where you slightly pronounce the D before his name, but not really. That's so tricky. Yeah, it's just those the Slavic and just the Eastern European names really are tricky.
Yes, they are.
I know.
Although I've been exposed to quite a few.
Emmanuel, luckily, keeps it out of another car, but doesn't keep it out of the barrier. Let's go back and see what happened. A big pack of cars behind. The pressure maybe just got to him, as those are all cars on different laps. Takes the curb on entry and pirouettes round. Luckily, doesn't collect anybody. Why? Yeah, that was sketchy on the rejoin almost. Well, the reversing rejoin just about. All this is happening. Actually, this is a battle for position here. This is Daniel Good battling with David Hill. Daniel Good, after serving that drive-through penalty, after picked up from track limits, of course, David Hill now is going to be the next target for him. In front of them is Jace Wright, the controller king. That's a back marker. Anthony Anderson is no longer behind the wheel of the car, and we see Brian Knappen out back behind the Evo 2. You sent a voice message? Oh my, not again. Let's take a look. We'll give him a listen.
Sheniak Dvorchak.
Okay. I know you can hear that on stream, but let's see. Is it Chrenik? Wow, that's tricky. Gilles Alleman has, well, he's just gathering data, trying to see what the what off the track is going to do for him. Might increase his time. He has found out though that this. What a save that turned into an almost not save where he almost got killed. And he manages to catch it somewhat, but this is also a race to forget for Gilles. And Cheniak Dvorchak. Kind of. I know that's not it, but that's probably closer than I've said the entire time. Languages are fun, you know. Yeah, and yes, Lateral commenting on the first time that I tried to pronounce Vadik's name. Heck, even when I try to pronounce it nowadays.
Yeah, it's fun trying to get your laughing tackle around some of these handles. Yeah, no, Vadik, you've just taken that one step too far.
You know, that's just a common
How can that be an entire
saying.
phrase? There isn't a single vowel in the sentence.
You're right, there isn't.
Did you break your keyboard? Have the vowels on your keyboard broken? Because there isn't a single vowel in that sentence, my good man. How? Please explain this to me.
I guess vowels don't work like that over in Europe.
It's taken me 45 years to get a basic grasp of the English language. You're now throwing words at me that don't have vowels. My brain has broken. It means stick a finger through the neck.
Wow. What, is that like something that you say when you're wishing somebody good luck? Or is that a derogatory statement? Like, is that like break a leg?
Ah, got ya. Right, yeah, break a leg type thing. Yeah, okay, I was going to say I could stick a finger through the neck, be good luck, but no, break a leg is a good luck phrase, so yeah, no, we'll go with that. Ah, it's a tongue twister. Got ya. It's a tongue twister.
It's certainly a tongue twister for any native English speaker, I can tell you that. Daniel
Yes,
Good and David
indeed.
Hill are in the pits one by one with the fun sim racing behind them. I almost said the Stooch sim racing. I haven't seen the Stooch out there in a while.
Is in as well.
I'm going to forget that one, and I do apologize.
Yeah,
but yes,
I'm not.
Kopsch.
Ryan Yee, did you say race leader was in the pits?
No, I did not actually. Ryan Yee is in.
He is.
After hour and 14 minutes. That's his stint timer to a close. So had to make their pit stop, came in. Dornales, I think, will be in within the next few laps. And we'll see Rui Nunez in a couple laps as well. David Hill and Daniel Good are switching positions in the pits. Now this is the tightest battle on track, and you can see why. These two bumper to bumper in the pits.
Ando Senpai likes to stick with his pre-race prayer. May your tyres be warm, your lines clean, and your deltas green. I like that. I do have a friend of mine in Australia who's going to go properly fall out with me tomorrow when I'm not able to make the race that I'm supposed to be commentating for him. But yeah, his favourite phrase before the start of his race is the golden phrase in life: keep it clean on the track and dirty in the sack. And I feel that yeah, that works. I feel that works, definitely. But yeah, I like that one too, Ando. Great stint, by the way, Ando. I'm going to assume, I know that assuming makes of you and me, but I'm going to run on the assumption that you are Brian Knappen's teammate from the box 3 car, just handed over. Nice stint. How do you guys feel the race is going so far? Sorry to interview you on the spot when you're just out the car. But yeah, where do you guys think you're going to finish up with the race? Oh, Mike.
Yes.
I feel like I'm in an eternal loop of deja vu here because I'm about to say those magic words.
Yeah, Grossart got another drive-through penalty and is about to make their
track limit
8th
violation.
pit stop. Yeah, it's not been a good race for Grossart, unfortunately, and their team. That's going to be their 8th pit stop. And I think only 2 of them were actual stops, or 3 of them were actual stops.
Well, yeah, at the most you would be looking at 3 because, like I say, that's the race leaders only just taken their 3rd pit stop so far. So, yeah, they've got yeah, 1 more to take. Of course, when I did my calculations, I counted the number of stints rather than the number of stops. 5 stints, 4 stops. Ando, isn't that Anderson that was just in the car? Well, Ando, now is your time to shine. If you were, how would you feel box 3's chances are? And where do you think they're going to finish up? Give us a prediction in the chat. You've been enjoying the race. And you've got a pre-race prayer that includes green deltas, so you can obviously handle the car. So are you in the race? And even if you are or if you're not, how do you think the box 3 Lamborghini? Come and join the commentary team for a couple of minutes. How does everybody else think the box 3 team are going to do? They're on a charge. How do we think Cesar and RNL Roar are going to do? I think they're going to do well. I've been touting them all race. The pace they're showing, phenomenal. Of course, the Porsche as well of Dornelles back in the lead. Basolio for the SPR QR team and Andres Borchers all cannot be overlooked at this stage. We've got 2 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, and here we go. There's a plus sign, Mike.
There's a plus sign for what, rain?
Sign.
Oh, yes, there is. Well, hope
Did
everyone wanted
to laugh.
Yep.
Okay.
You know how we have 4 limited sets of dry tires, everybody? Yeah, you're not going to see a single one of them this time around.
Yeah, not much danger of anyone breaking that quota today.
No, most certainly not. If they did, that would be impressive. But Renato here as well, out there in the race lead. They're going to need to make their stop this lap. No, yeah, this lap they're going to need to make their
Full
stop.
on board from David Cesar, please.
That sounds like a plan. Why don't we get on board here with Cesar, who's really all on his lonesome. Like, really on his lonesome. He has nobody around him for a very long while. Of course, everybody around him has made their pit stop. That is why. Charlie Booth, actually, okay, I was just checking. Charlie Booth was past their stint timer. They are in the pits, that's why. David Cesar, though, gonna have probably 2 more laps if they want to putt around for it in these conditions. Can see the drying conditions, soon to be not drying, though, soon to be getting more wet. Coming through Puan now, looking to tilt the car in, avoid that curb on the outside. As we've seen, it can be completely deadly using the exit curb, though. just a little bit. Heading now in towards Piff Path. Up a gear nice and short for that traction. Goes down into second for the initial part, but short shifts to third, gaining the traction on exit to allow that optimal power deliverance. Down into second now for Campus. And into Stavilo. It's going to be late on the throttle. Listen to how short that gearing when he goes to shift is. And that is to avoid any wheel spin whatsoever. David Cesar, an expert behind the wheel of this Mercedes. A little out of position as we made the comment. Did end up finishing second place in the previous race here at the BCO Road to the Grand Finals here at Trackalicious, heading into the bus stop chicane now. Last lap, it was a 2:28.6. And this lap is going to be a bit longer because we are in the pits to make our mandatory stop. David Cesar could have done another lap if they wanted, but I'm going to call it a close there. That is that stint complete. And Jeff Spangler, who is not our current race leader, is going to be
You will be in a second.
Yes, but
Yeah.
looking to take it momentarily as Renato Dornales is in the pits. So the world's balances will be resumed as normal again here. Keep pushing, says the rear wing there of Jeff Spangler, and that's a message to absolutely everybody. And the race lead has not quite... Oh, I went a little too early. The race lead has now been gifted back to Jeff Spangler. He is our race leader once again, and Renato Dornales relinquished down into second. We'll see where he comes out. I think Andy might get him. And he should be rejoining
yeah,
in
Borsiers
second.
definitely will. Ryan Woodrow's the big question. In fact, no, it's not the big question. Woodrow's got him. Wow.
What's the stop time on
Nice
this?
stint by Woodrow. Sorry, say that to me again, bud.
What's the stop time in the... How long are you, is the... where do you find that? I know you have this information. I don't know where you found it, but you need to send it to me.
Yeah, a while. It's on Pitwall Live.
Really?
Yep. So it's on my bottom right window, but if you look down, you'll see where it shows you the drivers, the rectangles with their name in it and their stint, the number of laps they've done, and there's a little white blocks between.
I don't think I have my pit wall set up the same way you do.
Ah, okay. I will show you.
Yeah, I need to set my pit wall up better, so we'll discuss this post-race.
Yes, indeed, we will. Over a post-race pizza, I can assure you.
Yes.
Will be pizza and UFC.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually... I wasn't going to make the question, but that was my next question. Is there a fight tonight? Because if there is, that is the plan.
Indeed it is with F1 qualifying. So again, please no spoilers in the chat. Thank you very much.
Yes, please don't.
But we've still got plenty of racing to go. And I am looking for this software that let me operate this. Ryan Wood now. No, he did not. False predictions in the chat. I got it right with RNL Roar. But Felipe back out for Dornelles is in fact ahead of Woodrow once again, but close that gap back down over that stint. Canapin up to 6th. Zampieri going to be feeling the pressure soon. 38 seconds of a gap, so not soon, but certainly before the end of the race. Schaefer back out for RNL Roar. I'd really struggle with that one. Purple burglar alarm, no problem whatsoever. Irish wristwatch, easy, all day long. RNL Roar still not working, but it's Schaefer that's out on track in the Mercedes. 11th position, so they are making up the places over the stints, and when they're getting back out, they're seeing the rewards. That's at least 2 positions every time they've come out of the pit, so they are looking good for at least a battle to get themselves into the top 10. It's going to be Jeremy Mercer that's going to be fending them off again. Another one of the teams that I've been waxing lyrical about with the drive that they've had. Their charge through the field was matched only by Brian Canapin and the Box 3 team, until an extra contact with the wall seen them drop back down, but they are inside the top 10 and ahead still of the RNL Road team. So the closing battles here, the championship standings. Oh, that's not good, Mike.
No, it most certainly is not. Looks like an unforced error at the end of the Kemmel Straight here. Let's see. We approach the corner, take it. Very good line. That's a normal dry line, in fact. What is about to happen here? Too much curb on the inside? Too much... The car just not gripping. I don't think the front end or the back end gripped up there, really, but the back end stepping out. Potentially too much throttle there for Jason Pooley. Regardless, the result is whatever the outcome, or whatever the cause was, the outcome's the same. He ends up hitting the barrier, taking quite a bit of damage, and in P14. He was in P14 before that, but Matter Team now going to be a little bit closer in that American United Racing, which, by the way, this livery is absolutely incredible. I just want to give a little shout out to it, as these drivers do have, I think, every single flag that you see there is represented by the drivers in the team. They have 3 different drivers, all from different countries: America, Brazil, and Canada. Currently, Matter Team, I think the American, is behind the wheel of it. Matter Team teamed with Juan Kairos, so the Brazilian with him this time around. And Matter Team is the American, yes, not the Canadian. Seems like they are missing whoever... I've forgotten who the Canadian is this time around. I know when someone tells me, I'll be like, oh yeah, duh. But there's only, like, I don't know, 100 teams to remember throughout every single league that I commentate, so it's, forgive me, basically.
Mike, I'm going to be honest, I think you're massively under-exaggerating that. I'm going to hugely stick up for you there. To say it's only 100 teams is a massive understatement to the levels of interactions you have, the number of teams and drivers that you come across in your community. I know that because I'm very much in the same boat.
Yeah.
And just a quick note, on behalf of commentators everywhere, we really to say thank you to everyone that has a different name on Discord, PlayStation, Steam, PC, Twitch and YouTube. It really does make our life so much easier when you have a different name on every platform, so thank you from the bottom of our hearts for that one.
Yeah.
From a definitely not sarcastic grumpy old Scotsman.
No, not at all.
Back to you, Mike.
As, yeah, a little poke at the people that have their Twitch names not quite set to their Discord names, which are also not quite set to their in-game names. Yeah, if you are one of those people, why? But anyways, Jeremy Mercer on the charge with Dimitri Athwal in front of him. He has a back marker, though, to negotiate before we get to that. That's going to be... why am I struggling with Emmanuel's name so much? It's Imputato. Maybe?
Yeah, Imputato.
Okay, Imputato in P20. Needs to be navigated by Manuram behind as well here. Manuram is a back marker.
Wow. Sorry, but that's not a sentence I ever thought I would hear. Johnny Manuram, a back marker. Incredible.
Yeah, the Lamborghini not quite with the pace this time around to get it done, really. I mean, they're down. Where do they start? Let's take a look. Actually, Manuram started in P16. Actually, dead even. One of the only drivers that is in the same position they start. Ooh, excuse me. That burped. That's gross. Johnny Manuram, though, started in P16, is still in P16. Jason Pooley in P14. Andy Borschu's in P2, and Jeff Spangler in P1. All of them started in their respective positions.
Yeah. The comedy starts to become funny. I wanted to start watching a movie, but this is way better.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I will take that. He's known for his laugh, and he's more entertaining than a movie on a Saturday night.
We'll take
Happy days.
We'll take.
Yes, indeed. Lizzie Sinead jumping in as well in the chat. Of course, just to quash those rumours, I'm not actually Lizzie Sinead. She sounds far more fabulous than I do. That was just a joke. But yeah, welcome back in, Lizzie. Good to see you back in the chat still. Jeremy Mercer getting right back into action. 9th and 10th places we're watching on screen. Just to say, at 9th place, Dimitri Athwal has been solid so far for the box 3. Porsche just has a bit of a moment on the way into the final chicane. And in fact, they were almost side by side through Blanchimont. Side by side through Blanchimont is one thing. In these conditions, oh, you need to get something checked in the cerebellum, I believe, because that's all kind of bravery. But in the final chicane, the Porsche, that must have been, what, a metre, 2 metres too late on the brakes there. It's cost them a run off track, and that's put 16s back ahead of him. So Johnny Manon unlapping himself. Jeremy Mercer, Tyre Sim Racing Esports, they're back inside the top 10. So for me, really, top 3 teams at the moment. I mean, taking nothing away from the drivers up at the front, it really is a different type of concentration to lead a race like this for so long. But Knappen in the box 3 car, Jeremy Mercer in the team in the Tyre Sim Racing, and Tim Schaefer in the gang in the RNL. Still can't do RNL roller. They've had much better races than the Scottish commentator has, that is for sure. For me, those 3 teams absolutely standouts at the moment with the efforts putting in. And for all 3 of them to be back in the top 10, it really is a testament to the grit and determination they've got in those teams, Mike.
Yeah, sorry, I was just reading Eric's chat because Eric has gone off the walls and done copy pasta, something I didn't even know Eric knew that those existed. Eric, of course, is slightly ancient, so the fact that he is aware of that sort of technology is quite impressive. But did someone actually say that second one? Like, is that a quote? Because if that's a quote...
Oh, the NASCAR player, yeah, there's a NASCAR player, yeah. Boogity, boogity, boogity.
Definitely, like to thank my smoking hot wife, Lisa. Someone said that?
It's from, it's the NASCAR prayer from Shake and Bake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
From,
there we go. Yeah.
What's it? The Talladega Nights.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah, Talladega Nights.
Of course.
What a movie that is. Please don't start me quoting that movie. It's before 10 o'clock here. I'll get into a lot of trouble. 53 minutes and I can start. No, I can't. No, I can't. Of course, obviously not. But yeah, got to love yourself a bit of Talladega Nights.
A movie that I actually have seen, surprisingly. It's one of the few. I've only seen it once, but
I know,
I have seen it.
You do have to be careful with the age references sometimes. You're just not quite sure which movies I've seen and at what age.
Most
I
of
sit
the
and talk
time,
about Jaws to my daughter, like, yeah, she's got no idea.
What is?
Jaws.
Jaws. Oh, okay.
Jaws,
I thought you said.
Yeah,
I thought you
some
said
of these things,
George. I'm sorry, your accent got to me. That was just a Scottish to English translation issue there. That was all. But yes, Jaws. I have seen that one too.
It happens a lot. It happens a lot. I'll tell you what else happens a lot. Overtakes with RNL Roar. Dimitri Athwal is getting closed in again. I've just chucked on a replay there. That wasn't very convincing through Blanchimont there by him, and that has brought Athwal right back. Sorry, it's brought Schaefer right back under his rear spoiler, so anything Mercer can do, Schaefer is lining up to do as well. Who is winning? The viewers. But at the minute it is Jeff Spangler. Can't confirm. 10 out of 10 livery, by the way, says names Luca. Luca, which livery is it to which you refer?
I'm assuming Tim Schaefer's, if I had to guess here, the RNL Roar.
Yeah,
the one
that is
that
a good one.
The one that I was watching.
The lion on the side is very good.
The Kia support as well, that is Kia's new logo, of course. I mean, it's not that new anymore, but for a very long time when Kia changed that logo, I thought it was a different car brand. I'd never until one day I drove by a Kia dealership and saw the sign, and that was when I knew. Nobody asked, and quite frankly, nobody cares, but now you guys know how I learned that was Kia.
They've actually got a race team.
They do?
Yeah. It's called the Kia Comfy Slippers Club.
Oh, okay. They're driving in Kia Souls.
Yeah. So Kia do have a race team. Kia Racing. What is it they call it? There is a name for the Kia race team. They've maybe rebranded it to Kia Racing now, actually, but there was but yeah, a couple of the cars that they're putting out at the moment are nippy little things. So yeah, I'm looking forward to trying one of them in some of the sims. It'll be interesting to see what they can do. Regan Mitchell for Simply Race Esports. He's not in a Kia, he's in a Lamborghini. He's in the top 15. He's in the pits as well. I think he's going to be coming out for another stint the way the team has been running it. He says stall and have a look. Conrad Cooler might be coming back out, but he did only have 55 minutes. The team, all their stints bar one, have been under the 1 hour mark, but they will still only have one pit stop after this. So this is their penultimate trip in, so we'll see who comes back out for this one. It'll leave them out on track way longer than most of the cars. Borscher's already 28 minutes into his stint. Brian Knappen 24 minutes into his stint. So that one last pit stop for these teams up at the top. Certainly they'll be hoping. They're handing out drive-through penalties here like I can't even think of an analogy that comes close to the amount of penalties that are being getting handed out so far. The conditions are worsening, of course. There is another plus sign next to the clouds again. We're going to see even more rain falling. So absolutely no let up whatsoever. The four dry tyre count will remain safe. There will be 4 sets of dry tyres left in each garage, that is for sure, because as Mikey was alluding to earlier, I thought maybe potentially we might saw someone, if the minus stayed there, somebody try and be clever and sneak up on the dries, but Mike, no chance of that now. And that plus sign, even though it takes us into the next 30 minutes, even if the plus sign disappears after the 30 minutes, never mind. Sapien, drive-through penalty, Mike.
Exactly. You took the words out of my mouth and watched it happen there. Ricardo Sapien picks up a drive-through penalty, unfortunately. We still see Tim Schaefer chasing down Dimitri Athwal. And AV6 Scott thinking that the Kia logo looks like the 9 Inch Nails logo. I've never thought about that, but you're 100% right. They
will never unsee that. I will never unsee that. Never see the 9 Inch Nails logo. So there we go.
They actually look like very similar. I will say that. So, can't unsee that one. But Tim Schaefer in the RNL Roar on the charge here. Dimitri Athwal has been doing a great job of defense. Mostly, he had that one error when he was battling. I think it was Lucas Lichten, or I'm not sure who it was. But ended up going off the track at one point there in the back chicane, just making an uncharacteristic mistake. And we're going to see Tim Schaefer. He's going to be looking for the exact same opportunity, though. Waiting for a mistake, waiting for anything he can here as the conditions improve. As the conditions get worse, it's going to get harder to drive out here. The conditions will not be improving for a very long time, it seems. And we might have a full 6 hours of wetness. That is going to be insane. The drivers will be exhausted by the end of it. There's no doubt about that. Of course, though, this is nothing, I feel like, compared to what they had to do last week. Zandvoort being a extremely tight, twisty, windy track that requires basically 100% concentration 100% of the time, and any lapse in judgment, you'll end up in the wall pretty quickly. Spa, you have the luxury of a 0.65 mile straight. You get a little bit of time to breathe. You can take your hand off the wheel. You can take a drink of water. You can think. On Zandvoort, you can't do that. Very, very tricky to even get hydration in, which hydration you may forget as a sim racing driver. Over the course of 75 minutes, you definitely need it. Something people often forget. And a drive-through penalty picked up for Imputato as well. So the back of the field struggling with staying between the mayonnaise and the mustard.
We're learning, Mike. We're learning. Fully approve.
Oh, switchback attempt from Tim Schaefer. That's a little bit deep for Dimitri Athwal. Dimitri's going to cover the inside, though, heading into the first corner. Actually, he doesn't need to even. Tim Schafer's a bit too far behind. Let's see, though. Is he going to go for the lunge from downtown? It would be an ambitious one, but no. Tim Schafer is a bit smarter than that. You can see him trying to set that alternate lineup, though, every single time. He knows he has the pace, as actually he was 0.3 quicker last lap, despite being being behind Dimitri. Also see a brief yellow flag there from Ryan Walker. I think he was getting out of the way of his teammate there to allow the race leader by. Jeff Spangler doing an excellent job there. Of course, Ryan Walker, that team was shown support by Jeff Spangler earlier in chat when Jeff dropped in, said hi before the race, showing love to his fellow teammates there on a different, or in a different car. Let's see just
Have a
what
look
it's,
through the calendar as well. Oh, sorry, you go, Mike.
oh, I was gonna say, sorry, just to see what it's like here on board, but no, go right ahead.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the ever-changeable conditions that we've seen over the series. We're likely to see more of it as well. Of course, we've got Misano, Kyalami and Bathurst still to come. So this race only just marking the halfway mark in the series for those places in the final. So still plenty to play for, but certainly the drivers have had some extreme ends of the weather to deal with, and yeah, it really is not going to get dry before the end of this race. It's going to be changeable conditions. The amount of standing water likely to keep on increasing, and yeah, with Malzano as a Kyalami and Bathurst on the calendar, they could be looking at even more varied conditions. Cooking in Misano, and I think as well, because if I'm right, there is actually a clue too.
I don't think there is, because we're speeding at Spa-Francorchamps. So
Speeding at Spa, yeah, no, there's not.
I
No,
don't
so
think there is. I think they're just names.
yeah, but no, certainly the conditions. I mean, Kyalami could be anything from toasty hot to red. In fact, all three tracks. When the final chicane, they're just keeping an eye on that battle again. But they're certainly, yeah, certainly going to be put through the ringer for the closing 6 hours of the series as well. Still got 2 hours, as you say, to get the job done here as well. How is that possible? Oh no, he's got 1 lap left.
What?
To serve. I was going to say, how could Imputato have got another penalty that quickly? He must have got 4 limits in 1 lap, but no, he's got 1 lap left to serve his pending penalty.
Oh my goodness. Jack is in again. Why? We're at 24 minutes into the stint timer. This is going to be their 9th pit stop.
Yeah, the race really not going their way. The Phoenix definitely not rising from the flames, rising from the ashes on this one. But we'll still get points. And that is what is important. 20 points up for grabs for 21st position, so just needs to bring this home. And in fact, the way the rest of the drivers are going with drive-throughs themselves might sneak a position or 2, much like Tim Schafer is still trying to do, still hunting down Dimitri Athwal. We got back ahead not long after. Oh, sorry, it's been defending since Mercer got that overtake done. Mercer now off into the distance since getting past, really showing these two a clean pair of heels. And I'm sure Schafer will be chomping at the bit to try and get himself past and get the charge on to try and catch up to Mercer himself. Mercer running well in this stint again, closing in on Lichten ahead. There is 14 sideways in the Mercedes, as you would expect through here at some point in time. Oh, he's got Brave on that inside curb again. All the extra steering input from the Mercedes driving Tim Schafer. That could well be why he's making his way back through the field. It could also be why we're seeing cars spinning the way we are. They're just getting too brave on those curbs lap after lap. And in these conditions, a few of them have come a cropper. Oh, into Blanchimont.
Now we also have joining us here
just hanging on
in the booth is going to be Eric the Boss Kakasi. Actually, hold that thought though, as we have a move attempt here from Tim Schafer. Tim Schafer going to be trying to make a switch back into the first corner, no, or out of the bus stop into the first corner, but not going to happen. But yeah, Eric, why don't you Why don't you come here? What
Good
you?
afternoon, good evening, everybody. I apologize about my late arrival, as I am not only working remote, but I'm so old that I had to wait for my son to learn how to use the computer and log me onto Discord.
There is nothing worse. I have the same thing. And I'm really lost now because my daughter's just moved to another city to do her second year of college stroke university. So, yeah, I really hope the nurses at home will be able to help. But it's good you've got the son there to help you get. And I take it you were still on. Did you have to message him on MSN Messenger to get in touch with him, Eric?
Yes. Oh my God. John, remember the glory days of MSN Messenger. Before
Oh,
life
I
got
do
too
indeed.
complicated.
Oh, indeed. Back in the days when the internet, the biggest complication on the internet was parents picking up to use the phone while you were on MSN Messenger. You had to wait on them finishing the call before the message would go through.
Remember the internet dial tone? The
Oh
sufferings of
yeah,
us old people.
I remember my first games console was a ZX Spectrum. Not even a 48K, the original ZX Spectrum. You had to buy a separate cassette deck. So I am very much yes. The loading sounds, the screech. Wow, we love them.
You have a
I was
couple of years on me because my first one was a Super Nintendo. So
Oh, I had the original NES as well. That beautiful rectangular square cartridge that slid in and clicked, and yeah, you would blow in the bottom of it to make sure it worked. Oh, those things were amazing. Absolutely. On a black and white TV, you had to turn the dial to tune in the channel. None of that. People talk about remote controls. I was the remote control in my house.
remember channel 3? You had to be on channel 3 for source input.
That's the one. Yep, I had to be at 68. You used to have to turn the dial between 68 megahertz and 105. Yeah, crazy stuff, crazy stuff. We might be talking about the internet screeching and the sound of games low, and something that Eric, sorry, throughout the race is tyre screeching. The conditions here at the road to the grand finals have certainly put the drivers to the test over the series so far, and the rain in Spain may fall mainly on the plain, but the rest of it is all falling in Belgium at the minute. It looks like they've got Europe's entire quota here, Eric, and it's made for some interesting racing, and we're going to see some interesting finishing positions with some of the top runners dropping out of the order, and Woodrow and the lead team off the podium as well at the minute.
Yeah, I've been following on and off. Really interesting how the tables have turned, if you like. Clearly, the track showing favoritism to some cars over others. Clearly, all tracks showing favoritism to some cars over others. But it's all about points mitigation here, right? So those leaders being smart, trying to maximize as much as possible in the standings as they can to try and keep their lead and minimize the losses.
Yeah, it is very much for a few of them as well, like Schaefer in the RNL roar car. Being very much a damage limitation, I'm sure it seemed that way at the start of the race for them, but back up hunting down this 10th position. So yeah, through all the stormy clouds, there's certainly been a few teams that have shone through. Of course, Brian Knapp in the box 3 car.
Yeah, I was
In the
gonna
hunt
say
for the championship, yeah.
Yeah, what a drive from those guys, right? Coming back from nearly last place, strong performance. Brian, the 3-time, and Ando and Wes, massive performance coming back into 6th, and I expect they're gonna try to claw back another position or two if they can have their way. I'm sure they will.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and they're putting in some very good lap times as well, despite these changeable conditions. So definitely making a push for that top 5. Milodanovic likely to try and join them as well. And again, another car having a good race, but at the moment it is this battle between the Porsche and the Mercedes that we are watching. In fact, actually, yeah, quick question while we've got it. So, what are the plans for the weather? Sorry, I should probably know this. But what are the plans for the weather for the future servers? Is using AccuWeather, or is it just set to random?
So, actually, the weather is all set, and I have no problem sharing them. But they were
Oh,
all
perfect.
generated. They were all generated by a random weather setter developed by our very own Professor Carnotis. So
Okay.
essentially, he developed an entire program that automatically essentially randomized the weather for all of the championship. So we nor anybody can complain about us setting the weather to a specific number. And yeah, it's completely randomized. We got wet rain, obviously, because some rain is wet and some isn't. Here today, and yeah, we as soon as this race is done, we'll share the settings for the rest of the for the next race and so on.
Nice, nice. There we go. Oh,
Drive-through
wow.
penalty. I beat you to it,
Yeah.
John.
You did.
I
And
s-
it's Miladanovich. I feel like that's cursed to the commentator there, Mike, because it just mentioned he was having a good charge there in the top 10, trying to hunt back down Canapan. But that drive-through is going to throw him right back into the clutches of Mercer and Athwell by the look of it.
Yeah, as he serves it right away, fair enough. I mean, you have 3 laps to serve a penalty from when you pick it up, assuming it is a drive-through or a stop-go 30. But yeah, Brian Knappen definitely going to be relieved on that one, as the pace was looking quite favorable towards Miladinovich. But didn't get to show it. Well, he will have time to show it, but he didn't this time around. Has to serve that drive-through penalty. Hopefully he'll be able to get his head down. He's got a clean slate. That's the one thing to look forward to after that, is he got handed those penalties potentially by other drivers, and now got a clean slate, 0 drive-throughs on the board. But it's quick to add them up, as we've seen. Plenty of drivers have had to make not just one, but multiple drive-throughs, in fact. And actually, we're taking a look at one of them right now who's making an overtake. That's Johnny Minorum. They've had to make 3 drive-through penalties so far. Heading now into
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I was gonna say that's something that I'm not sure if non-drivers really know much about. It's crazy. I know you guys talked about it, but incredibly difficult to try and maintain track limits at Spa in the dry, let alone the wet.
Yeah, especially over the course of a 6-hour race. We were seeing drive-through penalties picked up in the first hour. Well, we saw multiple in the first few hours. It's absolutely incredible, but there we go. Matter Team gets by Johnny Minorum, actually. I think the scrap's going to continue, as this battle for P15 is really the one to keep an eye on as it now. Miladinovich is out of the pits after that drive-through in P9. Well, you can see right there, them drivers are getting extremely close to expanding the track limits, but staying just on the line, as Minorum here looks to retake that back. You're going to have to look for the inside of the Audi, but John, I will say, this battle has come out of nowhere, it seems. Matter Team and Johnny Minorum, in terms of their pit strategies, they're on a very similar pit strategy, but their pace has caught up now. I think John, oh, my bad. I should have read my Discord. I did what John did earlier.
I'm here to support you.
I know, I should.
Mike, I'm here for you.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate you being here for me. But Eric, how do you feel this battle? I know, like I say, you haven't been fully watching this, but this battle, it seems to have come up out of almost nowhere. I will say, Johnny Minorum was not gifted to drive. Actually, he was handed the car over to by Gilles Alleman. Gilles Alleman picking up a couple drive-through penalties in their stint, very unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, currently looking to make a move into the Piff Path, but no, wow, that would have been ambitious.
Yeah, these guys showing incredible skill, being able to drive so closely with each other, even closer. Oh, what a send in there in the middle. Oh, and he goes wide. He's gonna pay for it, as our team, really focuses on the entry and the exit. But is that move done? I'm not quite so sure. Their pace seems relatively similar. It's interesting to see the 2-1-2 so far down the field. The MSR Esports usually has their stuff together, but again, goes to show how track limits can really make it or break it for even the most experienced of drivers.
Yeah, especially here at Spa-Francorchamps, where we have one of the longest pit lanes in terms of time served in it. So that adding a good bit of time onto your lap. We also have Tim Schafer here in the RNL Roar with Dimitri at the wall. They were battling before, and I thought Tim Schafer managed to dispatch Dimitri, but something has happened, and the result is that Tim Schafer is now behind. Dimitri is he's looking at almost a clear track in front of him. He has, well, Milodinovic a good bit up the road from him, about 10 seconds up the road from him, the back markers as well. We're coming up through the Eau Rouge Radion complex onto the Kemmel Straight now. Tim Schafer can't see a thing, but what he knows is where he can see. That means there's no car there, so he's going to have the inside line covered. Moves to the outside, going to have to go extremely late onto the brakes. He'll have the inside line for the next part of the corner here as we go into it. Keeping it clean. Both drivers giving each other plenty of space. A little bit of a moment there for the Porsche. But coming now down through Malmedy, it's still side by side. The AMG gonna have to back out. Into Brussels they go, holding the outside line. It's late on the brakes again, but it's really tricky to get an overtake done on the outside there through that hairpin. Heading into No Name now, where the overtaking opportunities are virtually none. But my goodness, Eric, this is incredible action we're seeing from Tim Schafer here with an hour and 38 left in this race.
I feel like I repeat it every race. It is incredible how many battles we're seeing so late in the race. You know, typically in enduros, you tend to see this the spreading of the field, if you like, but it's incredible how closely paced these cars are, how much competition there is on the field despite the lower numbers. Love to see it, as they say.
Yeah, and talking about the lower numbers, we're down to 21 drivers. We started this race with 31. Unfortunately, a few drivers disconnecting, a few drivers having incidents and retiring. But nonetheless, as Eric's saying, we still are 21 drivers strong with plenty of action yet to be had with this hour and 37 remaining. Currently, we do have a bit of a lull on track, as we were saying it, but it is the middle of the race. We're sort of in between pit strategies right now. Some drivers are out on their stints a little bit longer than others, and as a result, we see a bit of a, well, culmination of, I don't think that's the right word, a conglomeration, I guess, of just drivers being everywhere on the track, more or less.
Yeah, and Spa's the biggest track in the sim as well, right? So you will have that tendency to spread the field apart a little bit more, a little bit less likely to see action on there. But again, being able to watch this 10-11 battle and the other one we were watching, I think it was 15-16, is just really fun. And the other thing is, you know, the lead guys, yeah, I think there's probably a 30-second gap, but it's not a given. You know, a single mistake could lead to a swap in position in the top 3, 4. So incredible to see so many drivers on the lead lap.
Yeah, especially with the pace that we're seeing from Andy Borchers as it stands. Andy Borchers lapping at a 2:28.2 compared to Jeff Spangler's 2:31.1. So my prediction there, why that gap has increased so much and why Andy's times are so much better, I think Andy took tires. I think Jeff Spangler is on probably not the same tires from the start of the race. He's probably made one change. But if I had to guess, Andy Borchers has made 2 different tire changes, and that explains our gap there to P1 and P2. The gap was a bit closer at one point. I think we were down to about 14 seconds with Quinn Smith behind the wheel. Quinn Smith, of course, handing it over to Borchers at this point. Gabriel Felipe as well showing quite good pace. He's on 2:28.7. So once again, I think he's also on fresh wets. So,
I would be hard-pressed, Mr. Noss, to think that anyone would not take tires. I don't know if there's much to be gained in terms of time, because as in real life, you get unlimited wets.
Right. The wet tires can last up to 3 hours.
Possible,
yes. And they're not going to, but yes.
Right. I did notice, yeah, but when you do a driver change, unless Jeff was doing a double stint, when you do a driver change, it's still 30 seconds minimum, so the tires are free.
Oh, they
so
are?
It's possible that Jeff is double stinting.
Okay.
But I think Ryan was in there before, so I will say that I did notice Jeff's pace being a little bit off of Ryan's before, so I think it just could be raw pace there.
Okay. Now, I didn't know that first. So when you pit for a driver change, you get a free tire change because of the times? Like the times?
Yeah, driver change is 30 seconds.
Oh. Okay, so you can take free tires then. I didn't know that. Awesome. So yeah, then there would be no reason to not take new tires. Fair enough. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, bringing in the data
Yep.
for you here, Mike.
I should know about the league that I'm commentating on, but alas,
Look,
we don't.
If you don't know half of it and I don't know the other half, together we will make one whole.
Fair enough, I suppose. Also have a bit of action here for Mike Burkov, who is significantly out of position, if you ask me. Down here in P18 behind the wheel of the number 42. And oh my goodness, Scientist Monkey dropping a Prime sub. Thank you very much, Scientist Monkey. What an awesome name as well. Using their Twitch Prime sub there, taking the money straight out of Jeff Bezos' pocket and putting it into ours. We appreciate that. And thank you so much. Hope you stick around and enjoy this broadcast here. Of course, Eric the Boss Kakos, the leader here of the...
If I'm not mistaken, I think that is ours truly, Remco Ottens, who runs JL Motorsports and is the leader, the fearless leader of Circuit Core servers, who we've just signed up with. So, Remco, I think you can post a link on there, but if you can't, DM me a link and I will post it for you. We are just getting on board with them, but I hear that they are an absolutely phenomenal server provider and have quite a few people signed up with them. And not only do they have European servers, but recently have added North American servers onto their list of services. So definitely go out and check out Circuit Core. I think we may have a link on Discord somewhere, but yeah, Remco, DM me a link and I'll post it up here.
And that's Remco. Sorry, so say that name one more time, please.
Ottens.
Remco Ottens.
Ottens.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Remco. And of JL? Awesome.
Yeah, Xbox 3 guy. So a longtime friend, and now running his own.
Oh, yep.
Scene.
He's blocked from links. Can't we permit links or something like that? Isn't there a way to permit people from links?
No.
No, not like that. But like, isn't there a way to like slash allow someone to send a link?
I think there maybe is a mod command you can temporarily allow someone links. Yeah, but usually what I do is get them to DM you the link first. Because obviously, for a very, very obvious reason, there are some sick, twisted, strange people out there.
Yeah, Remco, just DM me the link. I'll pop it on here.
Yeah. So that part, Scientist Monkey, he knows that anyone that your YouTube, it's that big fear when someone goes to put a link in your chat and you think, oh please.
And thank you,
the
Emmanuel,
of the bots and all that thing.
for the follow. Emmanuel, you're gonna hear me mispronounce a fellow Emmanuel's name, as we have Emmanuel Imputatu on track. It almost loses it. Oh my goodness. Oh no, don't lose it. Don't commentator curse. Oh, thank goodness. All right, we're good. Emmanuel doesn't bin it due to a commentator curse, thankfully. What is that audio being played? Eric, is that you?
What is that audio being played?
I think that's Eric.
That is 100% Eric.
Okay,
sorry guys. Again, I'm working remotely, so I have this laptop that is so sensitive that it captures farts if you point them the right way.
Fair enough.
Well, let's not point it the right way during the broadcast, please. I've got surround sound headphones more than anything else, so please don't do that.
And some support there for Mike Burkov as well. Mike Burkov's gonna need it. He's got some work to do with Vidiko Odstitsev. How did you say it, Eric? I know you were trying harder than me when we were doing it. All right, Eric's not willing to put himself on the spot like that. Fair enough. I don't blame you. You're smarter than me. As Sparrow said in chat, Eric making the comment that both of us know half of the stuff combined, so we know all of it, but Sparrow making the general realization that I don't know half of it. Which, yes, you are 100% right, Sparrow. And there is the link for Circuit Course servers. Their Discord right there. You can go check them out.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. I again, being old, I can't do two things at once. So I think it's Odzitsiev.
Odstitsiev. Odstitsiev. Right?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Yeah, pretty close. At least that's what I gathered from the one time he said it and refused to repeat it. But we're just trying to get it right, Vadik. So I don't know. Hopefully we did. We're getting closer, Mike. We'll keep chipping away at it.
Oh, I
feel
know
like
Circuit Core.
every time I get closer, I feel like I get further away, you know?
Yeah.
It's a sad realization. Same with I'm pronouncing Zuka's name wrong again. I guess.
I wish I could say it's the effort that counts, but it really isn't.
You know, Eric, you can leave the booth now. Thank you.
No, please, no, feel free to hang about, Eric. You're absolutely more than welcome in here for an hour and 32 minutes, so it's at least 4 minutes past it.
I see whose side you're on here, John.
The old team needs to stick together. You young ones all need put in your place, Mike. That's what the issue is. We're just jealous of your youth.
I know. It's when I went to the charcuterie tray brought to you by Trackalicious, I was listening to you guys talk about how you can't do multiple things at once and you had to have your children explain how to do things for you. And I was going to jump in, but I had a mouthful of charcuterie and basically was, I can't relate. That's all I can say to that one.
Oh, yeah, I used to laugh at my mum and dad when I had to teach them how to program the VHS recorder to record programs, and now I need to get my daughter to teach me to use. I broke my Samsung phone. I've had to use an iPhone for the first time in my life, and my daughter has never been more of my best friend.
I love how John, in a way, trying to show that he was the technical one, inherently aged himself by saying VHS.
Indeed.
Hey, I've used a VHS.
Further. I've actually rented Betamax movies from the local video rental store. That's how long I've been. Betamax.
Oh.
Which, of course, went the same way as the HDD versus Blu-ray. Blu-ray won that one. VHS won the battle with Betamax.
Yeah.
And I'm losing the battle with age.
Aren't we all?
We all are.
Indeed. But I will quickly say, actually, from my own personal experience, Circuit Core servers are very, 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 very good. They've sponsored a race series I've broadcast and commentated before, and we used their servers, and absolutely phenomenal. I know the link's in the chat there, and we've digressed ever so slightly, but just to come back to that, yes, Circuit Core, very, very, very good servers they have got, and it's a great service they've got as well, so definitely worthy of the shout out. If you are looking to do events, definitely give them a shout. So just to reiterate that point there, Eric.
Yeah, sounds like Circuit Core's performance is a little bit more than that Mercedes almost taking Schaefer out. That is an incredible save.
Yeah,
I saw
he's gonna need
Schaefer's
new pair of
life
pants.
flash before my eyes, let alone his own eyes.
New pair of underwear come the pit stop phase, and Tim Schaefer will
Clean
be
up on
all
aisle
right. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
That's
clean up on turn 3, let's say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because one of the tracks is actually called Peon, but we'll leave that joke alone.
That's how it got its corner name, huh?
That's exactly how it's got its corner name. There was water on the track, then suddenly there was more cars. Spangler leading the way, Porsche still in second, and Felipe still in third position. Those gaps fairly evenly. We've got another round of pit stops, and I'm going to guess 8 more drive-through penalties, Mike. What do you think?
Well, as it stands, with Dyer having 9 drive-through penalties in total, well, excuse me, no, he's 9 pit stops in total, only 2 drive-through penalties. How has that worked? Anyways, yeah, in total here, I think we'd probably have 1 drive-through penalty for everyone that entered this race for currently as the amount of drive-throughs served, and I presume by the end of it, we're going to see a few more. I think the drivers have gotten a bit of practice in the wet by this point, to say the least. I think every single one of them has, well, found out where the track limits is on each corner the hard way. as most of these drivers have a drive-through penalty. Definitely, I think at this point, everybody has warnings, if not as close to a drive-through, and is on their best behavior as a result. I know we've seen a couple invalid laps, even from the likes of Jeff Spangler and the Madhouse Racing, so we'll see. But Zampieri down in P5 as well with Ryan Woodrow. Ryan Woodrow is actually closing the gap on Gabriel Felipe. Somewhat, not last lap. He was closing it, but needs to.
I love that. I love that livery.
Which?
Bringing back the brawn colors there.
Oh yes.
I'm almost certain that's the
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
the Rocket Esports, the Jensen Button team. You know, such a memorable livery, such a fantastic season for that team, and
What a season that was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was that
and,
not one of the fine? I mean, to have such a winning start and then to go through that rocky period and then, just goosebumps and hair standing on my arm standing up. That was truly incredible season. Incredible.
And boy, did it fill Ross Braun's pockets. He walked away pretty happy from that deal.
Well, so did Jensen Button, for that matter.
To get a world championship in a sport that only has 20 competitors every year.
Well,
that's what it is.
First time team at that, right? It was a brand new team, and I know there's carryover and all that, but to kind of put it together, I mean, they took over from Honda, and it was not really a competitive team at the time. So, oh no,
that's what you call too much curb.
Yeah,
taking the dry line on that one for Emmanuel.
So to have come from essentially a brand new team, taking over from a team that was not a contender really, and taking it to the top step was just incredible. I'll be honest though, as much as I am a Jensen Button fan, I kind of wanted Barrichello to win.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah,
he's got more race. He has the most race wins out of any driver that hasn't won a championship.
Yeah, this felt so bad, you know. Yeah, it's tough being Barrichello.
I tell you, I mean, a lot of people may curse it. You could call it whatever you like, but if only Drive to Survive was a thing during that season.
Oh,
wow.
Boy. Oh, boy, that would be incredible. I will say, I know a lot of there are a lot of die-hard F1 fans that don't appreciate Drive to Survive as much. But I'm a fan. I'll be honest. I'm a fan, not just because of the content, because whatever, it's over dramatic, sure, but it's hilarious at the same time. But what it's done for the sport and what it's done for motor racing and auto racing as a whole, you know, I can't say that there's a month that I've gone by talking to family or friends of people who were not interested in motorsport at all that now approach me and ask me about like sim racing or F1 or whatever it is. I think it's grown the community significantly, and that inherently is a huge benefit for us because there's just more people that want to talk about the stuff that we want to talk about, as opposed to us previously having been shoved in the corner and said, go do your own thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I would love to agree with you there, but the best thing about Drive to Survive is Daniel Ricciardo.
I think that's just one of the greatest things about Formula One, honestly.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ricciardo is even off track. He was still my favorite F1 driver.
Unfortunately,
the silent monkey in the trap with a capital yes.
I still can't believe he broke his wrist yesterday.
Oh, I'm so pleased win the championship this year, Daniel. Oh,
yeah.
Please, could you imagine? But imagine he comes back and gets himself a champ. Please.
I want to see him on the
world
podium.
championship.
I argued with those, saying that when Daniel was driving against Max, he was the only one ever that was outperforming him. And I remember, I think it was in, where was that really long straight that Max just blatantly ran into him?
Baku.
Yeah,
That
I
was
think
when,
it was.
when Max checked up with Daniel Ricciardo in T1 back in
Yeah,
2020.
Where Daniel dummied him on
2019?
the outside and Max closed the door, and then went
No,
on
he
to
was on
blame
Renault, though.
Daniel. Yeah, no.
2017?
While I do think that Max has incredible talent, I thought that Daniel was outperforming him while he was there. So would love to see that come back.
Yeah, broken wrist doesn't help with that, though, that's for sure. As that was a pretty big hit in the third corner at...
Yeah, I didn't actually see it myself, but yeah, any impact big enough to result in the driver breaking a bone in the safety cage of a Formula One car, that's going to hurt.
2018.
Yeah.
And he didn't.
Okay.
That is why, even in sim racing, everybody, when you're going to hit the barrier, you cross your arms on your chest. You let go of the wheel at the very least. You brace for
jam on the
impact.
brakes. Yep.
Unfortunately, Daniel couldn't because of the situation with Oscar on the side, stranded. It was basically either hit Oscar or hit the wall, and he chose the wall. And just a shame to see the two Aussies stranded in the same corner there.
Yeah, heartbreaking. Yeah, but big fan of Daniel Ricciardo. I really want him to do well behind the wheel. Deserves his seat in Formula One. So yeah, good to see him back. A phenomenal personality. Much like Eddie Irvine back in the day. Really, yeah, Formula One definitely needs characters like that. Love Eddie Irvine. What a guy he was.
Eddie Zero F's given Irvine.
That's the one. And obviously, of course, the greatest Formula One character of all time, Kimi the Iceman Raikkonen.
Yep.
It's hilarious you say that, because it was a lack of character that was his character that inherently made him the best character.
Oh, exactly, 100%. Just constant laughs, giggles, and just outlandish personality from Kimi.
I think my favorite
keeps on giving.
I think my favorite comment from him was, "Oh, did you see Pele's presentation?" He goes, "No." I was like, "Why not?" I was taking a shit.
Oh yes, I do remember that one. I think that
you
in
ask
the
and you
Formula One
shall
interview.
receive.
Oh,
You ask
somebody
and you
else
shall receive.
sideways.
And
That wasn't Bob Shares.
Danielle, who'd you like a full onboard lap for? So we have a full onboard redemption.
If I'm not mistaken, given the Italianness of the name, that's a Daniele.
That's what I said, isn't it?
That's not close
Car
enough.
201, I was already on board there. I did think that was Zampieri that was on the way to the box. So on board for the SPQR team. They have got a phenomenal livery with the red and orange. Oh,
Deep into T1, though. As they head down towards the Eau Rouge Raidillon complex here, they've completed lap 112 so far. An hour and 16 minutes left to go. Absolutely clobbering the inside. There's a car on the side of the road. That's Matt, our team. Hello. Okay, everything's fine. Keeps it flat the entire time, does Alessandro. Not even concerned. Zampieri here. Sorry?
I challenge Mike to narrate this in the tone of Kimi Räikkönen for the rest of the lap.
I don't think I can do a Kimi Räikkönen. I have too much energy to not have energy. If that makes any sense at all. As Alessandro comes in. I can't do a Finnish accent. That's the other thing. The Finnish accent's just going to offend everybody.
Oh yeah, the other one. I did actually hear someone commentate a race at Spa, Formula One cars in the style of a golf commentator.
I mean, I could probably do like
Incredible.
Bruce. I can do like Bruce Buffer if I, for a little bit. I probably couldn't do it for a while.
Yeah, you couldn't do that for a whole race.
No,
I would love to see a Bruce Buffer for the rest of this lap. You got like 3 corners left. Let's see.
I don't know. It needs to be okay. I'm gonna over dramatize it. Let's just say that.
Bring it.
As Zampieri with I can't do it right now. I just can't. It's not. It needs to be in the moment. It needs to be in the moment.
I think you need to build it up, like, and that's Francorchamps. Zampieri going in for the final sector.
And now, Alessandro Zampieri heading towards the final corner as he gets ready. He goes into the braking and makes the apex. Very nicely. Touch and go onto the throttle to complete a lap. That wasn't that good, was it? I don't like it. It doesn't work.
It was steps in the right direction.
It was in the right direction, but it doesn't work, does it? I'm not. Maybe I can't.
I think it's more
I
build
can confirm that during that I did get a phone call from Bruce Buffer himself.
Oh, he's
confirming that he does feel safe in his job. So I'm not sure what that says about the impression.
You know, I'm not sure I want his job in specific, to be honest. But I don't want to take his job either, because he does an amazing job. So
he really does.
I don't want his job, because I wouldn't do as good of a job.
Yeah,
and who can find suits like that as well?
True, and ties.
There's people that wear suits, and there's suits that wear people, and then there's Bruce Buffer's wardrobe.
Yes. And,
incredible scenes. I thought my Jeff Banks tie for the opening broadcast of this series was a bit of a wild splash out, but then Buffer went one step further and got an entire jacket made out of exactly the same parts and colours, which is
clearly stealing the style off of you there, John. Clearly.
Oh, clearly.
I mean, you are a leader in fashion, and Bruce Buffer.
International trendsetter.
We are also
sat here in my shirt and tie and football shorts. No, I'm totally kidding. I do have trousers on.
Sorry to interrupt, but we are also now in the very important phase in which any driver can come in at this point and go to the end of the race.
Unless it's Max Martin.
Yes, because he has a drive-through penalty, but if you were to make a pit stop at this point in time, you will make your final pit stop. We are down to the closing stint. So Quinn Smith going to be taking the Trackalicious Enduro A car all the way to the checkered flag from this point as they are fresh out of the pit stop. We're going to see these drivers coming in relatively soon. All of them are at about the hour and 5-minute mark. So probably push it just a little bit longer. What's the harm? Get out there with a little bit less fuel. Stay on less fuel for longer. That sounds like a good strategy to me.
Well, gentlemen, I have imbalanced perfection in commentary for long enough, and I will leave the dynamic duo at what you do best, and will bow out. Thanks again. The commentary has been phenomenal, and the race as well. Until next time, gentlemen.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric.
Indeed, Eric. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure as always.
Cheers.
And SPQR Diego in chat as well. Diego Carlino, welcome. Support for Zampieri here in P3 and doing an excellent job. They need to make their pit stop. It's only a what's the word I'm looking for? Not preliminary. It's a I forgot the word. I lost the word. But anyways, he's not going to be in P3 forever. He has to make a pit stop still. But I think P4 is looking like it's going to be his for a bit. Brian Knappen might have something to say about that. Actually, I take that back, as he is also into the pits. Lucas Lichten has...
Gabriel Felipe as well. Came into the pits from 10th place, so that's quite the drop in order from the Vacuum Racing team. But again, as you said, when they leave the pits, that's them good to go to the end. So this will be them leaving. One-time race leaders, and the car looking like it's been picked up and dropped twice there.
And is that
hopefully that's going smoothly.
Clampe? Demont Clampe, welcome, good evening. And penultimate, no, that's not the right word. That's second to last. It's completely lost my mind what the word is. I use it all the time. That's the worst part. Anyways,
yeah, I'm trying to think as well. Begins with a P.
I'm pretty sure it begins with a P. It might not. Normally, when I think that, it just doesn't.
Well, I'm out. Stop and concentrate on the racing and let you figure that one out. I'm so confused what you're
like
trying to say.
honorary. I'm trying to say honorary. It's like, what's the word for synonym for honorary? But anyways, as we've been slightly derailed here, but it's all good because, I mean, there's not much action happening on track as it stands. The gaps are a
You're
bit
asking a
further apart.
Scotsman for a grasp
Whoa!
of the English language.
Tim Schaefer forgets that the middle pedal exists for a brief minute and overshoots his braking zone by, well, another postal code. I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. It's been a while.
It's a country mile.
Pretty much, as he is a big lift through Blanchiment, heading now towards the bus stop. A little bit of a wiggle. The braking zone should be right before he broke in the dry. He broke in the dry spot. A minor lapse of judgment there from Tim Schaefer. Luckily, nobody was in front of him to, well, dispatch of him. Brian Knappen out of the pits. He's going to be right behind Dimitri Athwal, actually.
Mercer in the pits as well, the Tyre Sim Racing Esports team. They've come in from 8th position, well ahead of RNL Road. While he's now retaking those positions, it's Wes Hepburn back out on track. Yeah, good evening, Diamond Clomp as well. Welcome in. That's what I meant to do in the chat. It sounds a little confused. We've got, yeah, Wes Hepburn back out. Mercer in the pits. Ryan Walker, the other Madhouse car, into the pits, as well as race leading Madhouse car Jeff Spangler. Mike, that's the leader in for their, fingers crossed, final pit stop.
Yes, absolutely. And also here, Wes Hepburn out on track after they've made their pit stop. Wes Hepburn going to be out till the very end in that Box 3 Esports, looking to make up the vengeance after that lap 1. I'm sure, I almost can guarantee you, in fact, that Wes Hepburn has not forgot about lap 1 and what happened, and he is still going to be on a head-down charge. That was, I think he, I didn't see the incident, but he did in chat come in, and I got the impression that he made the mistake himself there in lap 1 to end up facing the wrong way. I don't think he was hit, but I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't remember. But Wes Hepburn, he regardless of who punted him or if he punted himself, he is a vengeful one. He's gonna come back seeing red after that sort of thing, and I'm sure the vision has never been lost. Dimitri Athwal a bit up the road, though. Go ahead, John. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, certainly him and the team, himself and the team have certainly put the laps in to get caught back up to the front. They're going to take another position as Lucas Lichten comes in for Team Iris. Another car we saw miss the brakes in that final chicane and find themselves deep into that runoff and losing position. So we'll see how they do on the way back out. Ryan Walker, of course, already stationary, and there goes his teammate Ryan Yee back out on track. And where is he compared to Zampieri? And that is Athwal coming through in 7th. Athwal still got a pit stop to take, an hour and 7 he's been out for. And
wow, we see Wes Hepburn pass the in the future race leader, but
that's incredible.
But on a different lap. That is
of course
a sight.
Okay, yep, okay.
You
Wow,
fell
I was going to
fell
say,
for my trap.
how
You
the
fell.
goodness gracious me is he caught? That's beyond alien standards, surely.
You did fall for my trap there, but yes, yeah, he's on a different lap. But that was just going to show the point that Wes Hepburn has the pace to be in that spot on the same lap. That was basically the point that I was going for with that. And I think the word that I was trying to say earlier was preliminary was the word I was gonna say. But I don't think it works fully there.
No, preliminary means before.
Right. Yeah, so that wasn't the word I was looking for then. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a close one would be procedural.
Nah, that's
not quite
it.
what you were looking for.
Nah, I wasn't looking for that. I'd never say that word. I'm not a procedural guy.
Oh. What was that?
I did say that to begin with. Oh, that
Did you
doesn't
hear that
surprise
bang?
me. No, I didn't hear a bang. Did you hear a bang? Chat, did you hear a bang? I didn't hear a bang. That's concerning. As John Wright is under fire as it stands, and oh no, Loic Munet is, oh my goodness! That Lamborghini is going to need a new change of pants again. I think that's the second time I've had to say that for them. No, I'm pretty sure I did say that. You're probably right. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I say. We're like 5 hours into commentary here. You think I can remember what the heck the last thing I even said is? Let's just be completely honest. Brain's a bit fried at this point, and wow, we almost saw a Lamborghini and a McLaren get fried there, but luckily the burner was off, and well, they remain on a nice simmering temperature for now. Drive-through penalty picked up for Verhulst. Another one added.
Yeah, apologies. It's a lively street I live in.
Love what?
Lively. Yeah, my residential area is it's lively. It's fine. Yeah, so we've got another drive-through penalty to see. While I was out checking the carnage out the window. Dries Velhurst, the Phoenix team, they really are doing this whole rising from the ashes thing, aren't they, Mike? That's yet another drive-through for track limits. I mean, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me 7 times. Oh!
Oof.
And there's Velhurst just going sideways over the top of Radion as well. So the McLaren and the Phoenix team really are struggling at the minute. Really struggling. Ryan Woodrow, team that are leading the championship, of course, got one more pit stop to take.
Sorry to interrupt there, but that battle between Christian Sherrard and Gabriel Felipe has come to a very sudden close, and there was no contact that happened. My goodness, Christian. We're going to ride on board there and watch this from Christian's point of view and just see. I think he was just a little bit, he was trying to push just slightly too hard as Gabriel Felipe forces Christian into a massive error right there. Tries to save it. He does keep it out of the barrier. P5 stint timer drive-through. Miladinovic?
Yeah, I've just seen Miladinovic. Is that a stint timer violation?
I don't know because, no. It can't be. It has to be track limits. Stint timer is a disqualification.
Yeah, 39 minutes he's been out for.
Yeah. Stint timing is a disqualification, if I remember right. I think we were saying that last week, and then we watched it happen.
Why is this not working?
A drive-through penalty nonetheless picked up. However it was picked up, a drive-through has been picked up for Miladinovic in the fun sim racing. Ryan Woodrow is into the pits as well. A race leader in the SRE Rocket Sim Sports team into the pits. Quinn Smith in 4th. He will take that position as well, putting him back onto the podium. Wes Hepburn has worked his way up to 5th position. Is there a podium in the cards here for Wes Hepburn after that lap 1 catastrophe? That is the question.
It's potentially on the cards. You're not far off. Where he does have a fair chunk of time to make up to Quinn Smith. He was a bit slower than Smith on that last one. He is a lap down, so...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, to be fair, it's going to take an absolute Herculean effort for Hepburn to get himself up on the podium. Smith ahead of him. In fact, yeah, Smith is a lap up on him still. Smith's just gone past Woodrow. Woodrow out of the pit, so Hepburn is at the moment just coming into the final chicane.
Ooh.
So he's going to be starting lap 118, so he needs to catch up to Woodrow ahead, and Woodrow already well into. So yeah, I do think Hepburn. The charge for positions may well be over. Barn, of course. Spa getting involved.
So what
How
happened
has Mila
here?
Danovic got another drive-through?
So what happened here is they pit and switch drivers. They did not serve their drive-through penalty. They pit and change drivers, and Miladinovic hands the drive-through penalty over to Kopsch to make it on the next lap.
Wow.
So you can pit if you have a drive-through. We were asking that earlier.
Indeed, yeah.
We have found that out to be true, and we see it happen. So Rock Kopsch to serve that drive-through penalty now this lap, as they will have one more lap to do it, but I would imagine they'll just get it out of the way as soon as they can. Gabriel Felipe has caught up with Daniel Good. I'm not sure how Gabriel has ended up so far down the order, as they were battling for the podium at one point, where they must have been out of stage with pit stops. And we just didn't quite catch that. But I thought they were. I thought they were fine on their pit stops. Not sure what happened to the Porsche here in the Vacuum Racing.
Penalty, I'm sure it was. Was it not a drive-through?
No. No drive-thrus picked up for them.
Okay.
Let me see the number 66 car. Let's see if there was any penalties given in the endurance sheet.
Their final pit stop was almost a minute longer than any other stop they've had.
Interesting. So they must have had damage. They must have had damage. That'd be my only prediction. I don't see... Oh, wait. Car number 66. Nope. 15-second time penalty for car number 66. That might play a little bit of part, but that was at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, that was at the beginning of the race,
They
yeah.
served that extremely early and made up from that. So I don't know what happened.
Let me just quickly get my calculator out and see what I can...
Yeah, one thing we do see is Jeff Spangler in chat, handing the car over
Dornelis had an issue.
to Ryan. Dornelis had an issue? Okay.
Between stint number 3 for the car, Dornelis' lap times took a tumble towards the end of his stint, and he's averaged over a second slower than his teammates, and yet he was definitely matching them for pace at the start, so his stint has tapered off. Felipe did manage to gather the pace a bit. He's not started this stint massively convincingly, but it's only 4 laps in, so plenty of time to go, but it does look like it was Dornelis. From the telemetry data anyway, Mike, I would say it was Dornelis that had some kind of issue, because yeah, his stint, the average stint time way down on his teammates, and you can actually see the lap times decline as his stint goes on, so something happened towards the end of his stint.
That's too bad. He is going to make that ground back up, though, by the end, I hope. He just gets by Daniel Good. We also have... I love that.
Mike.
Jeff Spangler. Yeah, what's up?
Battle developing for 8th place. Charlie Booth and David Cesar.
Okay. Drive-through penalty picked up as well for Meunier. Excuse me.
of Team Iris.
Yep.
Wow.
And, man, that's an insult that you don't hear too often in America. Well, you don't. I actually don't think I've ever heard it in America. But calling somebody a pepega, which I'm probably butchering that, but a nice Italian minor insult. I love that.
I thought Pepega was the name of an emote thing on Twitch.
It might be, but my understanding is that's like in like a dummy, isn't it, in Italy?
Okay.
I only know of that because I used to play Magic the Gathering and watch Andrea Mengucci, who is a very Italian man, and he says that word quite frequently. Nobody in chat is going to be able to relate to that one, I can assure, but if they do, congrats.
Okay, so Pepega is it's not nearly as happy or positive of an emote as Cap or PogChamp. So it is the Peppa emote, the little green frog thing.
Oh, Pepe?
Dude, there's a...
You got
Yes.
Pepe mixed up with Papega?
No, but Twitch chat Papega emote meaning. Sadly, Papega isn't nearly as happy or positive of an emote as Kappa or Pogchamp or Pega. Papega is a distorted version of Pepe the Frog,
Oh, that's
and it has a
right.
very negative connotation.
Oh, yes. I forgot about that.
Right, okay, yeah. So basically, Papega is spammed in Twitch chat when a streamer does something stupid.
Yes. Okay.
I'm quoting this word for word from .esports.com.
Oh, it's an esports term.
Yes, so basically, yeah, if you do something if you're struggling to solve a puzzle apparently, or if you're 00 Raven and says during the race, right, I'm going to get my head down and do well now, till he puts it into the pit entrance wall. That's Papega. I've done that quite a few times. So there we go. Papega is a variation of Pepe. Not only
it's
we're
also
learning
an
to
Italian
pronounce names,
insult.
we're learning the hip lingo as well.
I think isn't it an Italian insult? I swear it's an Italian insult. But, yeah. Jake, thank you very much for dropping by and showing your support and giving some energy as well to Charlie Booth, the Kiwi here. He's going to need it. He's got David Cesar in the RNL Roar chasing down his tail. We'll see what the Box 3 Esports driver has in this closing stint. 53 minutes, 22 seconds left to go. It's been a long one. This is the closest battle on track as it stands. David Cesar can pop on board with him here. We have both front and rear view from David Cesar here. Or excuse me, that's Charlie Booth.
Yeah, on the rear spoiler of Charlie Booth, you're on the front bonnet. You can
That's
see
kinda
that
cool.
the visibility is still. It's very cool.
And yeah, the visibility, as you're saying, poor at best. And
Yeah,
the rain
from both cars.
is going to taper off. Whoa, here we go. Overspeed is there from the RNL Roar. Has the move onto the inside. Plenty of space given for David Cesar. Both drivers being very respectful. This is going to give David Cesar the advantage here into turn one if he can get a good enough exit. But no, Charlie Booth in that 992 Porsche gets a storming exit there. Looks to the inside line to get the job done into the first corner. But nope, not going to happen. Or unless Charlie Booth runs wide there, that's going to give a decent run to David Cesar here. He's going to need to have a good, clean Eau Rouge Radion here to get the run onto the onto the Kemmel Straight. It's not going to be good enough. Charlie Booth is looking rapid.
Although Charlie went through the puddle there, for the eagle-eyed amongst you there, you would have seen the Mercedes at the last minute veer to the left, right on camera. As Booth, I could hear Booth go through that puddle, and the Mercedes behind distinctly avoiding it. I think another avoidance is going to be Jason Provolone. He might be avoiding Mike Berkoff on the Christmas card list this year. He's come back out of the pits. He's been gifted a stop-go 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Although I'm 99% sure the stop-go 30-second is for speeding on the way out. So I think Provolone's bad race really is just going from bad to worse. They're only saving grace, as of course the fact that 10 cars haven't made it to the end. They're still going to finish in the top 20 and get themselves some points, but certainly not the type of points haul you would expect from that car and that team of drivers, the Trackalicious car, outside the top 15, and unlikely to see the inside of it with 50 minutes to go and a stop-go 30-second penalty.
We also
we've got Jake Wells. Sorry. Oh yeah, on you go. Sorry, Mike.
Oh, no worries. I was going to bring up chat as well. So we basically have a war in chat right now between the Charlie Booth supporters and the David Cesar supporters, which is absolutely awesome to see. I love it. We're going to see, though, who is the quicker driver in these conditions. That's the real question. So far, it's Charlie Booth. But in terms of lap times, it is David Cesar. David Cesar is lapping quicker than Charlie Booth, despite being behind him for multiple laps. As we approach a back marker now, that's going to be the Lamborghini of Vadik Odsaitsev? I think it's Odsaitsev. It's not Odstitsev. It's Odsaitsev. Is it Odstitsev?
On sites, yeah.
Odstaitsev. I am Vadik. You need to elaborate better. No, not really. We need to learn names better as more like the reality.
Yeah, I'm just watching that car there as well. Meunier lost out there. Kopsch got a 10-second penalty, probably as I say with a stop-go at 32nd. There is a Lamborghini just behind. Now who is that? Is that 463? Oh, okay, so it is Vadik. You've got me really paranoid now about pronouncing that surname, so I'm just going to call him Vadik.
Yeah.
That is his Christian name, so we'll go with that. Madhouse, again, I said it earlier on, they're going to be a very happy house after this, I would imagine. Ryan Yee, 123 laps in. 48 minutes left to go, and he's got himself a very handy gap back to Quinn Smith, who and Rui Nunez. Big shout out to the Rocket Simsport team. And oh, it's Conrad Cool has just got a drive through.
Ooh.
2 down, 5 to go.
Yeah. We are getting there. Also,
we're definitely getting there. What was I talking about? Rui Nunez, championship leader, going from 4th up to 3rd. So my whole will they hang on to it? No, you were right, Mike. Absolutely spot on the money when you said they don't have the word "don't push" in their vocabulary. The championship leaders back up to 3rd place.
And he's, I think, in 3rd place for good. He is good to the end. 30 seconds separating him and Quinn Smith. The gap just closed a bit. Did Quinn Smith just make... I think Quinn Smith just made an error. As I was saying that, but... all eyes are currently on David Cesar and Charlie Booth. That is the battle at hand right now. Charlie Booth has been doing a superb job of defending thus far. 47 minutes and 20 seconds to go. If he can manage to hold on for this entire time, I think he is going to be absolutely exhausted. We see the stop-go 30 being served there by Jason Provolone. He's in the pits. But that is for another lap. Also, Sarah Love Simon supporting David. And Anderson in chat. One rule for myself. That is Anthony Anderson in chat, not Ando Senpai that we saw earlier.
Ah, okay.
So one rule for myself, making it, like you said, nice and easy on us to have a consistent name with Twitch, Discord, and in-game. Very, very helpful for us commentators.
Very helpful. Well, absolutely love it and appreciate it.
And
yeah.
Mike.
Kurotas in the chat. Oh, it was Mike. It was Mike that misclicked the pit limiter. Gave Provolone the gift of 30 stationary seconds in his pit box. Scientist Monkey said keep everything different. Even sim grid names are different from time to time. Don't I just know it?
Oh, yes.
Don't I just know it?
Both of us are very familiar with that. Where are you?
Minarin Best Girl. Is that Minarin? Going to go with that. Minarin Best Girl as well, cheering on David as well. I'm on the fence for this one. I've been a massive fan of Charlie Booth since the first time I presided over a race that he was in. He's just very quick, clean, consistent, can get an overtake done. But David Cesar through this race and the team, what a comeback charge they have made considering how far down the order they tumbled. There's another one. Grossart with another. It's 3 down, 4 to go.
Holy smokes! Jack has 11 pit stops. This is going to be his 12th pit stop. What has happened in the camp of the number 6 car?
Race leaders in the pits 4 times. That's 3 times. It's like triple. Like, yeah, they've been in 4 times. It's 3 times that. Not 3 times in the pits. 3 multiply
Yeah.
that by 3.
That is
And, yeah.
to less than optimal
He just likes
strategy.
the pits. Let him be, says Scientist Monkey.
Hey, fair enough.
He maybe just really gets on well with engineers.
He might.
I mean, let's face it. Yeah, if you're paying for race engineers, then you might as well get your money's.
Yeah.
There's no point in having a pit crew if you're only going to use them 4 times. Make them work for their money. Yeah, not even enough time for the kettle to cool down between pit stops. But full credit to them. They're doing way better than 10 other cars because at least they're going to make it to the end.
Yeah. Yeah, they have. They are gonna make the checkered flag
They have
as
soldiered
it
on.
stands. Got to build up that personal relationship. Yeah, you got to get the PR up. Rock Kopsch, I think,
Yeah,
with a little bit of an
100%.
error there, but managing to keep it pretty clean and keeps it out of the barrier. David Cesar has really found that rear diffuser, though. Getting ever closer to Charlie Booth. And it's getting darker, which makes it look like it's raining harder, but it's not raining harder, I don't think.
Oh, Cesar getting very close here. He does look the quicker of the two at the moment, but the Porsche's got track position and race IQ. So that doesn't mean, or that does mean, sorry, it's not going to be an easy job for Cesar to try and get past. Every now and again we do see just under that rear spoiler the Mercedes badge appear, and then suddenly above the spoiler the windscreen appears, and that is how close these two are likely to remain until the end of the race. Booth again firing straight through those puddles on the way into the campus complex. And just to accentuate what Mike was saying about the getting a bit darker out on track there, you can see just how much the headlights are reflecting off of that wet tarmac. It is absolutely insane, the water they've got. There is a minus sign on the probably going to be one of those, Mike. I guarantee with 1 minute left to go of the race, we'll see the last drop of rain actually fall from the sky, while still seeing absolute mountains of standing water all over the track. It just seems to be that the racing gods might be having a bit of a giggle with the drivers today, and that might be the final laugh that they pull together with the conditions improving.
I will say, though, it's been an absolute treat to have 6 hours of a wet track to watch.
Yeah.
This has been an absolute pleasure. Seeing these drivers have to navigate these conditions, these are the toughest conditions here driving in this, and being able to race side by side is amplified by about 20 times, which is already hard enough in the dry. So now make it about 20 times harder in the wet, and well, you have these conditions here, and like I say, just massive props to all the drivers for sticking it out and sticking with it to get those points, the crucial points at the end of this race. As I said, the championship throughout is extremely close. Rock Kopsch with still
2
a
points
10-second
separating the
penalty.
top 3. It couldn't get much closer. Literally 2 points separating the top 3.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Ooh, oh no, Vadik. He picks up a drive through. What is that? That's, I think, 5 or 4 now? I think we're at 4 out of 7.
That's 4. Yeah, 4. Did I say 7 or 8?
I
should have went with 8, but
I
said 7 to be safe, maybe. Or did I say 8? So 7. Yeah, but that's what, 4, 5 down, 2 to go. 4 down, is it? 4?
Yep.
Yep, that's the 4th.
Or 3 to go.
I hate to be a curse of the commentator, but the way the race has gone so far, the drivers really are doing their best to learn this lesson the hard way. Maybe it's a tactic to come in and cool down the tyres a bit. That would be a more logical explanation than the fact that 21, a lot more than 21 cars, a lot more drivers managing to find their way off track so many times to the ire of the in-game stewards. It's yeah, incredible. But yeah, 4 down, 3 to go as per the prediction, and the prediction was only made 25-30 minutes ago.
Yep.
Yep. So
it's not looking great for some of these drivers. But like I say, massive props to stick with it though, and stick it out to the very end. Of course, every point matters here, especially for that top pack. Of course, the top 3 are guaranteed a slot in the GT3s, and then 4th and 5th are guaranteed a spot in the GT4s in the VCO Grand Finals event in October. Is it in October?
The finals are in November and December, and October is the playoffs. So, as you were saying, the top 5 get guaranteed slots, GT3 and GT4 cars. 6th, 7th, and 8th get themselves a GT4 car in a playoff, which takes place in October. And the top 3 teams from that playoff will then get a GT4 car in the final. So to get places in the final, it's one of the 10 competitions hosted by Trackalicious and others. There's also the LFM 12-week on the go. So 55 guaranteed slots and then 3 spaces from the playoffs, and that will be obviously multi-class GT3 and GT4 cars in the final. So yeah, the final should have just over 50 teams involved in it, which will be incredible as we're seeing this action really unfold. And now David Cesar, Mike, really pushing the boat out, and it looks like he might get this overtake done. Charlie Booth going to have to really use every bit of racing that he's got to hold this one off.
That's not going to be the favorable line, though. Yeah, that is the off line as Charlie Booth positions his car perfectly. I think they made a little bit of contact, but that was pretty much bound to happen in these conditions coming through these corners. It was just a brief brushing. Nothing too bad in terms of bumping and banging for them, but now David Cesar, he has to regain that ground. He was next to him, he had it, and he knows that he did too, but these conditions, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to overtake, especially not only in these conditions, but when you're racing the likes of Charlie Booth, who is a ridiculously talented sim racer, especially in terms of his racecraft. Not only is he extremely quick, but he's one of the best racers out there.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. Like I say, I've seen a few races now that he's been in, and he really is one of these drivers that can craft out an overtake so quickly. A lot of the times you see these drivers line up and maybe even follow one another for a lap or two to try and look for a weakness, force a mistake. Yeah, Booth is definitely one of these drivers. Nope, that's the mistake. That's Blanchimont, and that is bye-bye David Cesar. RNL Roar, Mike, roar their way up into 2nd place, and just a microscopic mistake there by Booth. And yeah, Cesar straight through. But that is what can separate these drivers, given the level of talent that they've got. That's all it takes.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not done yet, though. He may have made that mistake, but he wants that position back. I'm not sure he has the pace over Cesar, though. But yeah, as you're saying, just that slightest little mistake to basically force the overtake to happen there, as David Cesar has had that multiple laps in the making. It also looks like it's getting much wetter. I still think it's just the darkness setting in, but as they come through that puddle, you can hear the engine cut out when they drive over it there in that flat 6 Porsche engine. And Provolone about to get redemption. He's currently battling with Vidic. Vidic after that drive-through penalty. This is for P17. Coming through Blanchimont now, coming into the bus stop chicane. The 42 car is a little bit behind the Trackalicious Enduro C car? I think so. I think this is the C car. I guess it's the B car for now, I guess. But nonetheless, is hot on the diffuser of Vidic Odstitsia. Vidic. Apologies. I know Vidic doesn't care, but I apologize to anybody that does, because I care. We'll undo the stop and go if he can get past. Yeah, that stop go 30 was absolutely brutal. Like you say, picked up though, unfortunately, from Mike Burkov in the pits. An easy mistake to make, and over 6 hours, a very punishing one as well. I mean, in any race, stop go 30 is extremely punishing. Provolone though, the stinky cheese man, is a good distance behind and in that slipstream. We see Meunier. He is off. That's in Blanchimont. I don't think there was anybody around him when this happened. Let's hop on board. Looks like there may have been. So we approach Blanchimont. Bit unstable coming into entry. You can see the understeer drifting wide, and the car just pirouettes. It starts to turn in, and unfortunately, he just couldn't get the car, stopped to turn in.
5 down, 2 to go, Mike.
As Emmanuel takes the drive-through penalty, the 5th one since the prediction.
That's 2 predictions with a number 7 in it I've made today. David Cesar getting up to position 7 with the RNL car before they took their 3rd pit stop. And yeah, 7 more drive-through penalties, 5 of them in less than 30 minutes. That in itself, I think, might be a record through the race. I think 7 could get handsomely reached and breached, is the politest way we could put that.
Yeah.
I've had the in-game, the picture-in-picture on the front tyre of David Cesar here. Mike can confirm, again, you are 100% spot on. It may say there is less water falling, but there's definitely not less water on track, and I do agree with you. I do feel that the puddles are enlarging. As we can see, I'm getting a good close look here, and there is just rivers of water right down every section of the track. There isn't a spare millimetre that doesn't have some kind of standing water or trickle of water just making its way across the track straight down over the whole thing. So yeah, this closing 33 minutes, the drivers, I hope they're not putting any stock in that minus up at the top there, because the rain can confirm it's not lessening in the slightest, and the drivers really have got another 33 minutes to really hang on to bring home, as Mike was saying, those all important points. Only 55 positions up for grabs. 55 sounds like a big number. It really is not. It's only 30 GT4s and 25 GT4 cars. And only 2 teams are going to walk away from the top spot of that. And there's some serious competition in every aspect of this, trying to get themselves to the top of those boards. And my camera's just having a bit of a heart attack. But there we go. We'll get back on that. So we've confirmed that that is still very wet. We can confirm the battle between Cesar and Booth, definitely not done. Booth is definitely catching up, and they're about to catch up to a back marker as well.
Yeah, I can also, I can confirm that Vadik is strongly with Jason Provolone still. And Provolone did make that overtake. Unfortunately, we did miss it. But he did get by nonetheless, and like I say, that is confirmed.
Any more of this cheek and abuse, and I will just give up and go and watch a film.
Oh man, you gotta love the Scottish accent. It's so good.
I can confirm. You hit the nail on the head there, sir. Yes.
I love it. And thank you very much, DPC, as well. That's Saab Projects. Thank you very much.
Yes, Saab. What a car. That was one of my dad's favourite manufacturers. Yeah, the Saab. My dad absolutely loved Saab cars.
Why?
One of his friends drove one. It was, yeah, Saab. Absolutely. Swedish automobile. Building one for Pikes Peaks. Oh, DPC.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome.
Pictures in Discord, please.
Yes, please.
Videos.
IRL.
If you feel like streaming it on YouTube or Twitch as you're building it, please hit us up with the links.
We, in our Discord channel, which I'll post the link to the Discord, we have a IRL Motorsports channel. If you want to post some stuff there, I think there's going to be quite a few people that get pretty excited about that sort of thing.
Yes!
Just going to be
there's
honest.
definitely a Scottish one.
So, yeah. I would.
But yeah, DPC,
recommend checking
please.
that out.
Yeah, jump in the Trackalicious group and share some of those pictures if you can. You won't be able to share links, bud, unfortunately. But well, I'll tell you what you can do if you'd like. I've got no problem at all. Let me say hello. If you right-click on my name, feel free to send me over in DM format. Send me the link over DM, and I'll be able to share it. There we go. I've been promoted.
Yes.
I've got a banhammer now.
Now
be
you
careful.
can. Now you can also post links. As actually, you couldn't post links before.
Before, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Because I tried. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'll
now
jump in the
you
Discord
can
and
post
share
links.
DPC. Superb. Excellent stuff.
Also,
yeah.
got one more 6 on the board. Manurum, next one to pick it up. Drive-through penalty for the
6 down,
212.
1 to go. 36 minutes. That is a drive-through every 6 minutes since I said we would have 7.
Yep. So the drive-throughs coming in thick and fast here at Spa-Francorchamps. And you would think after 5.5 hours of driving, these drivers would learn where the white lines are. And yeah, unfortunately,
I mean, it's funny because it's true.
don't have the, unfortunately don't have permissions to share links. But yeah, like I say, shoot that over
usually
in
when
Discord.
you're a moderator and you're in, show you the link and you can allow it, but
I know,
no,
it's
I'm not
just
even getting that
normally-
option.
I know, right? That's even on my end. on
No, I
the
don't want to
stream
watch a tutorial, thank you, Twitch. What are you doing to me? Watch a what?
Twitch being
go
Twitch
away.
here, live TV. You gotta love it, folks.
Absolutely.
Vadik here,
Oh, it's completely changed everything.
he has fallen off the pace of Provolone as it stands. Provolone has, I'm going to go out on a limb and say no possibility of catching up with Juan Kairos for that position. It's about 100 seconds separating them. Currently, we have Jason Provolone on the Kemmel straight and Juan Kairos heading towards the bus stop chicane. So, definitely looking a little unlikely in terms of that position being gained, but 17th position overall is still a good haul of points. That's 24 points to bring home for the Trackalicious team there. Of course, maximum
Yeah,
points
like you say, every
allowed.
point counts. This is endurance racing. These are 6-hour races. We had 31 teams start this race. 5.5 hours in, 10 of them. Their cars are nothing but showpieces down at the local junkyard. The owner taking as many badges and seats as he can, because the rest is just a mangled wreck of carbon fibre and aluminium and a few engine parts and timing belts thrown in there as well. So every point gathered here, because this is, Mike, again, we're only just on the halfway mark of the season. That's 18 hours of racing done in 26 minutes time. Another 18 hours ahead, and with tracks like Kyalami, Misano and Bath are still on the calendar, it's still all to play for. Every point really, really does count, as you were just saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we have Kyalami being our next race. I know the calendar is backwards on that one. Misano is going to be after Kyalami, and that's just, yep. And that's going to be, of course, 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8:30 Pacific Time on every other Saturday. It's every 2 weeks we have these races, so not next week, but the week after that, we'll be back at Kyalami, one of my probably my second favorite track of all time, maybe. I love Kyalami. Absolutely love Kyalami. Driving it, commentating, I love
That's
Kyalami.
amazing.
And GT3 Championship as well. That's going to be on Sundays. We just had our Barcelona race. That was a ton of fun with some thrilling action down to the very end. In fact, a photo finish. If anyone caught that on stream. Incredible, incredible stuff. 2 photo finishes in the same race. And Paul Ricard, though, will be the next track. 90-minute sprint. And we have our Thursday GT3, GT4 Multi-Class Championship, where we have picked the tightest, twistiest, and windiest tracks available on ACC to have the most thrilling and tricky and difficult situations to put these drivers in and show everybody their skills. And they do exactly that. We had Brands Hatch last week, which was a bit chaotic. There was a couple incidents. I will not lie about that, but hopefully at Snetterton gets cleaned up a little bit, and we realize it's a 75-minute sprint. Also, one more thing not mentioned on this calendar, of course, is our GT4 Rookie Series. That's also going to be available over on SimGrid. All of this is on SimGrid, of course, where the link can be found right there. And we have the Rookie League, which if you guys are up to that, well, if you guys aren't up to the GT3 or whatever, and you're just dipping your toe into the sim racing, maybe a little, not intimidated isn't the right word, but maybe, you know, just looking to have a little bit of an introduction to sim racing, the Rookie League is exactly for you. And even if you have a little bit more experience, we have rookies and non-rookies in that. Make sure you guys check that out. But all plugs aside, Conrad Kula, I think, has had an incident in No Name. We pop back into the race here. Let's take a look. What has happened to Kula? Bit deep on the entrance to No Name and ascend in a half. Oh, the number 21 there. Little ambitious. As that was Manurum. And, well, Manurum's going to walk away as a result of that. And actually, was that Manurum? No, that was a back marker? I think that was Vidic. There's a lot of Lamborghinis out here tonight. A lot of Lamborghinis and a lot of McLarens.
Yeah, they have been popular cars. The McLaren has been declared a good all-rounder. The Lamborghini certainly, I think it's taken over from the old Audi. And as much as it really will get you to the end of a race very, very quickly, but when it tries to kill you, it will more than likely succeed. You do need that extra bit of talent to get it to the end from what I've heard. Oh, I was...
Sorry, but Gabriel Felipe, I think, made contact with Rock Cops at the end of the straight. That could have been race ending for both of those drivers if that was a little bit more serious. But Gabriel Felipe takes P10. He's back into the top 10 positions, and Rock Cops is dispatched there. The Slovenian driver in the fun sim racing needs to get that back if he wants to make that top 10 again, obviously. But I'm not sure he's got the pace. 2:29 last lap. 2:29.1 compared to 2:29.2, actually. So he does have the pace. He most certainly has the pace. He just needs to find it. And there's one Giga Chad Mercedes. Yes, there's a field of Lamborghinis and McLarens and one AMG Chad of David Cesar in the RNL Roar. So, big props to him there. Also,
yeah,
Molson,
David Hill out and... Sorry, on you go?
No, I was just welcoming Molson. Sorry, that's all. Go ahead.
Oh, hello Molson as well. David Hill, the SRE Simply Race Esports BMW, they've done quite well considering what availed them during the race as well. They're definitely top 10 contenders. As you can see, carrying a bit of damage there, but again, they're going to finish the race. They're going to bring home those all-important points. You can see the car really struggling at the top. Again, the cars, they're now actively avoiding that puddle. They're avoiding the quicker line. So as Mike was surmising, they might have a minus there, but the amount of rain falling doesn't seem to be reducing, and the amount of water on the track definitely is not reducing, and these puddles are now influencing where the drivers are taking the track. As exhausted will certainly be words that will be thrown about after this one, as Mike was saying. Ryan Yee and Quinn Smith, though, the McLaren pairing, Mike. Beautiful races by them both, especially the Madhouse Racing team. They got themselves out in front, avoided all the incidents. They've avoided, fingers crossed, touch wood, any extra trips into the pits. And with 20 minutes left to go, I know we've still got 20 minutes of racing to go, but at this stage, I think we can start saying that Ryan Yee and the gang definitely looking good for that win, with a comfortable gap over Smith and some good solid laps going in.
Now, once again, knock on wood here, but I think Ryan Yee could even afford a drive-through penalty and still retain the lead of this race. It'll be close, but I think he can. And also in chat, Atomic Beauty giving a nice shout out there to Wes Hepburn, who deserves it as well, and the team, of course, Anthony Anderson, as well as Crow in chat, otherwise known as Brian Knappen. driving just an excellent, a superb race. I mean, not putting a foot wrong after the mistake on the first lap. And Wes, like I say, definitely seeing red and wanting to make up as much ground as he possibly can. I think his team managed to get the memo and, well, performed just the same, I would say. Great drive here from the number 40 back up into P5. Like I say, they should be up there with Ryan Yee and the like, but this time around they're not. P5 is what it's looking like for now. 51 seconds separating them and Basolio. So Basolio looking actually quite comfortable to take P4 here. 50 seconds in both directions to the next driver.
Seeing red, no pun intended, since he's a redhead.
Yeah, that was no pun intended, but that is pretty funny.
Very good. Crow saying he was on a COVID drive. He actually thinks it made him drive better. So yeah, all the focus. Keeping him between the mayo and the mustard. Again, thanks to everybody in the chat. It's been a phenomenal race so far. 20 minutes left to go. The light is fading. So is the race timer. The rain definitely isn't. Ryan Yee's lead definitely not fading either. They've got a big gap over the rest of the field. And again, this race, with the teams finishing where they are, it really does. I cannot wait to get the next round started. When you look at the pace that's been shown by the likes of Felipe and stuff, Kopsch, Mercer, Cesar, Booth, Provolone down in 17th, Conrad Kulap, Johnny Manurn called a back marker during a race.
Yeah, I mean, that is due
incredible.
That's due to the fact that they have 4 drive-through penalties.
Yes.
Definitely track limits.
Detrimental to the strategy.
Yeah. Track limits getting the best of them this time. This hasn't really been Johnny Manurm versus David Hill or Johnny Manurm versus Conrad Kula. This has been Johnny Manurm versus the track. Not just Johnny Manurm either, his teammate as well. Can't take Gilles Alleman. I think picking up actually a couple of those drive-through penalties. So nobody to blame for them necessarily, but, well, the drivers to blame, I guess. But, you know, that's racing, right? If you can't blame yourself, then what are you doing behind the seat?
Oh, no, race drivers have an extensive book of excuses.
Oh, I'm well aware.
I have a friend of mine who lends me his book of excuses on a regular basis. It's, it's quite the novel. But race drivers will do everything other than blame themselves. That is for absolutely sure.
You can blame me, that's fine. I don't mind being the outlet of frustration. If it makes you feel better, go ahead, blame me. It's all good.
Mike, taking one for the team.
Yes, I don't mind.
That is the dedication.
Couple 10 seconds penalties will be added at the end of the race as well, and Rock Kopsch, even if he does get the overtake onto Gabriel Felipe, I don't think he's going to be able to pull the 10-second gap to retain the position. Gabriel Felipe, though, now this is actually kind of a battle. Gabriel Felipe is 10.8 seconds behind Loic. So, coming up here, Gabriel needs to get that hammer down and get within 10 seconds of Loic. Is it Lou? How do you say that name? Do you say the C? Any French speakers in chat? I know we got some Canadians. Is it
wait, what?
Loic? Meunier?
Oh, Meunier's first name.
Yeah.
Okay, I was really confused there. Sorry, I don't have that. Let me. Boom, boom. Loic. I have no idea actually.
Loic sounds right.
That is,
That sounds more right than what I was saying.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite Louis. There isn't a U in there.
No.
But then we saw a sentence earlier that didn't have any vowel.
Yeah, the famous Slovenian saying of putting a stick in someone's eye? What was it?
Putting a finger in.
Vadik out on track, luckily not here to punish me for that one.
Oh, very good, very good. It might as well have been a stick in the eye. It was a finger in the neck.
Finger in the neck. That's what it was. Yeah, I think you're right.
It was something along those lines. Yeah.
A stick in the eye sounds a lot worse, to be honest.
It does, yeah. I mean, yeah. Any sentence that doesn't have vowels in it is menacing. Just yeah. There's definitely something menacing about that. Drive of the day has to go to RNL Roar with that performance, being 34th at the end of lap 1 and nearly being a lap down since then to P7. Also got to say that as his team, the Fabinator, you're going to be hard pushed to get me to disagree with you. I have talked about Cesar. I mean, to be fair, massive props to Hepburn, because Hepburn was behind Cesar. Cesar was matching his charge through the field. Cesar got caught up in another incident. Again, certainly tantalising stuff for going forward. The racing that we're going to see between these drivers, given the pace and the talent that they've all got. But yeah, I would have to say, yeah, RNL Roar, they have been up and down the field, and yeah, Charlie Booth in the closing stages as well. I mean, for me, if that doesn't round off a great recovery race, I don't know what does, and that 7th place is going to bring them home some solid points, get them ever closer to the team they're chasing in the championship. Again, only 2 after 3 races. After the first 2 races, only 2 points separating the top 3 teams. 2nd and 3rd in the championship are on the same points, 100 points each. The lead team only leading because they got 2 points for a fastest lap. Otherwise, we'd have 3 teams tied on 100 points.
Wow. Which
is just, mind-blowing. Mind-blowing to consider, with the pace, again, that the teams are showing right through the field. This is, tantalising stuff going forward. But yeah, for me, I would be hard-pushed to give RNL Roar the pat on the back. But the Box 3 Esports car, if ever another car was out there to make a case, they would definitely be the one. So I wouldn't hold it against anyone that was to say the Box 3 Lambo, because again, what a drive that team's put in, Mike.
Oh, absolutely. And also, just another shout out, I want to really give some props here in terms of potential drivers of the day, at least candidates. I'm not sure this would be my necessarily elected one, but Quinn Smith as well as Andy Borchers. I know that's kind of an odd one to say, because you're like, yeah, obviously those guys are extremely rapid. They've really been struggling this season, though, in this McLaren Evo 2. I think Andy has really not gotten along with the car, and I know Ali Raza hasn't. Ali Raza not with us this week, but Quinn Smith taking the place. I know Quinn Smith, I think he's gotten pretty good with the new McLaren, I will say, but it's really great to see them with the pace here for P2. I really want to give some massive props to them. I know they started in P2 and are going to probably finish in P2, but nonetheless, great drive for Quinn Smith and Andy Borchers. And Fabinator, a bit biased because they're the manager. Well, fair enough. David Cesar, with the management behind him to get the car to the checkered flag, no pressure. Just don't bin it. Also, the grip.
Yeah, I'm very happy increased. Manager, I'd imagine, given that recovery. So yeah, he's definitely well within his rights to be cheering them on.
Also, Brian could happen with a very good point. I didn't necessarily mean it that way, but yes, I guess I am slightly biased towards the Trackalicious team. Fair enough. I didn't think about it at the time, but yes. You're not wrong. A little bit biased. But biases aside, it's been an excellent drive for these drivers. I'm not sure we're going to see too many position changes here by the end. Gabriel Felipe is catching up with Meunier. That is a potential one out on track, but the gaps between a lot of these drivers, well, Charlie Booth still has the opportunity to catch David Cesar. In fact, he's only been lapping about 0.2 slower on average per lap here. If he can just find a little bit more pace, or David Cesar can lose a little bit of pace alternatively, then we may see a battle re-unfolding there, as David Cesar was battling with Charlie Booth for a good few laps, and that was quite the thriller. I'd love to see that again, but on a different position. I'd like to see Charlie going at David this time.
Yeah, still going at it. Another prediction of mine. Well, thankfully, it looks like one is going to fall short. Fingers crossed. Come on, drivers. No more drive-throughs. I'm happy to be wrong on this.
I wasn't going to say anything.
More than happy to be wrong. But we're getting closer. We're in the last 10 minutes there. But also, I did say that we were likely to see oh no, we're not actually. No. So the drivers, they won't get the ultimate install in the last minute or so. The rain is going to increase. So yeah, so there will be precipitation for the entire 6 hours of the race.
The rain's mostly halted for right now.
It's really slowed. It's really slow. So it might, I mean, but we've got a minus for 10 minutes and then we've got a plus in 30 minutes again. So there is absolute bare minimum falling at the minute. But whether it will stop before the end, who knows? Who knows? Gabriel Felipe, I did say that the laps might get a bit quicker.
Yeah.
Towards the end, and
lap.
Felipe breaks the lap record for the race. Is there a mod who can make this prediction for the chat? No more drive-throughs. I think I can actually.
You can't. I don't know. Yeah, why not? I guess
yes,
why
I can.
not? Why not? Do it? I don't like doing negative things for predictions typically, but.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you mean. Yeah.
I'd just rather not make a habit of it. Not a bad idea, but. Will we see another penalty, though? That is the question. I don't know. And I don't think any driver does. We have not
Oh,
seen
sorry. I meant to do a poll. That's a prediction you use channel points on.
I think you can probably cancel it.
Oh my goodness.
As
me.
we are Twitch experts over here at Trackalicious.
Yep, absolutely.
Really know what we're doing 100% of the time. Definitely.
/poll. Yeah, I should be able to cancel that, thankfully.
Why are people predicting, guys? What are you even... It works for 0 channel points? That's hilarious. And Javier there with supporting Mercer and Gabriel. And Wes as well. Love to see that. And who DC'd?
Malo.
Oh, okay. That's unfortunate.
Back at the start. Yeah, I think it might be who he means, yeah.
Huff's just trying to save up for the T-Rex.
Yeah.
Have you found out how to cancel that, by the way? I don't even know if I can cancel it. I don't know how to cancel it.
Yeah, no, me neither. I can only apologise. Lord. Somebody's just done a hydrate.
Okay, well, it's over now. It's gone. So I guess that's that. It has disappeared. I don't know if anybody got their points for anything. Apologies, but full onboard lap for Forzy. Who would you like to see? Did literally nothing? Lovely. I guess that's probably the best possible outcome.
Right, well, I'll tell you what, I can't actually cancel it and refund everyone's points.
I think it's done. It's over now.
Well, I've
Isn't
ended
it?
the submission, so I've still got the option is still there to choose the outcome.
Oh, so you have to choose an outcome?
You have to choose an outcome. I cannot cancel it and refund everyone's points. Sorry, that should not have happened. I can only apologise. That's 100% on me and not to do with Trackalicious. It should be. It should have been a poll for people just to pick rather than, yeah. Sorry. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Like I say, people have put in the vote, so we will obviously honour it. But we've got 5 minutes that we need to wait.
We will honour it. Yes.
Of course. But also, I was trying to just cancel it and give everyone their points back in one fell swoop there.
There's no way that you can't cancel it. I think we're just dumb. I think either of us don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I don't see choose outcome, pop out.
Anyways, also massive thank you for the follows, everybody. I think we had a follow from, is that Eosdil? I'm mispronouncing that, apologize, as well as Minar Best Girl. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Donate the channel points. So, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Never mind. No, don't. It's okay. We're just gonna honor
it. Well, like I say, we'll honor it. It should have just been a poll for people to put. I put prediction because I'm used to doing that on another channel. I forgot about the whole because they do channel points. It was fine. But Huff in the chat, absolutely correct. Skill issues in the booth.
Yes.
I have actually got a sound effect for that, but I'm not going to stoop that low and use it. Mike Berkov in the chat, what a noob. I know, Mike, all that. I mean, that's the type of thing that's reminiscent of not hitting the pit limiter in time when you're in the pits.
Yeah, it picks up a stop-go 30 as a result, too, which really hurt the team. But luckily, Jason Provolone did manage to make the ground back up, and basically the stop-go 30 never happened. But, you know, I understand, Mike, from your perspective, you just don't want to make the mistake, you know? It's just one of those ones that it's extremely preventable, but hey, it happens. And luckily, nothing happened of it, but still. Also, full onboard lap for 15th place.
Oh, he did actually say that in the chat himself. Sorry, Mike threw himself under the bus before we did.
Yeah, yes. But yep, Conrad Kula here, heading down the start-finish
He meant himself when he
straight.
said what I knew. Right, okay, yeah.
As we are going to begin, I think, the final lap. Not this for the leader.
No, one more after this.
I think so, 226.
Oh,
no,
wait, actually, yeah, no, he's coming through
Blanchimont.
Sorry, yeah, you're right, yeah. Once again, you are correct.
I sometimes know what I'm talking about. Only sometimes.
90% of the time, like the aftershave on Anchorman.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Worth 70% of the time, all the time.
And Conrad Kula here getting a bit unstable, just needs to keep it together for they got to keep it together for 2 more laps. As the leader now begins the final lap. Mike Burkov dropping a Prime sub. Thank you very much. Subscribed for 8 months total. Absolute legend. Thank you so much for your continued support, Mike. As well as being a driver here and just an awesome community member at Trackalicious. Really appreciate you, man. And sometimes is enough. Yep. That's why I've managed to stay in the booth for as long as I have, is sometimes it can be enough. But yep, Conrad Kula. I guess, sorry, we'll stick on board with Conrad here for this lap. Full onboard lap, of course.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on Ryan Yee up at the front. That's a big old lead that he's got.
There's a flash of the
just coming
headlights.
out the Melmody.
Conrad Kula approaching the 839 McLaren there. The Phoenix, who did not rise from the ashes. I think we had that prediction early on. That one got squashed. As Emmanuel, I really don't know why I can't pronounce that name in particular, because that's not even a hard name to pronounce. 12 pit stops for Imputato. And Jack Grosset as well with 12 pit stops for the entirety of this race. So not optimal strategies from those two, but they're gonna make it to the checkered flag and receive the points anyways. We'll ride now with Ryan Yee. For the rest of this lap, we'll ride on board with him. So he has a back marker to dispatch of. I think that's Matt, our team. or whoever's behind the wheel of that car. It's going to be Juan Kairos behind the wheel of that car as it stands. Juan Kairos sitting down in P16. Take a look at Juan Kairos up 9 positions from where they started. Started in P25. Of course, we only have 21 drivers. Started with 31. And in terms of our top 4 have retained their qualifying positions all the way from 6 hours to the start to the finish. Ryan Yee qualifies in pole position and brings it to the checkered flag at the end. Great drive from Ryan Yee and the Madhouse Racing team as well. Not just Yee.
Yeah, massive congratulations. Himself, Spangler.
Yeah, Spangler,
really did not put a foot wrong over that race, taking 3 stints each. Doing a little bit of a 360 there as, oh yeah, a couple of cars that are still racing as well.
Maybe not quite the time to do that, but hey, it's all good. You got to celebrate. It's been 6 hours, I understand. Quinn Smith will be the next one to come across the line. And it's going to be for P2, the number 97 car. It's been 143 laps complete of Spa-Francorchamps, and that's P2 for Quinn Smith, the Trackalicious Enduro A team, as well as Andy Borchers in P2. Rui Nunez will be next to follow, but wow, what a drive. Also, just preemptively, if we can get top 3 from each, or if we can get, one member from each of the top 3 into the green room, any drivers that can potentially do that, you can get one of each from the top 3 into the green room for the post-race interviews. That would be awesome. But Rui Nunez next.
Yeah, the podium rounded out an SPQR. Great drive by them. The drop down, we saw them sideways. Trips into the pit as well. Not the extra trip into the pit, but certainly sideways during one of the stints, and they're going to bring themselves home a very solid 4th position. Of course, Hepburn for the box 3 car. Recovering as well as could possibly be expected back up in that 5th position. And Tyre Sim Racing as well, actually. I might have to withdraw my vote for RNL Roar, because Tyre Sim Racing themselves had served a penalty up and down the field, a few laps with quite a lot of damage, and I didn't even realise that, Mike. They finished in 6th position ahead of RNL Roar and Charlie Booth in the gang, and Felipe, so that is a phenomenal drive from Mercer and the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And also big credit to Wes. After making up the positions, he's managed to finish in P5 ahead of Jeremy Mercer, who you mentioned had an incredible drive as well. David Cesar with once again, the driver of the day is a hotly contested vote here. Also, the prediction turned out to be false.
Yes, so let me...
We had, within like
that.
30 minutes, we had 6 penalties picked up, but then not one after that for 20.
Okay, so more drive-throughs, yes or no? The answer was no.
The answer, in fact, was no.
So there we go, and complete.
As well, fastest lap being gifted here to Quinn Smith, so 2 points being taken home for that. As I accidentally launched the wrong things. And we, once again, look back into the Discord as we wait for the drivers to head into the green room, which we see none so far. We will pop back into the booth here in a second, which I know, John, you aren't.
Green light, go, go, go.
That's okay. If you don't feel like setting up, yeah, go for it either way.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm all set up and good to go,
okay.
I think. Oh, no, goodness me, I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm not. It's because of... Yeah, give me 2 secs.
Okay, well, we're going to transfer over
I'm still
into the
showing
booth.
the race.
Yeah, we're going to... Oh, yeah, you don't have your camera on, I see. We'll head over into the booth.
Yeah, I
Big
can
thanks
stop
to
the race
everybody.
now. Oh! Wait, wrong camera.
Don't worry, I have you turned off, okay? You're not
Excellent.
You're not going to get canceled. You're fine.
Oh, that was the wrong camera.
But
not that it was anything particularly bad. It was just a lot of cups of coffee and
very
dates,
professional.
keyboards, cameras perched on top of 50 Shades of Grey trilogy, that type of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, incredible
Yeah.
race there from the lot as we pull up the replay here in the background and get the audio muted. Maybe, as nothing wants to respond. Lovely. And we can pop over. Now we have, here we go. I can scooch over in the booth. I guess I can hold it, scooch like that a little bit. There we go. Nice and scooched. And we can bring up John Wright, who's facing the wrong direction in the booth.
Yes. My driving chair's in the way. I've got a summer sheet on my driving. Quick tip for anyone, if you are a sim racer, a lot of sim racing seats are like a full leather type material, can get really sweaty. Get a summer bed sheet, quilt cover, and put it over your driving chair. And can confirm, not to break the rules, but put that over. That's my GT Omega Prime chair there. Put your Mike says, "Oh my God, the booth have just gone wild." Eric's in the background. No, you've broken the rule.
The
What do you mean you're
immersion!
not in
The
Belgium?
immersion! No, it's been
The
ruined.
immersion, it's gone. It's gone. We're not actually in Belgium. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
What we do have,
but no,
though,
certainly.
we do have.
Yes, keep yourself smooth. Summer bedding
We have our top
on your
two here
sim racing gear.
in the Discord. We got Quinn Smith and Jeff Spangler. Jeff Spangler joining us from the Madhouse Racing team. Welcome, Jeff. Welcome.
Happy House, surely. You can't be mad after that.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And who else is that we've got in? Sorry, did you say Quinn Smith as well?
Yep, our P2.
P2. The McLarens. I'll try not to use the word meta too often, I promise. No, seriously, Jeff, that was those conditions. That was a 6-hour race. Those were conditions, to say the least. How much were you counting your blessings when you got yourself out in the front, managed to avoid what was a problematic race for a lot of drivers? Get yourselves out in front and really implement your own strategy by the look of it while you were out there.
Yeah, well, I think our biggest blessing, and Quinn witnessed it, his teammate bonked the wall on the formation lap, so I think he was carrying some damage that whole first stint, so we were able to build up a good lead, and we call Ryan Yee the Aquaman, and he loves driving in the rain. I don't. I was sweating bullets because Quinn was just reeling me in the whole stint, so... we got out in front. Yeah, we got out in front, and we just kept us pretty solid pace.
I mean, pretty solid pace is one way to say it. Otherworldly, and a firm example of why I should be in the comedy box would be another. The conditions were changed. So, an incident on the formation lap with your teammate, Quinn, was there any damage on the car?
Yeah, there's just slightly under 10 seconds of damage, which whenever the track's at its wettest, like you could probably have about 15 seconds of damage and it won't matter, but whenever the track got drier, it really started to matter, and that's when it started hurting the most.
Right, okay. And Jeff, as far as the weather went, I mean, the rain, it was minus, it was plus, it was minus. We saw a couple of the cars having to take to the wet line to try and cool the tyres down. Was that ever an issue that you had over the course of the race?
No, ours were pretty good. We were pretty spot on. I think the most they were up was like pushing 31. But we were pretty fortunate to be able to dial in those wet pressures and maintain them throughout.
Yeah, cool. And Quinn, same question to yourselves. Apart from the damage, any real issues with the tyres? Because again, those were changeable conditions to say the least.
No, we never really had an issue with tires. We were able to stay on top of it. The only real issue like we had throughout the race besides that damage was just managing fuel. I don't think the McLarens had the economy to make it on a full push.
Yeah, we had to do a little map 2 driving as well to make sure we were safe.
Oh, right, okay. For stint, yeah, because we did wonder, we saw a couple of teams go for very short first stints and then start pushing it limit-wise towards the end. Quinn, your last stint there, an hour and 12 minutes, so that last pit stop, you took that fairly early. So yeah, that's just on the border there. But yeah, Jeff, the vast majority of your stints all over the hour mark. Was that Yeah, because you guys ran it an hour and 11 minutes was your average stint time, and that's only because Jeff's your final stint was only an hour and 9 minutes. Not
Yep.
many teams go on that. So did you make the conscious decision to go for beyond the hour and 10-minute mark?
Yeah, I
For
know.
the stints, I mean, averaging out sort of thing.
Yeah, before my last stint, I think Ryan was about to run out of fuel. I mean, he had like 15 seconds of fuel or something like that if he would have been driving all out. But yeah, it only takes off a couple seconds going through the pit lane in terms of fuel. So yeah, we tried to push him out there as much as we could. He's a really, really great wet weather driver. I'm trying to get a little bit better, but yeah, Quinn was definitely had a lot more pace than me in the wet today. So yeah, we just I got stuck behind I think the 40 Lamborghini there towards the end. It's tons of spray, and I think I could have gone a couple more laps. We're well under the hour 15-minute mark, and we'll just get out of that and get him back in the car. So that's what we did.
Right, okay. Sorry, I'm hogging these two, Mike.
Yeah, no worries.
It's your studio, it's your broadcast. I've just
it's all
dived.
good.
Please, sorry.
It allows me to do.
They'll probably understand you better as well.
It also allows me to do my technical stuff, which I appreciate. But yeah, I want to give a big shout out there, Quinn. I know you guys haven't had, or well, you and I guess Andy haven't really been teammates before, but Andy, I noticed, hasn't been doing particularly well with the McLaren, but this time around in the wet, he really showed his pace, and that must be awesome for you to see as well. He ended up on the podium as a result, so.
Yeah, he's been struggling with it, kind of getting frustrated with it, but he's been just plucking away at it, just working on it, and he's starting to come around to it. The more he seems to drive it, the more comfortable he's getting, the more he likes it. So as the season goes on, it'll be less of an issue as far as that goes. But yeah, it was a great race from both of us, really.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. And big thanks to you guys. Congrats on your podiums. Congrats, Jeff, as well, for taking the win. Ryan, can't take anything away from Ryan Yee either, as he put in an equal amount of effort with Jeff there. And yeah, as well, Andy Borchers, and big shout out as well, Rui Nunez and Ryan Woodrow on the podium. Unfortunately not here in the interviews, but they're here in our hearts. We are going to, why did I slash your tires, Vadik? I'm sorry. Quinn, Jeff, you guys are all good to go. Thank you. We're going to...
Thank you, guys.
One quick question for you both before you go. Any tracks that you're particularly looking forward to or fearful of going forward? Kyalami, Misano, and Bathurst on the cards. Any that stick out as I'm targeting that for a good performance, or is there any tracks there you're thinking, let's drive, let's survive, and let's move on?
Yeah, I think we definitely had the pinnacle of McLaren performance here at Spa. Kyalami, I think it's a little down on pace, and Misano as well. Bathurst, it's pretty good. I love driving at Kyalami, so that's one of my favorite tracks, and Misano is always a lot of fun too. But yeah, I think focusing on getting as good a result as we can at Kyalami is going to be very big.
Awesome.
Nice, yep. Love your taste in tracks as well. Quinn, for yourself?
I'm honestly looking forward to all three. I like all three. Pace-wise, I'd say I'm looking forward towards Bathurst. I've ran the last version of the McLaren there before in a race, and I think it was on a full tank doing 201s, 202s. So I'm kind of looking forward to Bathurst.
Nice. Excellent. Well, I can assure you, I cannot wait for these races to take place as well. So thank you for the on-track action. Congratulations on the podium finishes as well, and enjoy your Saturday evening, chaps.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
And thanks for you guys as well for sticking out in the booth, and the guys at Trackalicious for putting it on. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys do it.
And, yeah,
At least we're driving.
we don't know how you do it, to be fair. So feelings mutual.
That's exactly how we do it, because we don't know how you do it. I can't. I mean, you just casually, I'm doing 201s at Bathurst. I can do a 201.
I can break into the 210s.
Sorry, yeah, I can break into the pit lane.
But anyways.
But yeah, keep up the entertaining stuff, chaps. We absolutely love to see it, and we'll see you again in 2 weeks.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. And
Thank
also,
you.
big thanks to chat as well for keeping us entertained throughout this, and thanks to all the drivers as well. And one massive shout out as well to Double O Raven, otherwise John Wright. Welcome. Wouldn't be here in this booth without you probably, because this is a long race and a lot of work. But yeah, thank you so
listen,
much for
thank
being
you to
here.
the guys at Trackalicious. Yeah, thank you to you and Eric for getting me involved. Absolute pleasure. Just confirmation in the chat. This is my coffee mug. It's as big as my head. That's how we do it. So, but no, as I say, in complete awe of what the drivers do. We're halfway through this competition. We've still got half of it to go. Thank you.
Yes,
And
indeed.
thank you to everybody for getting me involved. And thank you for being in the chat. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and we're going to raid UKOG as well. They're doing a 12-hour endurance stream themselves. So
Oof.
make sure we go check them out. I think Charlie Boothby is driving currently, but I think we'll see him behind the
Wow.
wheel soon enough. So if you guys want to watch some truly talented endurance racing, this is where you go. Like I say, I hope you guys have a great evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are. I'm Mike Noss in the booth. Once again, John Wright joining me. I hope you guys have a great evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you guys are in this fine world. Thank you guys, and see you guys next time.
Good night.